Ken. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you doing today,
I'm doing great. What's new with you?
Oh boy, earnings day. Gotta love it. It's like Christmas 4 times a year.
Do you have any expectations for today?
Uh, I do. I think it's going to go very much like it has in the past. I don't think there's going to be any difference. And that may upset some people because I know people have high expectations for Elon and that Elon has to do a bang up job and, the best performance of his life to get his vote passed. And if he doesn't get his vote passed on his compensation, he's going to leave Tesla and everything goes to pot. That's not true. There's a lot of misinformation out there about what Elon has to do on his performance today and putting all this pressure on him. And that's just all baloney. Okay. I've spent a ton of time over this weekend going through the proxy statement, going through the judge's Delaware opinion, going through the section that Tesla's trying to pass the compensation package under in the Delaware law. Spent a ton of time on that, and and basically Tesla is telling you everything you need to know in this proxy statement. Me personally, this is my opinion, believe that on April 10th, when the attorneys for the special committee got together with Elon, they filled Elon in on what his compensation package is going to be, a basic framework. He bought into it. And now we're seeing, as a result of that, Elon come back stronger at Tesla because his fears have been assuaged. He's going to get paid and he's going to get control, but that still needs to be worked out. But he has accepted the board's assurances that that's going to happen. I think that has played a big part in his more active role in Tesla. He wanted certain things. He got assurances from the board that it's going to happen. You may not like how it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. Therefore, he stepped back up to the plate. So to me, Elon really doesn't have any pressure today because it's going to happen. Now, what hasn't Tesla disclosed in the proxy statement? Okay. Number one, we're going to vote for his compensation package. We can vote yes or we can vote no. Does it matter which way the vote goes in the long run? No, it doesn't. Let's do the short version first. If we vote no and the Texas re-domestication gets approved, he gets paid in Texas. How do I know that? It's in the proxy statement. One of the reasons why they brought his 218 compensation package back to a vote for the shareholders is because they don't want him getting paid in Texas to be challenged and to be seen as not being able to get it done in Delaware. Therefore, they had to move to Texas. So they've already thought about that. Okay. And they thought about it. And that's one of the reasons why they went to a two shared system, a common share and a preferred share. He's going to get the preferred shares. So he's going to get his compensation if they have to do it for 218 in Texas by how they divvy up the preferred shares, how they give them voting control, and how they declare dividends on those preferred shares. So he's going to get paid one way or the other. So nobody has asked this. Well, some people have asked this question, but nobody's really delved into what happens if the votes for his compensation gets a thumbs up, gets a yes. Everybody thinks it's a fait accompli, but contraire, it's not. The only thing that happens is The shareholders approve it, but the people who voted no have 120 days to appeal it. What are they going to do? They're going to file what's called a 205 action, and it's going to go back to the Delaware court for determination. Now, do we know anybody who may have, oh, I don't know, 6 billion reasons to contest that shareholder vote? I think we do. And I think that contestation or the application for a 205 hearing has already been drafted and just sitting on the desk waiting for this vote. So it goes back to the Delaware court. Who's going to hear that? Well, most likely it's going to be McCormick. Under Delaware's laws, what can McCormick do? McCormick has wide range of discretion on what she can do. The best possibility is that she upholds the shareholder vote and affirms it back to the date that it originally passed. And it's like this thing never happened. Well, what hasn't happened? Well, she's ruled before that it didn't meet Delaware law. So do you really think she's going to say, well, yeah, now that they fixed it, now they've used a section of the law that's meant to just rectify technical problems with corporations? Technical meaning remedy incidental harm, plain and vanilla corporate issues? No. She found that Tesla made deliberate misleading statements in their proxy statement. If she was going to find that it was just technical or it was just plain vanilla, she could have handled that first time in the original suit. So personally, I don't think she's going to say, yeah, I'm going to ratify those actions now because you brought this 204 action, 204, section 204 action. I don't think that happens.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Nick,
Yep.
do you want to summarize what Ken said?
Do you want me to summarize or somebody else?
You want me to
No,
summarize?
Nick. Yeah.
Or
Oh,
if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer the questions too.
No.
yeah, Ken,
Nick.
actually, I do have a question. Can you
No,
help me summarize what you just said, Ken?
That is so funny.
All right. Let me see if I can break it down into shorter. If
Yeah.
we vote yes on his compensation package, it goes back to the Delaware court. If we vote no, Elon gets paid in Texas. Okay. So let's go back to the Delaware court. Delaware court can either say, yes, the vote is good and I forgive everything that I said before. The Delaware court can say, no, it's no good. And that case is going to proceed. We throw out the vote again, or the court can split the baby. The court can say, this vote was good because it was fully disclosed, but the first vote was not, and that case continues.
Nick.
So, Ken, you're saying that what is better for Tesla then if people vote no? Is that what you're saying?
No, all I'm saying, you can vote the way you want to vote, but in the end, Elon's going to get paid. Don't let worrying about whether or not Elon gets paid be your driver of your vote, but do vote.
So you're
Okay.
saying that there's no risk. So there's no risk that Elon's not going to get paid is essentially what you're saying.
Correct.
So
And I
then
think that was, go ahead.
so then therefore there's no risk that Elon's going to not be at Tesla in the foreseeable future.
Correct. I do not believe Elon's leaving. He has said that time and time again. He even went into court and said it on the stand. He's not leaving. I'll take him at his word And he's put up with this shenanigans so far. And I think he bought into, hey, they can do some more shenanigans in the near future. But ultimately, in the end, you're either going to get paid in Delaware because the court's going to approve it, or you're going to get paid here in Texas because we'll have the authority to do it and not have to worry about Delaware.
Meta.
Just to be clear, Ken, what you're saying is as long as one of the two proposals passes, Elon will get paid. But if both of the proposals failed, there could be a risk.
We need the Texas domestication to pass more than we need Elon's comp package to pass.
Also, have you or do you know if anyone has done the math? I was trying to figure this out myself, but it's been challenging of the cost to Elon from a tax perspective when they have to move the cost basis up if they had to reissue a package in Texas. What would the cost be? Because you wouldn't be eligible for ISOs. You can't backdate those. You would have to pay taxes from the grant price versus the vest price versus the grant price, which ISOs let you do. And has anybody done the math on what that total difference would be and subtracted out what he saves from California, which I think about 7 billion? Is there one scenario that ends up better for him?
I'm not a tax expert, and I would leave that to my tax team. But there's nothing that I've read in the proxy statement or elsewhere that has gone over the taxes that would apply if he's only compensated out of Texas. And it would take a different form because they're going to have to compensate him, I think, with some cash, with the preferred stocks, and with dividends through the preferred stocks. So there's going to be different tax treatments on everything. And it may be over a longer time, but I think he's going to net the same. It's going to be a different form, but I think he ultimately nets the same.
Right. So even if he nets the same, it could end up costing the company more money for him to net the same.
There was a study done by their economics expert, and it's disclosed in the proxy statement that Tesla couldn't afford to offer another 218 type package to Elon. It would just be cost prohibitive. But that's the only thing I've seen on the tax ramifications.
Just for fun.
But I don't think the average shareholder really is too concerned about Elon's tax consequences.
No, and for what it's worth, when I did some back of the envelope calculations, it was somewhere between $10 billion if it's reissued, or it's 10 billion in savings with the ISOs versus 7 billion owed to California that he wouldn't have to pay. So it might be a wash.
Just for fun, go ahead.
Thanks, and happy earnings day, everyone. Ken, definitely appreciate you sharing your expertise. Just wanted to understand a bit better. So, in the case where people voted no on the compensation now, this wouldn't cause a problem. Like even if they, I guess, move to Texas, losing the vote now wouldn't cause a problem, and either open them up to losing a future vote on Elon's comp or open themselves up to more lawsuits in the future if if they grant comp package to Elon.
There's always a chance for opening yourself up to another lawsuit. That's just life as a corporation. But I think they're hoping to avoid the disclosure issues that they had in Delaware by doing it again and making all the disclosures that they've made in this proxy statement compared to the first statement. Now, if it gets voted down and they go to Texas, they'd still have to make same disclosures, but it's going to be a different form of package. It's just not going to be, I don't think it's going to be a straight options package. It's going to be a combination, I think, of cash, preferred stock, and then ultimately a lot of dividends being funneled through those deferred stocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is for Ken. Thanks for enlightening a little bit more on this whole topic because I was really confused till now. But it looks like it's not the end of the world if Elon's compensation package is not approved, because you're saying that the Texas moving to Texas is probably going to be weighing into a lot more than this compensation package. My only question to you is that, is there a relevancy between the two decisions? Like if the compensation package gets approved versus not, would that have a direct impact on the Texas move?
No, they're two separate votes.
Okay.
Does that answer?
Yeah,
Is that
so
what
there's
you're?
no, yeah, so there's nothing conflicting between the two or interdependency between the two. Is that what you're saying?
No, correct. Yeah, they're two independent votes. You vote up yes or no on each issue. Do you want Elon's package? Yes or no? Do you want to move to Texas? Yes or no?
Okay, so both are going to be presented in the voting. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes, the resolutions 3 and 4.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Any questions for Ken? Please request to speak. Omar, how are you? We have Alexandra in the audience. If she would like to come up, she's welcome to the speaker board. Oh, I think Omar is having some connection issue too. Ken, did you see anything in the proxy statement that you believe should get more attention?
Well, I thought them not, well, I don't know if they really have a responsibility to, but not disclosing what would happen if you voted yes or you voted no. I thought they could have done more disclosure on that. So that was interesting. Their statements were interesting. The timeline was interesting of how all this came together. And I don't want to bore everybody with the timeline, but it's rather extensive. But it was just interesting, the timing, how everything came together. And it was interesting to me on the April 10th meeting that the council, the attorneys to the special committee had with Elon. And I would love to have been a fly on the wall of that meeting, because that's where I think the board of directors, through their special committee and council, laid out to Elon what life was going to be like for his compensation from this point forward. And I think mentally that really big surprising thing to me.
Meta.
Who is on that special counsel?
The special committee is a committee of one, and that was Kathleen Wilson Thompson. Originally, the special committee had two people on it, Kathleen Wilson Thompson and Joe Gebbia, but Joe Gebbia ended up stepping down, coincidentally or not, the day after the special committee's powers were broadened to include Elon's 218 package. He says he stepped down for based on an abundance of caution because of his potential for unfair tax based on his perceived conflicts of interest. So he stepped down and left that special committee with one person. The reason, go ahead.
I was going to say, is it normal? Like, it seems odd to me that there's only one person and it's called a committee.
It is. And the committee thought about it, and they specifically cited the Tesla's Solar City decision from the Delaware court that said, even if it would have been better for them, even if they had a special committee even if it only had one person on it. So they saw that, I think, and they said, yes, we're still going to move forward with the one person. Now, it's interesting that this one person, Kathleen Wilson Thompson, joined the board in 2018 as a result of the SEC settlement between the SEC and Elon for his funding secured tweet when they were forced to hire 2 independent directors, and she was one of them. Now, she, I think, is the best that they have as an independent, as close as they can come to an independent director, but she suffers from a lot of things that Robin Denholm suffers from that Judge McCormick complained about in the decision, that roughly Robin Denholm's wealth has mainly come from her position on the Tesla board. Well, so has Miss Wilson Thompson's wealth come mainly from her compensation by being on the board. So there are some questions if anybody wants to object to this action by Tesla, that she is not truly an independent director. They can still make that argument that they made for Miss Denham.
Sid.
Yeah, I probably have to go back to my the question I was asking Ken, and my apologies for repeating the question, but I do want to get a little bit more clarity on the vote for the move to Texas. How's that going to be impacting Tesla in general, other than Elon's compensation package matter? Is that something that, by and large, I think all the Tesla bulls and the people who really believe in Tesla and Elon, are wanting to vote for his package. But as far as the vote to move to Texas is concerned, are we also leaning towards voting in favor of that, or what is the guidance that, as shareholders, how can we treat that decision?
The Tesla board is very much in favor of the move to Texas. So yes, they want a positive vote on that move. They've done a real nice job in the proxy comparing Delaware law to Texas law and going over pretty much the differences between the two jurisdictions, and what's the same between both jurisdictions. Now, they didn't only just concentrate on Delaware and Texas. They originally had 5 different states that they were considering, but ultimately whittled it down to Texas and Delaware. And then they lay out their thinking of why they prefer Texas over Delaware. So I don't know what to say other than, in short, they have approved the move to Texas. And if you want to know the further details and get into the weeds, I would highly recommend reading the proxy statement.
Since it's a permutation combination, if I may ask one more question, because there's
Go ahead.
four possible outcomes: that move happens, but Elon's package gets declined, or both gets approved, both gets declined, right? What's the best and the worst case scenarios in your opinion, Ken? And that's my last question.
I think the best scenario, well, I mean, obviously the best scenario is Elon's package gets approved and the judge buys it and relays it back to the original 218 date and screws the other case, right? And so Tesla's saving $6 billion in attorney's fees. Obviously, that's the best case. Is that the most realistic? No. I think out of the possibilities, the best case is the move to Texas gets approved. Elon's compensation package for 218 gets approved. Show of support for Elon, that we still back him when we still want him and we still appreciate what he did. Okay, for all the reasons that other YouTube Tesla people have put out there. Look, we shareholders, and I say we because I was there in 218, we voted for that package. He performed. He should get paid. I agree with that. But in this situation, I think the best we do is they have the 205 hearing and she splits the baby. His 218 package gets affirmed. He gets the options and then we just argue over attorney's fees in the other case.
Omar.
I think in the coming week and weeks ahead, you're going to hear a lot of arguments about why you should vote no or why it doesn't matter. I think it really does matter quite a bit. Ultimately, the vote of shareholders is what counts. The court does not have any ability to decide what the compensation package is. The entire case hinges on, okay, you didn't disclose this. This wasn't fair. If we go and vote and reaffirm this compensation package, it's the strongest way that we can show a middle finger to the court and say, look, even after all of this, even with the stock down, even understanding everything, even having read your ruling, we want this plan. So who are you to tell us that it's not fair? I think if this gets voted down, it's going to be very hard to grant him the 2018 compensation package in any form because shareholders have just said, no, we don't want to pay it. And the voice of shareholders is very strong. It'll bolster the Delaware judge's case. Well, yeah, they voted yes, but then once we made them aware of these issues, then they voted no. So it's, the $6 billion alone, right? If there's any chance that we can get out of that, we need to make sure we do that. This is a huge amount of money. The company has $30 billion of cash. And every moron like Ross Gerber and Leo Koguan is voting no. So we need every yes vote we can get. We need people to remember to vote their shares. We need them to vote yes. It's not a triviality. It's not, oh, he'll get paid anyway. If Elon cannot secure this vote, it puts into question, really, will he be able to get other votes that he needs passed? We're really, I don't think you guys understand. This latest build, 1235, has just been driving me around. Every drive is zero intervention. We're talking about the creation of a technology here that is just fundamentally going to alter life as we know it. AI and AGI. These technologies are potentially dangerous. There's potential existential risks for humanity. I know that seems kind of out there, but this is the way Elon thinks about it. So, are we going to leave a technology that could, affect the fate of humanity in the hands of Ross Gerber and Gary Black? Is that who's running the show here? Because if we're leaving this technology to Ross Gerber and Gary Black and we're depending on them to make the right decision and prioritize humanity over short-term quarterly profits, I have no confidence they're going to make the right decision. So if we don't have this vote, Elon has lost control of the company, essentially. And he spelled out very clearly, we're a great car company, whatever, world leader in EVs. But he says, I don't feel comfortable building this to be the AI and robotics giant if I don't have any control over the company. I don't want so much control that I can't be overruled, but just enough that I can feel good that we can set the company on the right direction. We can control where it goes. And I do think that not only would he consider sort of focusing his AI efforts on, say, XAI or Neuralink or other ventures, but it may actually make sense to do so. Because ultimately, if he doesn't have control over the company, there's no guarantee it can actually execute in the way that it needs to. I don't trust Wall Street to run this company. It'll be only a shell of its former self, if that's the case.
Hello, this is Deborah. I look for an icon to raise my hand to speak, but I can't find one. I have everything but that. But
Deborah, are you on on a desktop or a laptop?
no, I'm on my my cell phone.
Oh, interesting. Is it an iPhone?
No, it's a OnePlus.
Okay, that may be why. But go ahead.
If you
Oh,
hit the if you hit the
so
little
in
heart,
other words, Android doesn't have all the features. Is that what you're saying?
no,
Meta.
it has the features. If you hit the little heart with the plus
Yeah.
icon,
Uh-huh.
then the little hand will show up on the right hand side.
Yeah, but it looks like it's waving. That's it. That's all I get.
Yeah. Well, go
It's a
ahead, Deborah.
wave.
Anyway.
Oh, okay. So what I wanted to add to this before we, continue to argue about, what's the best way to go. To me, I really do think the best way to look at this is understanding what Elon wants the money for. Aside from the fact that he's earned it and he has a right to it, okay, in whatever denomination or amount you think is fair. He wants this primarily for SpaceX. Okay. He wants this to go to Mars. He wants that money. He wants that value. He needs that. Okay. Because the government is no way going to give him everything that he needs and for whatever reason he wants it. They're not going to do that. Okay. And it's obvious he already has enough detractors, if not enemies, in those agencies. Okay. Because he's kind of overturned the apple cart for a lot of people. So I really think that investors should be looking at this in terms of, and I'm sure that Elon's attorneys are, and whoever's counseling him on how to do the deal if they can get one done. They're going to do it so that it benefits Tesla as much as possible, but that he can pull as much value out as he needs to get done with what he needs to do in SpaceX. Above and beyond, the whole thing with the satellites, because they do make him a good deal of money in that. But really, look at it in those terms. Okay, it really is a ping pong game in Washington, in the courts with Elon, because I'm pretty sure they know exactly why he wants that money. Okay, so yeah, they just don't want him to be that powerful. In my heart of hearts, that's how I feel. Deep down inside, they want to be able to control anybody who wants to go into space. Anybody. And they already have a considerable amount of it, but if he's able to start doing things like, hey, let's any of the asteroids or whatever that are flying by, let's try to figure out how to drill those puppies, because we want those elements, we want everything that's on those. Let's just, anything he wants to do, they're going to want to control. And if he doesn't have any kind of money to be able to try to do it himself and fail if need be, that's going to be problematic. It will make him get to the point of where he'll have to make a decision between Tesla and SpaceX.
Yeah.
That will be the bad thing.
Yeah. I was actually thinking the exact same thing last night after we ended our long space. I wish, I don't know if Tesla investors would like this, but I wish that Elon took a few minutes today to talk about exactly what you just talked about, Deborah, and kind of laid out what he wants to do with SpaceX. And this is the reason why he needs that money, needs that vote. Wes, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to call out Ken's amazing insights into the proxy statement. That's unbelievable level of detail and makes me feel incredibly confident that Elon's going to get paid no matter what. Because I know I'm very, very confident that the Texas item is going to pass. So I really, really appreciate that. And just so folks on the call know, Elon and money is he doesn't give a rat's ass about money. All he really cares about is that it is a means to an end. And SpaceX is doing really, really well. So the fact that he's now focusing hard on Tesla is wonderful. I love that, because FSD is looking like we're nearing the March of Nines. So I think at the end of the day, thank you, Ken, for that. That relieves a lot of stress for me for this earnings call. And I feel like I can more relax. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ken. Burley.
Hey guys, great conversation. I agree that Elon's first principles thinker, as I am, and A lot of you guys are. Great conversation, Deborah. And he will go somewhere else to create value for the world if he needs to. But he will not sit and not make any money and have a failed product. There is a large discrediting campaign by many opponents that I believe is happening. I've worked in politics a long time, and they're pushing him hard to try and discredit because they know that Tesla is about to break out, and it's doing very well. And it is a moment to recalibrate and move to the next level. And you see like Biden not inviting him to the EV day at the White House, other things like that. There's just abnormal pressures pushing against the stock price and pushing down against the company. Elon's talked about buying more stock as it gets lower if he needs to get to a controlling interest. So he, on some level, is willing to leverage it down so he can buy more of the company to get to a controlling interest. I think he realizes, like he did with X, that there is an existential threat. And SpaceX is doing very well. And that is the key corollary toward a multiplanetary species effort. And the rest of this is to help us all get there. And Tesla is close. This is going to be a great opportunity. I think a lot of good points by Ken and others too around Texas and other strategies to make it through this. And I'm excited about it. So great conversation.
Great. Thank you, Burley. Omar.
You know, I hear people often make the argument that Elon doesn't care about money, and I think it's kind of a weak argument to people who are skeptical because obviously everybody cares about money. It just sounds a little silly to me to be like, he doesn't even care about money, man. He just needs like $50 billion to like start a city on Mars, you know? And like he's not doing a lot of conspicuous consumption. Obviously, he's not buying like, Louis Vuitton handbags and stuff, but obviously he has a jet. He lives a pretty good life, but he's very focused on his companies. So, I mean, he may talk about this on the earnings call today. I think making the case that, he has a vision, he wants to be able to fund SpaceX, start a city on Mars, that kind of stuff is a good sort of argument to make too. But, I think saying, well, he doesn't even care about money. So let's just give him the comp package is one that skeptics kind of roll their eyes at.
Ken.
I would like to give a shout out to Alexandra for her efforts in galvanizing the shareholder effort and her efforts to send a letter to the courts where she got, I don't know, was her first efforts in the beginning of February, put the petition together, was signed by all the shareholders. That was mentioned in the proxy statement. And it was also mentioned in the proxy statement that Tesla heard from the judge that she saw that. And all the letter drive that she did, thousands of letters. And the Tesla board saw those, they read it, and they specifically mentioned 41 different letters in the proxy statement. And a statement from the judge saying she was overwhelmed. The court was overwhelmed with thousands of letters and they didn't know what to do with them. That's exactly what the court needed to see. That's what McCormick needs to understand. In the long run, does it have any real significance? No, but in the court of public opinion, it's a win. That's helped. And I think ultimately, if we get into the 205 hearing, that may persuade her to split the baby, let the package go through, and then just let the original action go up and on appeal. So shout out to Alexandra and all her excellent efforts.
Great. And I sent her an invite to speak. She's welcome to come up.
Thank you, Ken.
Alexandra, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm on my desktop. Does this work?
Yeah, it works.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ken. And I mean, you were helping me then when we were struggling on finding the best way of going ahead of it. And I mean, again, I'm not even sure this was the best way, but obviously we had an impact, and I want to thank everybody who helped. This is not over yet. I need you mobilized for so much more, and I know this is annoying. And there she comes and asks again. Yesterday, I put out a post that's pinned to contact your fund managers. Lots of you are in index funds with Vanguard or BlackRock or whatnot, so you have an account there. I prepared the email, I prepared the letter, I've got you the email addresses and everything. Do the same. Just, it will take you 10 minutes. It's all so well prepared that you just, just copy it through and do it. But we have to do the same copy management into it. I always gave you 2 or 3 email addresses of Larry Fink and whatever. So they need to feel the heat. We will only know in a couple of months how they voted, but they should know that we have the eyes on it. So please do that. There's much more to come in a week on May 1st. Tesla has its hearing on what they think the plaintiff's attorney should be paid, and there will be more things happening that day. I will need you again. We'll need to sign up again and speak up again on what Tesla has said. Then you'll have to fill out a little survey again. So I'm sorry, I will come back to that again. And I mean, I know I'm a pain in the backside. That's probably why the good Lord sent me here. But I will really push you to invest a few more short hours. It won't be more. So this week's mission is to fund managers. Next week is going to be letters to the judge again and to Tesla's board. Then we obviously have to mobilize for everybody to vote. Make sure you get the proxy material next week from your brokers. If you don't, call them, let them know that you want to vote. Some in Europe have to vote by phone. I know it sounds outrageous, but please just keep on going and trust us all. We're working on this to make this as transparent and easy as possible. Thanks a lot for all your help.
Any questions for Ken or Alexandra or Omar or anyone else on the board? Please request to speak. Sid.
Yeah, this is for Omar and Alexandra and others who are really, really helping to see through the need for voting for the package. My only request for people who are in the influencing category is to, at some point, if it does become that we come to terms with the fact that it didn't get approved, we don't want to be in a situation where shareholders are freaking out and they're just selling shares, quitting Tesla investments. So this is just a kind of a different point of view I'm bringing, that the leaders who we are looking up to see how to navigate the times. We also be sensitive to the fact that the eventuality could be either way, but if it does turn out that he's not getting the package immediately or whatever the case turns out to be, that we still hold fast and stick with Elon and the company as long as he's there. I think that sentiment also needs to be propagated in some manner. That's my request.
Alexandra?
Yeah, and I completely agree, Sid. The proxy statement, and Ken can probably speak much better to it than I can, but it already mentions that even in a case of a positive vote, there may be Delaware action to follow. I'm a little bit different than Ken's view in the sense that there is a good reason why moving to Texas, redomesticating to Texas, and trying to get this shareholder vote on the 2018 compensation package have to be done simultaneously. I think that is really crucial. I agree that coming to Texas is in the end the more important for everybody involved. But if we can get it passed simultaneously, it's good. If we can't get it passed simultaneously, and at least we can get the Texas move done, well, then we will have to still fight for a year or 2 or 3 on the 2018 compensation package. And I do believe that Elon then has a good reason to stay, because the 2024, 2025, we'll see when it comes out, compensation package will be then started off in Texas, where he will have more confidence. So I think the plan B is that new 2024-25 compensation package domiciled in Texas. That is the plan B, and I think we can concentrate on that one once this is over. I just don't want to lose steam here by getting people the feeling there is a good plan B. No, there is an excellent plan A. and let's try to get this one through. And then if that doesn't work, there is plan B, there may be plan C.
Any other questions for Alexandra? Please request to speak. Kristen? Deborah, did you have anything to say?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit the.
That's okay.
I'm
Kristen?
sorry.
I just want to say I love Alexandra. I think she's awesome. And I love the gusto that she's pointing out things that are very obvious. I think she has the confidence that sometimes it seems like some of the Tesla shareholders lack in seeing the vision and where things are going. And I appreciate you for laying it out, Alexandra, and leading the charge. It's awesome.
Thank you, Kristen. You're great too. And I think we all make a great team. I mean, I have this little governance angle and try to bring my side, but there's so many of us. I mean, look at Omar. And I mean, the heat we're taking, my gosh. I mean, 2-3 days ago, was it Eva's son telling us all we're having a class action suit soon? I mean, I'm so done with this. I'm so done with this hate on this platform. But then, you know, it takes 10-15 minutes talking to the right people, seeing the support, seeing how many likes we get, how many reposts we get, how much support we get, and then move on. Just, you know, to everybody out there who is feeling the heat too, we're in this together and we'll just have to go through it now.
Can I say something really quick for Omar?
Yep, Sid, go ahead.
Folks, that, you know, if it was not for you all, I would not even be looking at Tesla at this point because it's so down right now. I usually don't even look at the stock price, and I have my entire investment is in Tesla, and so I really, really appreciate Omar, you know, and Alexandra and all of you really, you know, being there while times are so you know, rough for us. So it cannot express more in words, but it really means a lot. So I really love this community.
I just got a message from somebody who was on David Einhorn's team at Greenlight Capital. And he says the shorts are dead wrong. He's asking me about FSD. And he's just put in a buy order, a limit buy order at 131 for Tesla.
He used to work for David Einhorn, or does he still?
He used to.
Yeah, interesting. Keith? Keith, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. All right, Keith had a connection issue. Any other comments from the board on the current topic? Otherwise, we can switch to Model 3 performance. Just for fun.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone. Just want to go back a bit to earlier comment Omar had about how important a yes vote is. And I kind of hate to, you know, talk about the outcome in a potential no vote case, since, you know, we're, I think, kind of mainly trying to drive for, you know, the yes vote. But just want to get, well, I'm sure Omar's right about the sentiment around if people voted down the comp package. I just wanted Ken's thoughts on what Omar said, specifically around the legal implications of a no vote and how much it would impact, you know, the potential of a any outcome in Delaware if there was a no vote.
An outcome on the existing case? Is that what your question refers to?
Yeah, I guess essentially the legal, like from a legal standpoint, if there's a no vote on the comp package, if that has any implications in Delaware.
Well, we're not to the appeal yet because the final order hasn't been entered. So when the final order gets entered and Tesla appeals, which in the proxy statement said that they were going to appeal, then the appeal would be based on the record that's already been set by the hearing and the judge's rulings. So there's nothing from the outside that can be brought in without court approval at this point in time to alter that record. So the Delaware Supreme Court would be looking at the record only and nothing outside. So theoretically, this vote should not have any effect on the record as it stands today that will be used for appeal purposes.
Thanks.
Alexandra?
That was actually a question I had for Ken. Would this no vote, this potential no vote? I mean, again, we're doing everything for a yes vote, and I still believe firmly we'll have a yes vote. But would a potential no vote be part of the appeal given the calendar? Because if I got the calendar right, so 1st of May, Tesla's attorney says what he thinks the plaintiff's attorney should be paid. End of May, they come back and say what they think they should be paid. Beginning of June, if they come to a compromise, they bring it forward to the judge. I don't expect any compromise, but let's just take that date. And then she's supposed to statute on a final verdict beginning of July, if I remember right. I think it's July 8th. So obviously the June 13th shareholder vote will be before that. Can she then still, mention that? Can that influence her? First question. And second question, so 30 days later, so we would then be in August, Tesla can appeal. Would it be part of the appeal material or not?
On May 1st, Tesla will file their brief in response to plaintiff's attorney's requests. And then on June 1st, the plaintiff will respond to Tesla by filing their counter motion. And then if they don't agree, it goes in front of the judge, McCormick, on July 8th for a hearing. Well, they'll ultimately hash it out, and then she'll take some time to make her decision. All that being said, no, what happens on June 13th should have no effect on her opinion of the July 8th hearing.
And it could not be included in the appeal either, because that's only based on material from the initial case, right?
Correct. That's just based on the record of what's happened in this case so far. That should have no bearing on that.
Okay, good. That helps me. Thanks a lot, Ken.
Edward.
Hello. Yes, thanks a lot. Very quick questions about the option legal system, because I'm from Europe. So if the shareholders vote favorably, and I expect the vote to win, regardless of the Roth, Gerber, and whatever, I guess that the option price, the strike price, will be the strike price of the shareholder vote, because it's impossible to assign the same strike price of 2019 or 2020 or whatever. So my second question is, if this is the case, and let's say it's $150 the price of the shares mid-June, Elon, in order to increase the control, he needs to pay $150 per share. He will gain much less than what he would have gained if the option scheme was respected, but he will need a huge amount of capital to increase his share. So anybody has investigated this? Because I don't know. It's a sincere, honest question. So I think it's a pretty important topic, because otherwise Elon, to increase his control, he needs a lot of capital. That's it.
Ken?
Is that a question on what the shares would be worth? Is that the question?
No, he's saying if they pass a vote, do the strike price resets? Is that, Edward, right? Did I get that right?
Yes, exactly. The strike price when the shareholder will vote will be like $150. The option will be set at the price of the shareholder vote, because the price of 2019, it's impossible to be replicated, retroactively at least. So I guess that's the case. but I don't know. It's a question. And if this
Okay.
is the case, he
Ken?
needs to pay a
Yeah,
lot of
okay.
money.
Omar?
Yeah, the options don't necessarily have to be rewritten just because shareholders voted to reaffirm it again.
From what I understand, the options that Elon was supposed to get are still in existence. They just haven't been issued. So everything should remain the same. But, that's just what I understand, and that's what I've read so far. I haven't seen anything that would indicate that the option price to Elon would change.
So here's what's not allowed in terms of options backdating. You can't go, so let's say Apple's at $500. You can't go and write an option from, let's say, 10 years ago with the strike price of $100, knowing it's going to be $500 today. You have to write the option at the time, not knowing what the price is going to be in the future, and then the value is based on that, right? Because the value of the option is based on the delta between the market price. So that, in the past, when people have gotten in trouble with options backdating, it was cases where they're sort of writing an option that struck at a past price after the fact, right? If you're saying, okay, the strike on these options is this price, we're writing them on this date, and those options haven't been invalidated, then there's no problem.
Pennington.
Yeah, this is for Alexandra. And let me preface this by saying I'm going to vote yes. But in this whole thing, aren't the shareholders the ultimate victim? This is right now between Elon and the Delaware courts. This is over $55 billion. That was a fight that was created because Elon didn't play nice in the sandbox, agree or disagree with him. He has opponents. Those opponents have power. They utilize that power, and this is the consequence of it. So yeah, it sucks for Elon, but it's kind of like, why are we getting all involved with this? The shareholders are the victims because we never wanted to be embroiled in such a sort of disastrous compensation court political firestorm is what we're dealing with now. So besides just telling people, yeah, you should vote yes in this, why is it our war to fight?
Okay. I mean, thank you for the question, albeit I think it lacks a lot of history. So this deal was part of the 2018 shareholder vote, the whole compensation plan. It had huge milestones, both in capitalization of the stock price and of operational milestones. They were supposed to cover the period 2018 to 2023. And if he covered those, he would have options between 2023 and 2028, meaning he has to hold these options for 5 years before he can vest them at least. And if he holds them all to maturity, he would have held them up to March 2028, where he could then start either turning them into shares or just have voting rights or sell them. So up to March 2028. So that was the deal. The deal was voted on. Nobody believed that he could reach those milestones. He reached them between 2018 and 2022, actually all of them quite early in 2020, but nevertheless long before the 2023 date. Then comes this 9 shareholder and this, whatever they call it, class action suit, where they say this is horrendous and this is too much and should have never been that much. And the judge decided that in the 2018 shareholder documentation, the proxy, the same type of document we're analyzing now, there wasn't enough disclosure. And so this has to be reinstated, done again, if we want to make it happen. It can't happen like this because there was issues with the form. So that's the case. The judge herself said in this current phase, in this current way of presenting it in 2018, it was incomplete. It wasn't as extensively documented as it should have. And so it has to be, it's not valid as is. And if you want to make it valid, you have to revote on it. So that's the situation we're in. So it's not as if we, sort of wanted a revote or want to give him new money. This money has never been paid yet. And options work in the way that they are actually increasing the number of shares outstanding. So yes, it dilutes in a certain way the value of each other individual share, because suddenly there are more shares available whenever these options vest. But in the meantime, there is no money going out. There is no money being paid. There was no money paid that Elon has to pay back or any of that sort. So we're in a situation where we have to address an old issue, whether you were a shareholder in 2018 or not, now, because the judge considered the old vote not to be completely documented. And that is why you actually find yourself this year with a proxy statement of 443 pages, because as I joked last week, other than when they went to the restroom, we know everything now. So I think that should answer your question, because it's not as if there's suddenly new money on the table that we want to throw down Elon's throat because we think he is the Messiah. That's just not what's happening. I mean, I know there are some people trying to spin that narrative, but that's just not true. This deal was on the table. This deal has been fulfilled. A deal is a deal. If there was a lack of information, nobody actually feels there was a lack of information other than the judge. But if there was a lack of information, it is now remedied by the fact that the same vote with more information is now up for grabs again.
Omar.
Well,
I do agree that shareholders are ultimately the biggest victim here. If we are faced to pay these lawyers billions of dollars, that's obviously a charge that we're going to have to take. That's money that the company could be spending on other things. That's dilution of all of our stakes in Tesla, right? And on top of that, it loses our ability to compensate and retain our CEO, who's one of our key assets. So shareholders have been massively screwed over by this case. And they've been screwed over in the name of shareholders, supposedly. But that's not actually the case. Shareholders are overwhelmingly in favor of this plan. An overwhelming majority have voted, to approve the plan in 2018. But the person who sued, I think they had 9 shares or something. They were basically a token, right? They don't have any massive financial interest. If this case ends up tanking Tesla, it's not going to make a difference to their 9 shares, right? It's, they're going to lose a few $100 or something. It's not going to be a big deal to them. But the law firm basically saw this as too juicy of a target, because in executive compensation, the onus is really on them to prove fairness. They say innocent until proven guilty. In this case, it's kind of a guilty until proven innocent. You have to prove you really did everything fairly, and that you didn't, give them excessive compensation. So the lawyers really saw an opportunity to make billions of dollars if they could argue that it wasn't fair. And they said that's pretty easy to do, and we can make billions of dollars. And so that's what they did. And nominally, it's a shareholder, right? Anyone who has any share of Tesla can file shareholder litigation. It's very easy to do. And as a matter of fact, it, at times got so excessive that they had to pass the PLSRA, or the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act, to kind of try and, clamp down on this excessive shareholder litigation. But pretty much anybody with one share can sue nominally in the name of shareholders. But they've really done this, I think, for the judgment. And the fact that it's actually harmful to shareholders is kind of besides the point for them, which is why it's so important that so many people wrote letters expressing their support, why it's so important that we sort of vote again and show that overwhelmingly shareholders are still in support of this. Because the way I see it, shareholders have essentially been robbed here. They're, just trying to make some money for themselves and they don't care what damage they do, even if it's to an incredibly important company. So it's really important that we stand together on this, I think, and reaffirm this measure.
Machine.
What is it finally my turn to talk? I buckled both my kids in the car, had
Sir,
lunch.
what's your question?
I only have a few minutes here. I'm gonna make a prediction. Prediction: when the earnings report comes out and there's negative cash flow, the stock's gonna go down 8%, and then during earnings call, Elon will start talking, and then all of a sudden there will be a British voice coming on, and in from the background music comes in the new CTO, Peter Rawlinson. The stock immediately appreciates 20% as everyone's very happy by a British exit finally coming back to the company, bringing a lot of esteem and respect back to this company where it belongs.
You live in a fantasy world. Are you by the beach again?
I am going to the beach right now. I'm going to relax while
You're a
you
sweet life.
lazy people are in front of your computers working.
Whatever. Kristen and Ned Pennington.
Yeah, that was funny, Machine. You always have little fun things to add there. I don't think Rawlinson would bring back any kind of respect. If anything, he's been raked over the coals. Um, I think I love what Alexander and Holmars pointed out. They did lay out this everything that's going on with the Tesla shareholders, and this is why we're brought up because we are being insulted by this. It is something that has to do with us, and the fact that a judge and this one Tesla shareholder who has 9 shares, who also, if you look in their record, has taken up against Spotify and other groups to sue them in a class action lawsuit. This is his shtick. He's done it before. He's done it twice before. So it's not like he really has concern, in my opinion. I think people just go around causing problems, but the majority of Tesla shareholders, retail ones who were fighting for Tesla when Wall Street wasn't really paying attention, we're the ones that are still here and we're the ones going, hey, this isn't right. And so I think that's why we're taking up this cause and actually saying something, because we don't want to be thrown under the bus either for somebody who goes around just making these class action lawsuits.
Pennington.
Yeah, Alexandra, I fully understood the details behind it, the history behind it, but I'm not really sure if that's relevant or not, because it's not the majority of shareholders that caused this fight in the first place. That's really all I'm trying to emphasize right now. This fight was caused by the lawyers and then the court. So then one could say, if Elon wasn't so political, was Delaware more or less likely to rule against him? How did this whole thing come to be? And my simple position is, like I said, I'm happy to vote to support or re-support the compensation plan that was initially approved and that's now the point of such contention. But it's not our fight. That's really all I'm trying to say. I feel like we are the victims, and the fight is between Elon's attorneys and the court, and let the board of directors navigate this to the best of their ability, but they have a responsibility to serve the shareholders. That's kind of all I'm saying.
Yes, I mean, and you got a point. The main fight is between the attorneys and the board of directors, but the board of directors is there to represent us. So they need to get from us any support, any written support, any votes, of course, on June 13th, but also these letters and these surveys and the stuff we're doing to actually argue with it. If you need to understand that better, Ken laid it out very well earlier. Read through the proxy and how often they quote that they got our letters, how many letters they got, the 41 other letters they got other than the big package that we sent and provided. This gives them all the mission. We are missioning the board to fight the fight. I completely agree with you that we are the victims. We're going to be the victims of paying these plaintiff fees. That is the best case scenario, that our only loss is having to pay these assholes. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But other than that, you know, they have to fight for us, but they have to be missioned by us, and more proofs they have that they're missioned by us, stronger is their case.
Omar.
I mean, just to the response of the point, how is this our fight? This is our company. We're the shareholders. We own it. It's our company they're trying to damage. So it is our business. I think, you know, if you own a dog and it gets in a fight, you don't say, hey, that's not my fight. Let them worry about it. That's ours. We own it. So that's why I care what happens to the company. I mean, Elon's going to be fine. He could go start a different AI company. He could bring a lot of talent with him. I'm sure they could raise at an absurd valuation. But my equity could be worthless. So that's why it's our fight too. Because they're trying to ultimately damage something we own. And, you know, you may not care if it's just a small holding of yours, whatever. But I agree. It really is the voice of the shareholders that matters more than anything. A no vote on this shareholder proxy would be more powerful than the Delaware judgment that came down. And then also, I'll just say, you know, courts rule based on the law. They cannot rule based on whether they like somebody or don't like somebody or what their politics are. That is, you know, the definition of injustice. And you know, you have a situation where if the law does not support what's there, then it'll be overturned on appeal. If politics influence them to make a decision that is not supported by the letter of the law, then it'll be reversed. So I don't think that, I mean, you know, she may have her own biases, but that's why we have, for example, appeal courts. Yes, judges are wrong all the time. They make mistakes. You take it to the appeals court, they look at it, they don't have the same bias, and they may see the issues in a different way. I personally think that this judgment is ridiculous, especially when you look at just how shareholders feel. And if they vote yes, I think it basically kills the argument and it allows for a very strong appeal.
All right, just a quick word. Ken needs to leave in about 10 minutes. Ken needs to leave in about 10 minutes. So any questions for Ken? The next 10 minutes is the time to ask it. AR?
Yeah, I'm a shareholder with a pretty big position. Thanks for letting me ask a question. And obviously, I'm in support of Elon and will be voting yes. My thought and what you guys all think about this is what are the implications that, as I understand that it's however many shares you owned as of April 15th. And it seems to me that for a lot of shareholders, the vote will be kind of biased on what the share price will do from now on until the vote. I mean, if the stock goes through the roof, everybody will vote yes. If the stock tanks, a lot of people will say, well, this is only insult to injury, taking out more options for Elon. It's almost like a catch-22 because there's this uncertainty that if Elon stays or if he leaves, then, you know, the stock keeps going down. If you were to just come out and say, hey, I'm staying around no matter what, he can't do that because it's almost like saying, hey, it doesn't matter whether I get paid or not, I'm here. And I believe ultimately that's how he feels because this is his baby and it's part of his entire mission. But it's almost like a situation where a lot of these people that are selling now, it seems like they still have a voice to vote no, to further this negative sentiment in the stock and to further spiral this negative bias towards a no vote. Thank you.
Okay. Burley.
Well, I do think that exists. The market has that ability, but it's a signal on some level. There's a lot of pressure to push down against Elon, as I've noted before, or push against what Tesla is becoming, and or SpaceX and other parts of what he's doing. But there's other sides of it. I just bought more stock today. There's a lot of people who do see that this stock is poised. I've been trading this for 20 years. Technically, this stock is poised to break out. There's a lot of building momentum, and a lot of chart traders are looking at this and looking at the potential for a pop, particularly with the short squeeze. If it does happen, there's a lot of people who are going to come screaming out of this stock, and they have to buy to get out. So I think there's a lot of upside pressure right now, and as many people may want to push against him, they're having to put serious money on the table to do it now. And certainly there's a lot, particularly out in the equity world and the Federal Reserve side of things. But it's not an easy endeavor to get it done. There's damage to him. But the great thing about Elon is he's great at doing this. He can say what he thinks and he can get away with it, and people love it. And I think he's going to be doing just fine. So
Thank
either
you.
way, it will be fine.
All right. We have 5 minutes until Ken has to leave. Any questions for Ken? Please request to speak just for fun.
Thanks. This one's, I think, fairly, I guess, granular. I think, Ken, you had, in your sort of first comment, and mentioned something about preferred shares potentially being issued to Elon, in a new compage, something along those lines. And I hadn't heard much about preferred shares. And if I misheard or am misremembering, you can ignore this, but just wanted to know, a few sentences, maybe more detail about that, if that's something that has been mentioned or is in the proxy.
Yeah, not a problem. It is in the proxy. If Tesla redomesticates to Texas, they will have the ability to issue new common shares and then add a class of shares. They are going to do that. They are going to have 6 billion common shares and 100 million preferred shares. And all that is in the proxy.
Just for fun.
And Ken, you shouldn't have spilled that, but it's good that we know.
Just for fun.
That's pretty interesting. I guess, does it spell out any details on the preferred shares? Any particular rights or things like that?
No, that is yet to be determined, and that will be at a board of directors direction. And then ultimately, I do believe, if I remember my securities law correctly, and it's been 30 years since securities law class, the shareholders would have the ability to vote on how those are issued. But I'm sure they're going to be issued for Elon's use, much like Elon has alluded to Zuckerberg having control of Meta through his preferred shares, and the Ford family, obviously, through their Class B shares, and other folks as well. That's pretty common in public corporations to allow the founders to retain preferred shares that have more voting power than the common share.
Just for
Yeah, I think you essentially answered my next question, which is like, so your understanding is, with this move to Texas, essentially they can, something different from Delaware, is they can issue these preferred shares, which can then somewhat give Elon the ability to have like sort of super voting rights, in essence.
Correct. Now, I think that's going to satisfy his control demands, if you want to say. Yes. Mhm.
Can I just say one thing? I'm at a coffee shop and I'm saying just for fun every 10 seconds. And that's all people around me hear. Can I just call it just or something?
No. Only just for fun.
Okay, Maria.
I have a question for Alexandria and Ken. Alexandria, always great to hear you speak and see in the space. So if I'm understanding correctly, Ken, your main issue was that the board was not independent, and it sounds like Alexandria is stating more that it was the proxy vote paperwork that was not complete. Is that correct?
No, I think we're both stating that the judge ruled that the board was not independent, that the board was controlled by Elon.
Got it. Alexandria, did I get it? Did Ken get it correct?
Alex, okay, she moved on to listener. Yeah, I actually haven't seen Ken get anything. She might have some connection too. Mario, does that answer your question?
Yes. Thanks for clearing it up, Ken.
Okay, great. Ken, I just want to say thank you to you again. You've done an incredible job, and a million times more than what anyone in this space can expect from you. And everyone appreciates it. All the replies to the space, messages in the live chat, they're all really appreciative of what you've done for the community.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, I am voting yes for Elon's 2018 compensation package and yes for the move to Texas.
Thank you. Kristen.
I was just going to point out, well, Alexandra might be back to speak now, but almost all the Tesla retail shareholders understood who was on the board of directors. Tesla investors are quite savvy. We weren't just a bunch throwing our money at the wind. You know, Tesla was going through some hard times, and people believed in it. And I mean, look at us right now. People who are really into Tesla research it down to the core, and they believe in the mission, they believe in the plans, the master plans that have been laid out years before. So people weren't confused who was on the board of directors. So this whole case is quite confusing to most. Hardcore retail shareholders were really paying attention and actually voted for this package in 2018.
All right. Mario.
2 words. Hell yes.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to end this part of the discussion, and I'm sure we're going to visit this pretty much every day. It's a very important topic. It's good to have Alexandra on the board to contribute to the discussion. She obviously follows the topic very closely. And we should also try to kind of remind people, as people get their emails notifications from their brokers to vote, come up the board and kind of describe what you got from which broker, so the other people who use the same broker can be on the lookout for whatever you got. All right. So maybe we can go about that way. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to switch to the Model 3 performance news. Omar, why don't you tell us a little bit about Model 3 performance?
Yeah, so we've been awaiting this for some time. We've seen the leaks. The Model 3 Performance is now available to order. Deliveries are going to be starting in May. We've got a 0 to 60 time of 2.9 seconds, breaking the 3-second barrier, which is great. The range is about 290 miles, so a little better than the old Model 3 Performance, but they've actually changed the EPA methodology, so that's why it looks a little bit less than before. Strangely, and kind of, this is a nice thing if you're shopping, it qualifies for the EV tax credit. So unlike the Model 3 standard range and long range, which only qualify if you're leasing, you can actually get this Model 3 Performance, and it's actually cheaper than the Model 3 long range if you qualify for that 7,500 point of sale credit. So the starting price is going to be $52,990, so around $53,000. 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds, 296 miles of range, 163 miles an hour top speed. They've got an all new adaptive suspension, which is powered by some really cool custom Tesla software, which just gives you an incredible driving feel, even better than the last Performance. 500 horsepower motor, an all new version of track mode with more settings to configure how your car drives. This is one of the best things about getting the Performance model is you get this track mode software, and you can tweak, for example, you can turn off the front motor or the rear motor or switch the power between them. It's really cool. And they've got some new wheels, some new brakes,
it has a little bit of a new front, so it doesn't just look like the other Model 3s, like the old Model 3 Performance did. It has a little bit of a different extra look on the front. The interior is also different. We're seeing these performance seats, just like we saw in the Model S Plaid, now also making an appearance on the Model 3 Performance. So these have sort of side holsters so you can make some crazy turns and really, have it hold you into the seat. So the financial significance, of course, is that we've been selling Model 3s, the new Model 3 without the without the performance. So obviously that pushes ASPs down, that pushes margins down. If we can get the higher end versions of the products out there and we can actually differentiate them more than we have in the past, so that people are encouraged to get that top trim. And, for example, okay, Model 3 Performance is the only Model 3 that qualifies for the tax credit. Why don't I just get that then and get all this value? That has the potential to push up ASPs and push people towards the higher margin products. So it's really good to see them focusing on the Plaid and focusing on the Model 3 Performance and starting to get those out there. And I think it'll have, a positive effect on the financials of the 3 and Y line. And I mean, it's just going to be an amazing car. The Model 3 Performance that I had is like, it was just so fun to drive. And this thing is even better. It's got the screen in the rear. It's got hardware 4. It's got all this amazing stuff. It's even faster than the last one. I think they really knocked it out of the park with this, and people are just going to love it.
Awesome. Thank you, Omar, for the overview. We have a question for you. Ryan asks, in reference to the new Model 3, is FSD still transferable at this time?
No, it's not, unfortunately. However, you can sell it on your old car and subscribe on the new car for $99 a month, which is what I recommend. Unless you know
Do
you're
you
going to use it all the time, then buy it in full.
Right. Do you think the FSD transferability is gone forever?
It's always on the table. We can always bring it out if we need to. But I think with FSD getting so affordable on the subscription and purchase, the transfer becomes less important. This is no longer a $15,000 savings, it's a $8,000 savings or a $99 a month savings. So it's at least half as important as it used to be. I think they really kind of want to set the limit somewhere, and they want to just have it be, per car. That makes it easy to model. Okay, for every car, you can expect to have this much coming in. And that's how I think they're going to structure it.
Yeah, and to the extent that FSD increases the resale value of the old Tesla, it's even less than $8,000 savings because you're getting parts of that benefit. Because if you transfer, you don't
Yeah.
get that benefit, right?
And you know what? I bet you if we started studying the used car listings, we'd start to see consumers caring more about this. Because now it's not just some gimmick. Having FSD 12 and having it prepaid and not having to pay $99 a month is a huge benefit now that most people who buy the car are probably going to be interested in.
Yeah, maybe we can ask Chief Teslas when he gets here, and we also have Machine looking at the resale values as well. Rumi.
Just a quick comment. So Model 3 has been on the market for a while now. I cannot understand the fact that why Tesla did not do a major facelift on the car. It's like, yeah, we can say that it still looks good, but average customers, I don't know, like I have some friends who just do not like this old design. So I was just wondering why they did not do a major facelift. Thanks.
Okay. Omar, do you want to answer that? I mean, I kind of feel like
I
they
would
did it.
consider this to be a major facelift.
Exactly. Machine.
Speaking of facelifts, Iman, you looked a little different in your last few photos on Instagram. More seriously, I arrived to the beach and I've been putting on sunscreen, oiling up, and I've decided to approach some random encampments asking people what they thought of Tesla earnings report, and they were all confused. I think they started calling the cops. And I said, well, no, but haven't you listened to Value and Analyst Spaces? And they're like, Oh, is that the guy who posts shirtless, sweaty photos all the time on Instagram?
Are you trying to get me more Instagram followers? Every time you mention my shirtless photo, I get a few more followers, Machine.
So basically,
Soon I'm gonna get an invite. Soon I'm gonna get an invite from Saudi Princess for a paid weekend. Yoga.
Yeah, just a quick comment about facelifts. Obviously, I'm not the perfect person to talk about facelifts, but um, I think a mark of an iconic design is that the design doesn't need to have major facelifts. If you look at the Porsche 911, go back 60 years, the silhouette is very similar to the Porsche 911 today. Look at the iPhone. It gets rounder, squarer each year, but it's approximately the same form factor. So I quite like the fact that the Highland does not have a dramatic change. It shows how well it was designed in the first place.
ACDC.
I second that 100%. So if you even look at any of the luxury level cars, the Mercedes, the Audis, the BMWs, they from year to year or from model line to model line, they never change drastically. And on the flip side, you could look at a Mustang, which has changed drastically to now you have no recollection of what it is, the actual Mustang. So I think it's a great way to refresh a lot of things, but yet still keep the core of the car the same.
Machine, are you tracking resale value?
Did you ask me something?
Yeah, are you tracking the resale values to kind of see there's an uptick in FSD value?
I mean, I haven't seen anything out of the norm yet on used car gurus. I've seen an uptick in the used list price, but I don't think, or excuse me, an uptick, at least a slowing down. But I think given the seasonality of other cars, I haven't seen anything standing out yet. But I haven't looked in the last few days.
Okay. We have Eva in the audience. If she would like to come up and talk about recent trades that kind of gained some attention on X, she's welcome to do so. I've seen kind of different interpretations of it. So maybe she can come up and clarify for about 1,000 people that are in here today.
Have you guys been following the performance tax credit qualification with leasing, but not with purchase? And does anybody understand what the difference is there? And why the performance has qualified, but not the long range?
I saw Elon just replied to that not too long ago, but I don't understand the logistics of it.
Yeah, sorry. I was hoping somebody might know the answer.
I'll explain it. This legislation was written by a gerbil on meth. And they decided that if you lease a Model 3 long range, you get the credit. But if you buy it, you don't get the credit. But you get it on the performance and you get it on the Model Y. But you don't get it on the base Model 3 where it would be the most impactful. So that's how they're writing legislation these days, and it shows.
How do you know it's meth and not some other?
Well, there was a FOIA
mushrooms,
request on how the
ketamine.
legislation was written, and that was what it was.
Meta, are you getting one?
Not for myself personally, but I might get one. So one
For
for
me?
my fleet.
Oh,
You can rent
we
it.
were gonna say for me. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I'm generally curious because it does seem like what Omar is saying is true, that they're passing it on a per model basis, which is highly subjective instead of just having like rules that based on the rules, the qualifications are either yes or no.
Why do you think they do it that way?
I'm not sure. I was just trying to figure out if like maybe some parts of the battery were like, are the batteries different in the performance versus the long range or something along those lines?
Yoda, Yoda, Yoda wrinkles.
Oh yeah. Has anyone seen whether the Marcus Brownlee review on the Model 3 performance is positive or negative? I think he canceled a couple car brands recently.
Omar, have you seen Marquez Brownlee's review on Model 3 performance?
I haven't, but I'm sure he says it's good.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, this is the best sedan ever produced at this point. This is
I
incredible.
mean, he has driven a Model S Plaid. He has a Cybertruck. He likes the concept of these performance cars Tesla puts out. So I'm sure, he's going to like it. I plan to watch the video later. Honestly, I'm playing around with the configurator and the trade-in thing. Tesla said they'll give me 65,000 for my Model S, so I could trade it for one of these for free if I wanted to.
Wow.
It's a little faster. So the Model S has 400 miles of range. I'm kind of, debating it internally, and I could have the FSD visualizations full screen again. I got the Cybertruck. That's more like the road trip car. So I'm kind of debating internally whether I want one of these things. I could trade my Model S and get one for free, essentially.
What did you pay for your Model S?
It was when they cut the price to 75. So it was like 75 and then there was tax and everything. So um, it was like 80 something
And when
with the
did you get it?
tax. I got it in September.
I mean, that's not bad depreciation for that level of luxury, and for 7 months now.
I mean, to me it's like, okay, I'm giving a car, I'm getting a car. It's all kind of the same to
Yeah,
me.
there's
But
a machine. I don't know if you noticed this too, but Model S and Model X resale values have been trending really well compared to 3 and Y in the last few months here. What do you make of that, Mr. Beach? Machine, stop paying attention to your kids and pay attention to the space. This is ridiculous. Michael?
I was just going to point out, I went and sat in a Model 3 performance about an hour ago. I took some video and I put it in the replies of the space if people want to see actual footage of it. It was pretty cool.
Are you getting one?
No, I was just going to add a question about a referral thing. And I work by the service center, so I just popped in and said hi.
All right, hi. Is anyone in the audience getting the new Model 3? If you're considering getting the new Model 3, please request to speak and let us know what's going through your minds. The Model 3 performance. I think Wes was waiting for one, right, Wes?
Yeah, I just changed my order to the performance.
I'm really considering doing it because I'd basically pocket about 7,500. I could get a Model 3 red with FSD performance. The Model S has 400 miles of range compared to 300 for the Model 3, but I mean, does it really matter anyway? It doesn't really change that much. I'd probably use the Cybertruck more for road trips anyway. So, I mean, they would literally pay me to switch the cars. And this new Model 3 is pretty awesome. It has the ambient lighting and everything. I'm very tempted to place an order.
Yoda.
Omar, I would suggest you do it and just use the savings to buy more Tesla shares, and then that Model 3 performance might become free in a couple years. I was wondering what you guys, this is going to make me sound like a car salesman, but what do you guys think of actually bundling FSD with another feature that most people understand? Now, it's not to say, it's not trying to dilute the value of FSD, but it's just trying to make people who do not understand that technology to kind of be more aware of it. So the bad example might be to bundle FSD with a paint color or the seat upgrade. And what that might do is to help the customer realize that there's this FSD feature, and then potentially obviously they would pay more for the bundle at a discount.
Thank you. I pinned at the top Michael's video and pictures of the new Model 3 performance. Michael's video and pictures of the new Model 3 performance are at the top of the screens. Wes, and I'm at.
My reason for upgrading it isn't because my wife wants it. It's going to be her car. It's because I think it'll be the funnest car to take around a track. I think that this version, even over the Plaid S, could potentially be faster around shorter, more tighter turn tracks like Laguna Seca. So that's why I'm getting it.
To Tesla Yoda's question, I think you don't want to bundle it. The more complexity you add, the harder and more confusing it gets for customers. If you started bundling it with, say, a paint color, then people would go on the road and they would see a lack of that paint color and conclude not anybody's buying FSD, or they would think they have to go get their car painted. There could be all this weird confusion that starts to come.
Kristen.
Yeah, I was going to state something about that too. Tesla Yoda as well. I know that right now they have, when people were purchasing like the EAP package, and then you could tack on the FSD, and through the years things have changed and customers get irate. They don't like things changing. They don't like getting confusion about the packaging. I mean, it is a nice option, but I think it demeans FSD as well. But I've been posting that I wanted to get a Ludicrous for a while, Yaman. So it's it's definitely on the table for me.
That's awesome. Max, and then Jesus.
Yeah, so it's definitely tempting just to go ahead and get the Ludicrous or the Performance. But so here's the problem. I'm on the fence because you could wait potentially and see if the tax credit will become eligible for the all-wheel drive. Then you get that extra 40 miles of range. And then it's at the same time, do I take advantage of this tax credit now and essentially get FSD for free by adding it on at that point besides $500? So those are the considerations at this point for me of being on the fence of it.
Thank you. Huawei. Kauai.
Oh, yeah. So
How do you
Yaman,
say it? How do you say it?
Kauai, the island
You
of
spell
Kauai.
it out? Kauai.
Kauai, the island of Kauai.
Kauai. Okay. The island of Kauai.
Yeah,
Yes.
the most isolated isotope in the world that's taken a beating on my 2021 model performance, but it's still working great. I think I'm the one that's taken the beating and I'm in love with it. But my tough problem, and give you guys the info of what's actually happening over here, there are some Cybertrucks in transit. I have one ordered, but I'm getting so impatient, maybe I have to admit, that I was ready to push the button on the Performance this morning. So just that's where I'm at. I love the vehicle. You asked who wants to buy one. I would like to, but I'd also like to have my Cybertruck. So anyways.
All right. Meta.
If we can slightly switch the topic to Tesla Energy, I have some questions about Kauai.
How is that a slight topic change? You went from multi-performance to energy.
It's still Tesla related.
I like that. I like your question because you do know that our island is run at nighttime from Tesla Energy.
Yeah, and I was going to ask how popular is. It's been a few years since I've been there. How popular are Teslas on the road at this point? Because it's a pretty small, tight-knit community, right?
Well, we have a few stickers that say one less Tesla, so I have to try to ignore them. But my favorite thing is knowing, I've been here for 20 years and knowing that the kids love Tesla. So my torture back to those people is that they're going to go back. The kids are going to come home every night and, Mom, I saw a Tesla. I saw a Tesla. And that's their torture for those people that hate them.
max.
Yeah, so it's definitely frustrating for the consumers. I think a lot of people want to get into Teslas, and they think the tax credit should be equally distributed across, as you guys were talking about earlier. And so it's frustrating from a consumer perspective because it's like, what does one recommend do? You go ahead and buy this now or wait. I mean, what is your guys' opinion on that? Do you think we should see if there'll be more discounts and tax credit potentially come back for the long range? But maybe if the gerbils are still making the laws, who knows though?
Omar or Meta?
My recommendation is it's kind of like buying a house. You need to live somewhere. You need something to drive you. The period of time that you're deliberating, the money going up and down, it doesn't really matter unless you're planning to sell or buy a new car. That extra monetary difference, I think it adds more stress than it needs to. People should just buy the car when they need the car. And maybe, a few weeks or months around that time period, look at the best price you can get and then just go for it.
All right. Cyber Mark says Marquise Brownlee just uploaded Model 3 performance review video. He liked it. Full Steam media campaign on. If anyone has seen the video, please request to speak and give us a TLDR of what he liked, what he said, what he recommended. That would be very helpful for the space and for me because I can't watch it right now. So, bet for success.
Yeah, hey, I was just requesting to speak for maybe getting the new Model 3. I'm an owner of a 2019 Model 3 and unfortunately December 2022 Model Y. But considering the upgrade, even the 22 Model Y has a lot of stuff that my 2019 Model 3 doesn't that I like. And right now I'm just debating between the new Model 3 or potentially a Model S.
Okay, thank you. Griffin?
Yeah, I just watched it, and it was a very positive review. He didn't know the price yet at the time he made the video, and Tesla told him it was under 60. So he's just framing it as it's around a $60,000 car. So I think it'd be even more positive if he knew the actual price. The only thing he dinged it for was the capacity. Tesla going back to the capacitive buttons on the steering wheel rather than the clicky buttons on the Cybertruck. Otherwise, it was a very positive review. He loved the seats, he loved the handling, he loved the performance at all speeds. He said the torque is very good at all speeds. He pointed out the new fascia design and how it looks a lot more aggressive. He said it's like a mini Model S, but with performance-specific features, whereas the Model S Performance Plaid didn't really have a lot of special features. So he pointed out the increased brakes, brake pads, and the calipers. The new tire design he liked. Yeah, overall, it was a very positive review.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the summary. Omar, are you watching it?
No, I'm on the configurator.
Are you ordering one?
I think I would basically get paid $15,000 to do it. So it's like I'm extremely tempted.
That's really interesting. Yoda?
Do it, Omar.
And
Can you say it in Yoda voice?
And like my Model S kind of has like, some random little things where like someone called me from Tesla and they're like, "Oh, we like made it really quick. This is like the last car we made in the quarter. So, we got it out. It was like the last one so that you could get your FSD transfer." But I was like, well, they ended up extending it so that even if you took delivery after, it would be fine. And then like it has like these random little things. Like for example, when I close the glove box, the spring just goes like boing. And it's like Okay, I could probably take it to service and get them to fix that maybe, but it's not that big of a deal that I've done it. But there's just like a few little things like that where it's like, the mirrors kind of make the sound when they like move up or down. So I'm like, okay, what is this going to be like as this car just gets older and older? Compared to these new Model 3s, they're just like incredibly solid feeling and well built. So I may just put an order in. What the hell? Like, what do I have to lose? $250? Let me just do it.
We need you to test the latest vehicle.
And you know what else I don't like? The tiny little visualization. I had my videos. Everyone was happy looking at the visualization on the nice big screen. Now that they can't see it anymore. What the fuck? And the Model S windshield is
Excuse you.
kind of like not as good for recording these videos. And then also like the Model 3 is more nimble and it can kind of do better FSD moves if that makes sense because the car is smaller and it has like more success. So, maybe I'll just put an order in. What the hell? If I don't go through with it and lose 250, that's fine. Tesla could use the extra revenue, but I think I kind of want to secure my place in line here.
Max.
Yeah, sitting around the configurator, it's worth noting if you look at the wheels, it says it comes with summer tires, and that's frustrating. I'm about to put an order in, but you feel like there should be an option to have all season tires if one wanted, depending on where they live.
Thank you, Max. Griffin, how many views on the video so far?
Let's see. Sorry, I forgot. It's not on his channel. It's on his car channel, not his main channel. So just pulling it up.
He didn't post on his main channel?
No, it's on autofocus. He has 52,000 views so far.
Okay. Yeah, it's almost as good as this space. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. I want to thank the people at the top of your screens for signing up for Patreon yesterday. We had a more than 9-hour space with lots of good discussions, very high quality. These spaces are really meant to go for an hour, 2 hours. But at the end of the second hour, I'm like, well, we have all these speakers that are all experts in their fields. Maybe keep it going, and just kept going all day yesterday. We even had Meet Kevin come into the space for the first time, and he answered a bunch of questions. It was nice to
Yeah, I
have him.
think this space is starting to become a lot more respected. You're seeing a lot more people come in. And I think the name change helped a lot. Like the Tesla will triple in 2022 was funny. It was kind of an inside joke, but then like it was a little bit of an eye roll. Like if you don't know what's going on inside, you're kind of like look at the title like, okay. But then, Tesla Live, it's inviting. Bulls and bears can come in. We can discuss what's going on. You see hundreds of people in there, it beckons to you to come in and listen.
Yeah, definitely. And we discuss, very high quality technology topics as well, which helps me understand the semiconductors in this space. And then, because of Meta's and Wes's and Tesla Yoda's and Omar's and others' insights into the space, I got to learn about a dozen companies, published articles on about half of them, and on NVIDIA, that became one of my most successful articles, and it was the top tech. One article marked the top tech in NVIDIA stock. It was a solid recommendation. Meta.
I feel like a lot of the space getting better and all the recognition coming recently, and also the NVIDIA top tick article that you had correlates really highly with when you cut your hair. So maybe that's really what it is. Correlation and causation are equal. Therefore, Don't grow your hair back.
Keep shaving it. Yeah, I plan to do that. That's my summer look.
Machine should never cut his hair, and you should never grow your hair.
If you want to see my various pictures, you can go to my Instagram. Dude, after Machine said my Instagram account, I got 10 more followers. I'm adding more followers on Instagram than on X at this point. Thanks, Machine. Anyway. Bet for Success got to speak, right? Yeah. So we can move them down.
You come to X to listen to the inside thoughts of Yaman, and you go to Instagram just for the looks.
I even have a Valley Analyst Instagram account just in case if I ever need it later on. And it's got some followers in there. Basically the same stuff here. All right, let's go back to Tesla. Enough about my Instagram. So we have earnings coming up, obviously. Meta, do you think it's a good idea for Elon to kind of spend a few minutes on, what he plans to do with if the vote passes with SpaceX?
With respect to SpaceX specifically in terms of what he plans to do with the money when he gets it? Or are you referring to...
Yeah,
Okay.
because there's a lot of concern about, some people are like, this is not my fight to fight. This guy is the richest man on earth. Why should I be, worried about his pay package? And, if you maybe spent a few minutes about how he's going to use the money to get humanity on Mars and beyond, do you think that could be helpful, or do you think it's a Tesla investor call and it's just not the place?
I don't think it's the place. Also, if I'm really blunt, I think telling people that he's doing it for SpaceX will feel disingenuous. Really, what they have to hear is like, look, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, I did it because I felt free speech was under attack. Look at all these papers that came out. Whether you agree or disagree, this is why I did it. And you invest in me because I believe in these causes and I do these things because I think it's helpful for humanity. There was a lot of news media that was creating FUD for Tesla, if you want to tie it back to Tesla. And that was kind of perpetuated because of the way that these companies are incentivized. And by having Elon better understand the ad world, maybe making a mechanism by which these news publishers can get paid without being subservient to oil and other vehicle manufacturers, maybe they could kind of end that FUD cycle, right? You could maybe see it woven in that way. Would Elon ever say that? Probably not, right? Because it'd be too tempting for him to veer into things that are unrelated to Tesla, which he believes in, and he has the right to believe in, and many of them I support, but piss certain groups off. And apparently those groups care more about that than they care about climate change.
Thank you. Billy, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hey guys, I've listened to about probably 30 or 40 hours over the last few weeks. It's really good. Learned a lot of new stuff. I'm in the Mid-South. They have a Tesla dealership in Cordova, Tennessee. I talked to them the other day. They did lay off 5 people, but I went by and I drove the Model Y using FSD 12.3.3, and I was curious, does the car have any way of sensing how it feels to the driver when it's making turns, making stops, and running over bumps?
Omar? Omar's ordering
Sorry,
the
I'm
Model 3.
placing an order
that's
for a
okay.
Model 3
Yeah,
Performance. What was
that's
the
fine.
question?
No, it's all right. Meta?
Sorry, I was responding to AI Driver on
Oh
something.
my goodness. Okay. Well, why don't you bring AI Driver over here? Let's see your convincing skills, persuasion skills.
All right, let me try.
Yeah, Omar, the question was, does the car have any way of sensing how it feels for the driver when it's turning, when it's going over potholes, etc.?
Yes. Yes, the car has what they call an inertial measurement unit, an IMU, which measures, accelerometers, harshness. They have gyroscopes in different areas of the car. They're able to sense what the passenger and what the car feels in many different ways. The car is heavily instrumented.
Oh, that's really cool because that means it can also sense how many people are riding in the car and what the weight is, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. They have very, very detailed seat sensors, and they can even tell what side you're leaning on the seat, whether you're leaning forward or back or to the side. And they use this to control how the airbags are deployed.
Being that it has those sensors, if you go down a particular road and you hit a particular bump on the right-hand side, will it know to move to the left the next time it goes down that road? Is it picking up any data like that?
Omar is very focused on ordering this Model 3, I think.
What color are you
Meta,
going with?
yeah, hold on. Let's answer the Tennessee question. Do you have any answer to that, Meta?
I think K10 had her hand up.
Kristen?
Yeah, it has been stated before that the vehicle remember when people go down different roads. So yeah, the neural nets are remembering and they're learning as they're going. So it will remember the different roads and the problems.
Okay,
Meta.
cool.
All right, I ordered it.
Then lastly, the last question I want to ask is
Billy, hold on, Billy. Meta?
I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think it's more like what we saw at Investor Day about road roughness. The data is going back up. This is actually similar to the question the AI driver was asking. A lot of this data goes up to the cloud, and then some of it will make its way into Tesla's navigational hints. We've seen what those navigational hints look like. If you go to Green the Only, I'll try to find the post, but basically, when they send down the navigation data, they also send down these hints. And Wes has done a lot of testing of this as well. If you just put the car into FSD mode without a route planned, or you put it into FSD mode with a route planned, right now, only with the route plan does it get the hints. So you can actually get it to do different behavior in locations where it's maybe using a map hint. So I think there's strong evidence to suggest it's coming from the cloud's map hints that can override some of the behavior. It's still using vision, but it also uses the hints.
okay, 10-4. My last question was, does it make any decisions about how people are driving behind you? Like typically when I'm driving, if somebody comes up too close behind me, I slow down, leave a little more gap from the car in front of me, and I'll leave it with that for today. Thank you.
Yeah, it actually moves out of the passing lane and it'll even tell you it's doing that. So if you're in the leftmost lane, it'll move out of the lane because somebody's coming up quick. And as soon as it passes you, it'll move back over. It does the same thing for motorcycles, bicyclists, all that kind of stuff. I actually had this conversation with my dad recently where he was annoyed that the car he felt yanked over to the left for no reason. And I had told him to record, like how to hit the button to record the video. And it happened again recently. And he said he thought it was like the area where it was occurring. We went and looked at the video. There was somebody in his blind spot, not his fault, but somebody else veering into his lane, and the car took a defensive, maneuver, if you will. Um, it's not uncommon for people to complain the car is doing something wrong, but if they went and looked at all 8 videos, they'd be like, "Oh, that's why the car did that." Not saying that's always the case either. Sometimes the car does do silly things as well.
Well, you answered one of my other questions was that, my wife will be driving and I'll say, honey, don't ride in that person's blind spot. So you're also telling me that it's aware of what the other person may be seeing so that an accident doesn't occur.
Not 100% of the time, but yes.
Yoda.
Billy, thanks for sharing your story there. I'm curious. Couple questions for you. Do you regard Tesla as an American company? And then also, are you aware of how safe Teslas are in relative to other car makers like Volvo's, which is traditionally known to be very safe?
Yes, I'll give you what happened to me. I talked my daughter into purchasing a Tesla. She got a used 2019. The problem with a lot of young people and why I think these cars should be really mandated in the future for young people is my daughter never touched a car till she was 18. I started driving when I was 7 years old on go-karts. I was riding mini bikes at 10. I was racing motorcycles at 12. And I was racing cars when I was a teenager because I'd soup them up, drag them. We'd drag locally here a quarter mile. And my dad was an avid driver, and he built A models and stuff. So we spent a lot of time on gravel roads in the snow. I could drive on any surface, right? But my daughter, she had never touched a car till she was 18. And my son was the same way. Well, my son had 3 accidents in the first year, had to pull his license because he couldn't get insurance. So I'm extremely excited about this because I called my father-in-law, who's 80, and told him the other day, I said, you need to get a Tesla because the Tesla will allow you to do things and go places you weren't able to go before because, like, my wife's sister doesn't want him driving. So yes, I am. On the technical side, I've always been a car buff. I'm kind of a mini scientist. I love Formula One. I was watching the race when Dale Earnhardt hit the wall and died because that car was too rigid. The key to like Formula One and these cars is the collapsing. So I have told all kind of people, about how safe it is because there's no engine to displace in an accident, a head-on accident. And my daughter was in Nashville, Tennessee, a month ago, and a lady never even slowed up, hit her going 45 miles an hour. She was just sitting in a turning lane and she was unharmed.
Yeah, thanks very much. And Billy, do you think of Tesla as an American company?
I think of it as an Elon company. I think it's as American as you can get, pretty much. Does that answer your question?
Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks, Billy. I yield.
Can you guys hear Yoda? I'll be back. ACDC.
Yes. Yeah, I could hear Yoda. Just another follow-up question for Billy. Billy, since has there been a perception change for the positive or for the negative recently with all the coverage Elon has been getting in terms of where you are with how people are looking at Tesla as a brand?
Well, of course, I'm in the South, so there's a lot of resistance here. I took my son on the test drive the other day, and when we had lunch today, I asked him, I said, would you pay $99 a month to have the car self-drive? And he said, oh, that sounds awful expensive. So that made me realize that, to me, with the price drops, to me, it sounds super cheap. To a kid that's 30 years old, he's thinking, oh, that's $99 a month. I'm not going to pay $99 a month to let the car drive for me. So I'm just really getting into this. I've made 6 trips to the dealership and, been talking to them, and I've been reading online. I bought Tesla stock back when it was 118. Of course, it flew up, and I made the mistake of leveraging in even more and more when it took the downturn. So I've actually lost money in Tesla stock, but I'm not worried about it. I went and got some more money and bought more stock the other day. So I'm in this for the long haul. But what did you ask me again?
My question was, has the perception changed more for the positive now that Elon's advocating free speech and, many other causes that people kind of care about? So
in this area of the country, for me, it's been real positive because, I'm in the South, and, most people here are fairly conservative. So we love Elon. We love the fact that he's fighting back against, I call it the CIA, FBI manipulation. But the politics here in Tennessee is very conservative. So to us, it's very positive. I understand why it's negative in the liberal cities. But I've pretty much always been fairly conservative growing up in the South. But I really consider myself like a classical liberal or libertarian. I'm kind of in the middle. I've just seen the left seem to shift. So it's been real positive in this area. Matter of fact, the other day I work in Cordova, but I live in Covington, so I go in twice a week. And I went into work the other day, and then I counted how many Teslas I saw on my way to work to Best Buy. Now, Best Buy, there are going to be more Teslas in that area because, those are techie guys. But I drove over, I saw 9 on my way home.
Great. Thanks for sharing that, Billy. And Yaman, that's just something that I've always been saying, that I think people always blame it, on Elon, tell him to stop tweeting and all that. But I think with as divided as the country is, this doesn't take away from the people who already love Tesla or have Teslas, but it definitely opens up a brand new market of people. In fact, people who were actually opposed to EVs just as a whole. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really like it when people come up and share unique insights from their expertise areas or geographies. So it's nice to have Billy on the board and answering questions. Thank you very much. Jennifer, welcome. It's been a while.
Hi, Yaman. Thanks so much for having me. It has been far too long, but I had some thoughts and I really wanted to share them with the group and kind of get everybody's input. I was thinking about the cars and about the hardware and about AI. And I think that FSD does not require all of the compute power of the chips. And that I believe, if I'm understanding it correctly, that Tesla manufactures and uses their own chips. I think that it is possible that the compute power that is not being used by FSD in the cars is being used almost as a hive mind to augment what they're doing with Dojo and AI. And I think that, Elon talked about licensing FSD, and I thought about Microsoft as one of the most successful SaaS companies, software as a service, and that FSD is going to be software as a service. But perhaps Tesla will require that car companies also buy their chips to run FSD. So not only will they make possibly more chips than NVIDIA, I believe that AI Day number 3 will possibly have something to do with how good the chips are and that they are at least on par with the NVIDIA, if not better. And I could see almost like a mass exodus from NVIDIA, which is so overbought, into Tesla, which is so oversold. But I don't have a ton of knowledge on AI, compute power, and chips, but I did want to propose that to the group because I could see both scenarios playing out in which not only do they make money licensing FSD as software, but also require their hardware to run it. And imagine if Microsoft had done that and made chips and then required the chips to run Microsoft Office. So it wouldn't be Intel inside, it would have been Microsoft inside. And I think Elon is so smart that he probably saw that misstep and is correcting it with Tesla as far as like him going forward. So just wanted to put my 2 cents in, say hi to everybody and happy earnings day. And thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Jennifer. I see we have Meta and Wes in the audience. If they would like to come up for this portion of the discussion, I would appreciate that. Yoda, do you have any thoughts on what Jennifer said so far?
Yeah, I think the way to think about it is that the chips, the in-car chip, hardware 3, is more than enough to carry out the core functionality of full self-driving. And that's because what's built in is actually redundancy. And so the in-car chip is no exception to that. It means that if one chip actually fails, the other one takes over as a backup. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is that it is a custom silicon, which means that it's optimized, obviously, from an architecture and performance perspective for the specific requirements of autonomous driving. And that's very important because of power consumption and the inference speed. And so for another legacy automaker such as, let's say, Ford, if they're licensing the software, it's very likely that they may as well or probably would have to also license the hardware side.
Jennifer, how likely do you think Tesla will license FSD to one of the legacy automakers in the US?
Oh, I believe that Elon has already said that he absolutely plans on doing that. And I'm telling you, FSD is so good, I don't see how they couldn't license it. I think that all car manufacturers at some point must adopt it, and then they will also have to adopt the Tesla chips, and that we will put a lot of companies out of business. And I really do believe that NVIDIA is overbought and Tesla's oversold. And the minute that people understand the impact of the chips from Tesla, I think we will see that.
And which automaker do you think is most likely to license first? You can throw out a
Well,
couple
of
of names if you
course.
want.
Oh, I would say Ford, definitely. And then Mercedes and Lexus, because they're luxury brands and they can't have Tesla have better performance.
And when do you think it's going to happen by?
Well, that's an excellent question. I think 8/8 is going to be a very impactful date. And I think the moment that everybody sees how good FSD is, and it really is fantastic these days, I think that we will reach a point soon where it is undeniable the impact of FSD and the moat and the runway that Tesla has on this. Like, nobody has billions of miles driven. Nobody can compete. They can't catch up. We've lapped everyone several times. I'm really proud of Elon for keeping that so quiet and not being too boastful about it or letting it get out of hand, because it looks like he is going to allow the products to speak for themselves. And it also, if we aren't too boastful, then we don't encourage the other companies to like get a fire under their butt and rival us. So I would say that I believe that by 2025, will absolutely be happening.
End of 2025. Okay. No, I think my coffee bet track record against you is not great. So would you be willing to take another coffee bet and maybe see Meta is jumping to prevent this from happening? Right,
Yeah,
Meta?
man, I will take any coffee bet. I'm going to come see you for coffee in Austin the next time I'm back.
Sounds good. You're up in Northeast right now, right? I mean, you don't have to say exactly where you are, but
Oh, yeah. No, I'm home in Long Island. So I'm originally from Long Island, and my 91-year-old grandfather's in the hospital. So I'm like, bedside most of the time while I'm up here. But I had a few minutes and I wanted to pipe in because it was a thought that I had this morning and I felt like it was really important to share with the group.
Yeah, I actually did hop in because Yaman has a habit of taking advantage of first-time coffee bettors.
hey, hello. No, she is not a first-time coffee better. Okay, she actually won a coffee bet against me, unlike you. No, I'm kidding. You won too. I mean, who hasn't at this point? But I'm trying to correct my record with Jennifer. So sir, can I please put this coffee bet in writing before you jump in? All right. So by the end of 2025, Jennifer, are you willing to say something like, because I think like an announcement, I don't think is like anybody can make an announcement, right? I can make an announcement that I'm in talks with Tesla to license FSD for my imaginary car. So why don't we kind of put this in at first 1,000. So the 1,000th legacy auto car on the roads by the end of 2025 using Tesla FSD. Are you willing to take that bet?
I'll take it, but I think I might lose. I think that we'll have announcements that they are going to license it and that they are going to use the Tesla chips, but I think that they may have to make some adjustments for their cars, because not only would it be the software, but they're going to have to adopt our technology as well. So I say "our" because, shareholders. So I'm like, Team Tesla. So I think that we'll see announcements by the end of 2025, just as we've seen announcements from all these car companies that they're using the superchargers, and if you think about it, functionally, Tesla owns the only gas station for EVs. And it's going to stay that way because Elon quietly built out an amazing network. Like, he knows how to make a moat.
I think if you're going to try and change the metric, you also have to change the timeline, Yaman.
Oh my God. See, I knew I didn't want to accept your request to speak until after this was done.
Hey, I'll
But
take
go
it
ahead.
as
Yeah.
is. I'll take it the way you said it, Yaman, and I'll lose and I'm fine with it. Then we'll be even. We'll have to do best 2 out of 3 next.
All right. I'll pen that in there while standards talks. Standards.
Hey, thanks. Hey, I just kind of wanted to give Meta a little alley-oop to the old LeBron James metaphor regarding the 2025 adoption in multi-vehicles or non-Tesla vehicles. I actually think that's an extremely underrepresented point. And let's just say that they do pull off a 2025 adoption in non-Tesla vehicles. Meta, what would that take to make a consistency across inconsistent hardware?
Yeah, so the specs would have to be pretty specific, right? You can't just randomly change the aspect ratios of the cameras or the types of cameras. Granted, you can, as long as the coverage is there, the model could theoretically be fine-tuned to it. But then that goes to you'd have to commit to a certain number of cars because it's not free to fine-tune things and do go through that process on the road. So the most likely process would be you have to use a set of cameras roughly in the positions that they say, and you have to use their hardware for the FSD compute. But now you also have to have driving dynamics that adhere to their ranges because it's not just the input, it's also the output. The weight of the vehicle, the way it turns, the way it brakes, all these things can have a big impact. So ultimately, if we look at just different Tesla models that have come out, they haven't just been able to turn on FSD right away, which tells me that either they're fine tuning the existing model to adhere to all the driving dynamics, right? So it's getting more and more generalized, or they're fine tuning specific models for each vehicle type. We have good reason to believe that's not the case. It's most likely the former. So someday down the line, it may be the case that any car can kind of come in and it's pretty tolerant, but I think we're quite a while away from that.
Well, and to just sort of build on that, the other day you were talking about the video length versus like the markers for analytics and everything. And it sort of seems like if there was a standard for the markers that were necessary for any vehicle to do like full self-driving, it sort of parallels that that issue. It's like if you can figure out the markers necessary for sort of laying out the horizon, it makes the problem easier to solve. But right now, I feel like we're still trying to figure out what the metrics are that actually are necessary for full self-driving to be effective.
Yeah, I think the harder part isn't the inputs. I think the cameras, the hardware, all that can be handled pretty relatively easily. I think the hardest part is going to be the controls, getting the vehicle dynamics to be close enough that it's acceptable.
Yeah, and that's going to require a really good consistency in our logistics departments too.
Yeah, this is why I think if they did do it, maybe Tesla has to do the assembly, or they have to have like really detailed instructions.
Bravo, I agree.
Jennifer, I pinned the bet at the top. Is that wording okay with you? I gave another year to just appease Meta.
I'm sure it is, but I'll check it out. But I did have another thought when Standards was talking about retrofitting the cars or the cars adopting FSD and then Meta saying possibly that Tesla would have to do the assembly. And it's funny because, man, Elon really is 10 steps ahead of everybody else because what else is he making?
perspective that yes, there may be some collaboration announcements made. However, realistically implementing that, we kind of even discussed we could just use the Cybertruck getting FSD as a surrogate for the timeline it would take for another automobile to get FSD. And that really makes me think that, Yaman, you really jumped on this bet unfairly.
I need to deal with audio issues real quick. I'll be right back. You guys keep going.
Yeah, just to said that if FSD is sold, they probably have to couple it with the battery and powertrain. The only reason why I say the battery and powertrain is because I don't know if you can decouple the powertrain from the battery itself. If you could, then maybe you just need the powertrain. But it would be something along the lines of this is the driving mechanics plus the perception comes from Tesla. The interior and the exterior is designed by someone else. Because I don't think drag is an issue. Maybe it is. I'm not confident. But I think there are a lot of things, like obviously the way that the chairs are, the way the doors are shaped, etc. Like from the interior side, you can customize it to your heart's content. That's the furthest I can kind of see it before you can support other cars. The other alternative is Tesla just says, okay, well, if people want a diversity of car types, we'll just support it through the unbox process.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, Bosch makes these electric motors that were being used in Rivian and the Porsche Taycan for a little bit. So it's not unforeseeable to see that maybe Tesla would offer their motors and their drivetrain. However, then the debate comes in about controlling the hardware and the software and having all that vertical integration. And that's kind of what Tesla's benefit has been in their manufacturing as well. So I'm not sure if they really want to give up part of that either.
Standards.
Thanks. So I do a lot of research in this idea of sort of the memetics of a thing and then the physicality of a thing, which is why I really love the way Meta was talking about LeBron. But it's kind of like FSD. The problem with FSD is like we're trying to sapiocentric.
Did you cut off?
Yeah, you cut off.
Oh, sorry. Apologize. I didn't hit the button. So it's sort of like FSD is an attempt to make something sort of sapiocentric. I do a lot of research in sort of this comparison between like the physicality of something versus like the mimetic kind of thought of something. And with FSD, it's like we're trying to mimic a human driver, but that's sort of like what anthropocentrism is. So as we take this idea of what something is being shaped into for a Tesla, and then we try to like spread it out to other vehicle makers, all this kind of stuff, it's sort of like the same problem that we have with anthropocentrism. It's like you look at something and you're like, how much is this thing like me? Or how is it acting like me? And the problem is that when the physical body or entity that is acting is fundamentally different, it has to have fundamentally different metrics that operate it, just like the LeBron James thing. I don't know. We can actually look at this almost in a biological comparison and see exactly the same struggles.
Very good. Thank you. Jennifer.
Well, this is precisely why I think that Tesla will take over the manufacturing in a way, because I do believe that the combination of the Optimus robot and solving in perception and robotics, that between that and the stationary storage and solar, Elon will be able to exhibit that he will be able to build factories that will actually save so much money that it makes sense to rebuild the factories. And if you look at how traditional automakers function today, they are already buying other people's chips. They are already buying other people's products. And if Tesla provides the superior product, then Tesla will be the provider of all of the components, because a lot of these car manufacturers do not in fact make their own components. They order them. What they do is car design. So I agree with Meta, where he says that the interiors and the look and branding, okay, all of that has a value. And I could see the auto manufacturers, the traditional auto manufacturers, to stay in business. They can continue with their brand loyalty, and you can have a variety in product. But I think that ultimately Tesla will be providing all of the components because it's the only way. And I think that's why he's going all in on FSD, because truly FSD has come so far. And honestly, if you think about it, it's a question of data sets and compute power. And so as long as you have enough data sets and compute power, then it will be solved. And so I think it's a really genius move, and anybody betting against Elon is losing that coffee bet.
Well, and it's also an assessment of values, sort of like this space.
Meta.
Two things. Did you guys see Elon's tweet about 12.4 is a major improvement and 12.5 is a whole other level?
Yep.
So basically, they have at least two versions that Elon is testing internally outside of what we already have. And the last release went wide faster than all previous 12 releases, right? It was released within 10 days and it went out to a third of the fleet within 2 days, I believe. So there's some degree of confidence that's coming from there.
Wes and then John.
It's a whole nother SAE level. I'll show myself out.
That's pretty good.
Well, you're in luck that Omar's not here right now, so it would jump down your throat. John.
Yeah, thanks for letting me up here. I've just got a thought. I'm just thinking about maybe how to simplify things, or how it may be simplified. And if Tesla becomes more of a software company, and think about the other assets in and around Tesla, like X. I guess one of my questions on a roadmap would be, what if X becomes this operating system that has Grok and payments? And wouldn't it be nice if, it sure would be nice if we could get Elon as 25% by Tesla buying into X, or buying X out from him and giving him the Tesla shares. But then you could, then you kind of have a software platform, like an operating system that other automakers may be interested in addition to FSD. And is there an easier way just to license all of that out? And if you want to enable the FSD, you just get the inference, all the models, all the learning, all the stuff where Tesla's way ahead. And then you get some instructions on how to go do it with the hardware of your choice, if you're Mercedes or whoever else. And it just seems like there'd be a reason to kind of pull all that value together rather than just FSD.
Okay,
for the way that
Yeah, I just want to clarify. While I agree that if we put on the hat of how could other automakers survive, the likely outcome is that they would only survive if Tesla does the manufacturing for them, or Waymo or some other companies. Either way, they're going to have to go to another, like a strict standard of how those cars are manufactured and constructed around the limitations of the safety systems. However, I don't think that's the most likely outcome. I think if we look at another realm, you could imagine a world where you have Tesla providing tons of customization options. And sure, you could buy the seats from many of the seat manufacturers that Ford uses, but you don't necessarily need it from Ford. So you could have the Mercedes dash and the Ford seats and the BMW cup holders. And when I say these company names, I mean their suppliers, not those companies themselves. All those suppliers would probably much rather design tons of these components. And you can imagine going to a website, choosing these different products, and the robots putting your car together, at which point you could have a super customized vehicle, but you don't really need the brand anymore. So I think the most likely outcome is Robotaxi makes it so people don't care that much about personalization, but of the people that remain, they care a lot about personalization. And I don't think that brands are going to survive.
Jennifer, and then standards.
Well, that's precisely the beauty of going all in on FSD is that you perfect FSD and everybody wants it. And the only answer is that you have to use Tesla's hardware because it's so far advanced. And honestly, who the hell cares what chip is in your car? If you're a Ford guy, you're a Ford guy and you want it to look like a Ford and blah, blah, blah. But all the insides are going to be Tesla. So, I reiterate that I really believe that Elon knows what he's doing with this and that he knows where this is going. And I agree that they're going to have to do the manufacturing. But honestly, if he can deliver manufacturing their shells, with the Tesla components, and they can show them. If they can show the other automakers that they can have better profit margins by adopting Tesla factories and Tesla components, why would anybody buy an NVIDIA chip? And so that's the future that I see, but I could be wrong.
Standard and then Habib.
Yeah, so my audio went out for a little bit, so I missed a little bit. But I was wondering if we could kind of zoom out a little bit economically, because I was just sort of wondering if the auto industry, could take this kind of disruption without basically collapsing, and what that might actually look like on the bigger picture of economics geopolitically.
Habib.
I was going to say, I think that one's to you, Yaman.
All right, what's the question?
Wait. Oh, sorry.
Will automakers survive 2025, and what's the geopolitical impact of that?
And more specifically, like the industry as it stands.
I put the 2025 number for you specifically.
I'm going to pass. Habib.
Yeah, thanks. So I appreciate all of that sentiment from everybody. And I just want to bring it back down to 2024, if we can, for a moment. We got the earnings call coming up. We can barely, Tesla said, could barely meet their battery requirements themselves for their own vehicles for the better part of the last 10 years. And so a lot of this, it sounds great. Just have one quick question, maybe if I can ask the speakers that are on the board. When do you think the first announcement would be made of a collaboration of another automaker is going to announce that they are going to incorporate Tesla's FSD?
Who
just want to get a
cares?
perspective.
Who cares about announcements?
I just want to get an idea of where everyone's
No
coming
announcement matters. Prototypes are easy.
everyone's
Announcements are easier.
Everyone's gotten on a rocket and have gone out to Mars already on the speaker board. I just want to keep it down.
Jennifer?
Well, I mean, they already adopted the superchargers, and that's going really well. So why wouldn't they adopt FSD, especially once it has been proven, So, I mean, I know it sounds like I'm on cloud nine about this and everything, but realistically, we are moving faster and faster, reaching terminal velocity basically with all of this. And I mean, who would not want a car that can drive itself versus, an old clunker that they have to pay gas for or whatever, that the prices are just going up and everything. So, like I said, as long as Elon can prove that the auto manufacturers can save money or improve margins, I believe they will do it because there is no other way that they'll survive, So I think that we're going to see announcements, but I think that implementation, like full implementation, I would say 2027, 2028 at the latest, honestly, because I mean, zoom out. What does it even look like when we have level 5 driving?
Kristen, Meta, standards.
I'm just thinking out loud. We go L5. FSD is just the best there is. I look at Comma AI right now. Like they use a little phone-like camera device to put in with these legacy autos. I mean, it's not to say everyone's going, the LeBron James put it in your body kind of thing, but there's a whole lot of applications that still could be used, and Tesla could use retrofitting. I know you think it's funny, Meta, but honestly, I think we have to think a little bit further than where we're at right now. I don't think Elon would throw out that FSD could be used by legacy auto unless it was actually an option going forward.
Meta?
There's a question asked by Nick's lemonade stand, which prompted an observation I didn't make clear enough, I think. The fact that Cybertruck doesn't have FSD yet, right? And they're asking like, when will Cybertruck get FSD? There's a couple of
Exactly.
reasons. There's a couple of reasons why they don't have it. One, it takes a while to train it, right? That means compute cost. Also, something we should observe is the fact that 12.4 and 12.5 are both being discussed. And Elon hasn't said just throw away 12.4 and just focus on 12.5, means they have sufficient capacity to develop the models in parallel. This is not something you can do with software 1.0 for what it's worth, right? You kind of stack your changes on top of each other and then you go out the door. With software 2.0, pure end-to-end neural nets, it's more of a research approach where you can actually have multiple experiments cooking at the same time. You can go and check in on them. And at the end of the day, as long as you have independent variables, there's a high probability that when you combine them, they'll continue to work. You may have to continue a little bit of fine tuning, but not excessive. So this tells you that like probably 12.4 is targeting something like reverse or highway, and 12.5 is targeting the other. Whatever the key operational domain they're targeting are probably independent.
Okay. Wes, standards, Kristen.
So yeah, the comment that Elon made about 4 and 5, and I agree with Meta. The thing that I'd like to add is that what it seems to me is that they're adding features for 4 and 5, and most likely increasing their training set as well. So we're going to get, I think, 2 different bumps at the same time. And if he truly is adding features, that's how you get to the different levels of autonomy. They're just lacking some features. So if we start to see that, we could see a real March of Nines with a feature complete, more SAE level 5 type of a solution.
Standards, Kristen.
So to get back to Habib's prompt about predictions, there's an interesting bit about this about humility and the perceived strength of an economy. And I think that if the auto market and the economy is perceived as very strong, it would be very unlikely that they would announce something like this because it would require a degree of humility. Whereas if, say, there was a major disruption to the economics, then it would look like working together, and it would actually, it's a way of saving face in a way. So I kind of think it matters on the global political and global economic scale to when a company would feel comfortable having that kind of a humility, especially with a company that's so public as Tesla.
Kristen.
Yeah, I'm just listening to Wes and Meta, what they're talking about. I've been in the beta program since 2020. I know Wes was an employee. We would discuss back in the day, like some people are getting updates at different times and even different things happening. And we were discussing that actually the team possibly was changing up what some people were working with in their cars, and people were freaking out. They're like, my car's not doing what your car's doing. So I find it interesting when we're talking about the different software branches and how they're different. There's different ones working on different features that are working on. I think that's been happening all along to a degree, in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing I was referring to specifically is the fact that they're running these things in parallel, which I don't think they've done in the past, right? Like they've always stacked them. It speaks to the amount of capacity that they're throwing at 12, which means they're not throwing it at Cybertruck. Also speaks to if they were to start supporting third parties at some point, they certainly wouldn't want to even consider that until they've got this as good as they can across all the different experimental domains they can think of. They've got all the nines they want to get for the robotaxi fleet. And I doubt that they'll say, just being one times as good as humans or being the best human is good enough. We've heard Elon talk about wanting to be 10 times as better or 100 times better. It's almost like there will be an engineering trade-off to say, do we go after appeasing other automakers, or do we continue dedicating the GPUs and the compute power we have to saving more lives? That's, I think, an obvious choice.
Wes, Kristen, Habib.
And if they are working in parallel, they might be actually training them in parallel as well. And they're very confident in their architecture. That's my other big takeaway, is that if they weren't, then adding features to the architecture could inherently make it less reliable. And if they are confident in adding features, then they're not worried about reliability going down. So it's very interesting to see this, and we'll see how quick these come out. If they come out each within like the next 2 weeks, that will be very material, because they're using, upwards of like 100,000 H100s right now to do this training. And if they can pull that off, they're being able to train this foundational model and validate it in 2 weeks would be pretty unprecedented.
Kristen?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the earnings call just to speak to the robotaxi and the FSD network moving forward. And I think I mean, it is still on the table in the future. I mean, here we are, L5 and FSD is put out there in the compute. I mean, hopefully at some point here, we build more semiconductor factories, so like we're not so like constrained by lack of chips. But I mean, it could be that not Tesla is providing those chips per se, even though they have their servers in the compute, but that there's some kind of thing where these legacy autos also have to put forth these chips and stuff as well and pay for that.
I mean,
Hey, Wes and Meta, when they're training these two models like 12.4, 12.5, um, what would they do logistically then after they've trained them? Would they just combine the two? Like, how would you prevent ending like developing automatic two forks where one model's learned something better than the other model has while you're trying to add features in one of those models specifically? If you understand what my question is.
I understand your question. I'm going to go ahead and use an analogy that I've used in the past. So
Can we call them? You're going to use a metaphor?
yeah, we can use metaphors.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to be careful about what I can share here, but from a conceptual understanding perspective, the way you can think of this is software 1.0 is like a salad. You throw a bunch of things in there, you mix it together. If it tastes good, it tastes good. If it doesn't taste good, you can kind of look at it and be like, oh, the tomatoes are rotten. And then you can remake the salad without the tomatoes, and you can be like, oh, great. I cherry picked these tomatoes. I should use cherries. Damn, they're so right there. You say the cherries are rotten. You can cherry pick out all the cherries, and you can say, okay, now the salad is, tasting good again. That's the way debugging has traditionally been done in software 1.0. In software 2.0, there's a slight difference. It's more like you're making a soup. You have all these different ingredients. You have a good idea of which ones are going to go well together. And maybe somebody's trying to deal with the exact right amount of salt, so they're trying different kinds of salts. Someone else is trying the right kinds of sugars, and they're working in two different labs. And one's only focused on the saltiness of it. The other one's only focused on the sweetness of it. One gets it just right. The other one gets it just right. Whichever one goes out first is not going to have any issues. The one goes out second is going to have to move up to the new checkpoint, the base that includes the saltiness that wasn't what they were starting their research on. And now they're going to have to see, is it still useful? There is still a lot of value in learning which sugars don't work and which sugars are candidates. So this metaphor starts to break down here at one point, but there are a few factors here. One, you can't easily figure out which ingredients have fault and pull it out as easily. So you have to do these batches. You have to try these recipes, and you have to do experimentation. And unfortunately, the only way you can test these recipes to see if they're valid is by tasting them, aka driving them in the real world. That's what I refer to when I say evals.
So is it like once a version reaches a checkpoint and reaches that checkpoint first, all the other versions have to reach that checkpoint before they can go any further or be implemented? Like
It's a
that's the new.
Yeah, they have to rebase. So let's say there's a recipe and it had like two steps in the recipe. Whoever releases next adds the third step. So you could have like 5 experiments happening in parallel. Whichever one goes out first becomes the third step. Whichever one goes out next becomes the fourth step, etc., and so on and so forth. It doesn't necessarily mean that the research lab has to immediately rebase. They could continue to experiment and understand the space in which they're operating. After which they say, okay, I think we've got a good handle. Now we'll rebase and try and see how things are going. They may also make a decision to say we don't want to get too far out of left field, so we'll rebase. Each of these rebasings, just like to make the terminology correct for folks, is it does not have to be a foundational model. these can be checkpoints. At some point, you can move from a checkpoint of like, the last foundational model plus steps A, B, C, D, E. At some point, these steps get too large because every time you retrain the model, you have to retrain A, then B, then C, then D, then E. And instead you say, we're going to buy these pre-mixed packets. We're going to do a new foundational model that includes checkpoint plus A, B, C, D, E. And that's now your new foundational model. That's the most expensive part. And I think when Tesla does those things, we'll see a pause in releases.
And just one more follow-up question, please. So now that we're doing end-to-end neural net training, and one of the ways they're training is with real-world disengagements, the version that we have, is it safe to say that our version is very close to the most most advanced version they have internally? Because to some degree, they can't prove their models internally without delivering it to the fleet and getting the feedback from the real world.
For the features that the .3 release was targeting, the policies it was targeting, I would say that's probably correct. For the features that it's not targeting, obviously that's not correct. So let's say they were trying to train reading stop signs specifically in .4. .4 might be much better in that domain, but it's no worse than .3, right? Because they're going to, this analogy breaks down. It's not like you only can taste the soup. There's also like maybe like these little, I don't know, testing strips you can use. Like there's some automated stuff you can do. It's not perfect, but it can let you know early if you're doing something wrong.
I got it. I appreciate it. I was just kind of always been curious, how much more advanced of an FSD does Elon have that he's seen or that he's experiencing to give him the confidence in announcing robotaxis, for instance, on August 8th, compared to what we're seeing in the fleet?
If I had a guess, I'd say he's looking at dashboards, not him personally driving it.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, quick announcement. So we have 7 minutes to market close. A few minutes after that, Tesla will announce the release. The way I kind of do earnings releases, I move everybody down. I'm the only person speaking at the time, and I basically just read through the investor relations presentation. If you're looking to do a quick trade after hours, this is not the place to be. If you're looking to do a quick trade after hours, this is not the place to be. It's extremely unlikely you're going to get new information first in this space. You're better off going to one of the other spaces that are going on. If you're looking for a debate, this is not the place to be. If you're looking for a discussion, this is not the place to be during the earnings call. I'm just going to read through the investor relations presentation. Adrian, who is in the audience right now, Adrian Ditzman, has a space scheduled that's going to start in about 5 minutes. He's welcome to come up and talk about that space, maybe the structure they're hoping to hold. And I would, there's going to be a bunch of people in there who are, have following and everything, discussing as it happens. So, if you're looking for a debate discussion, that's probably a good one to go to. But this is just in this space, it's just going to be me reading the presentation. It's going to take 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long it takes. And now I'm going to start bringing people up after that. Christy.
I just wanted to add really quick that Elon actually he drives the Alpha, and he has stated that before when testing the software.
That was for V11 and before.
Okay. So 5 minutes to go to market close. Let's do a quick data check. Tesla is up 1.8%, just below $145 per share, $454 billion market cap. Markets up 0.7% Dow Jones, 1.6% NASDAQ, 1.2% S&P 500. All sectors are up today. The yield curve is down a few basis points. 10-year treasury yield is at 460, crude oil 83. Okay. So for the next few minutes, we can continue the discussion. After that, I'm going to move people down, and it's going to be silence. It's going to be silence until Tesla announces the results. And after the presentation is released, I'm going to read it. So it's going to be mostly silence, except for my voice, for 15, 20 minutes. So if you're looking for a debate, discussion, latest news, kind of people chiming in as they find new information, another space is better appropriate, is better suited for you. Okay. I think that's enough warnings. Any final words from the speaker board? Jennifer, any final words?
No, I just want to thank you for letting me speak and for everybody joining in on the discussion and all the great ads. I really appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Standards?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that sentiment, and I appreciate you having me up. And yeah, your space has really grown, and I really appreciate where you're going with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mehmet and Kristen.
I just want to quick the record real quick. Kristen pointed out I may have accidentally said something I didn't mean. I do think Elon is driving the cars. I just meant there are many alphas. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's not driving. Apologies for the confusion there.
Kristen.
I want to thank you for providing this space, Yaman, and being continually offering it for everybody. I think it's great.
All right, thank you. And I thank the patrons. Without patrons, this space would not happen. The link is at the top of your screens if you'd like to join the group of patrons that support this space. All right, it's probably time to just move everyone down at this point. Thank you very much, everybody. Good luck to everybody. And this space is going to be silent until the earnings are released. Okay. Looks like the announcement is out. Tesla stock is up 3%. So gotta be out. I'm gonna wait for the link up here on the investor relations site. All right. We have the release Q1 2024 update. Profitability 1.2 billion GAAP operating income in Q1, 1.1 billion GAAP net income in Q1, 1.5 billion non-GAAP net income in Q1. These are slightly better than what I expected. I was expecting about $1 billion, so it's pretty much spot on net income. Operating cash flow of $0.2 billion in Q1, free cash flow negative $2.5 billion in Q1. AI infrastructure CapEx was $1 billion in Q1. So the free cash flow is slightly more negative than I had expected, but that's okay. It's really the GAAP net income, non-GAAP net income stuff that matters. The free cash flow is pretty much in line. So we had slightly positive net income, slightly negative free cash flow. Is pretty much in line. Operations increased AI training compute by more than 130% in Q1. That's very good. Record energy storage deployment of 4.1 gigawatt hours in Q1. Very good. Produced over 1,000 Cybertrucks in a single week in April. Okay, good. That's very good. Summary. We experienced numerous challenges in Q1, from the Red Sea conflict and the arson attack at Gigafactory Berlin to the gradual ramp of the updated Model 3 in 3 months. As expected, okay? Excluding Cybertruck and unscheduled downtime, our COGS per unit declined sequentially, driven primarily by lower raw material costs. So up to this point, it's very much as expected. And that's the way it should be. There should be nothing in this release that we didn't expect. Global EV sales continue to be under pressure as many car makers prioritize hybrids, very good, over EVs. This is exactly as we discussed. While positive for our regulatory credits business, we prefer the industry to continue pushing EV adoption, which is in line with our mission. To support our growth, we have been increasing awareness and expanding vehicle financing programs, including attractive leasing terms for our customers. While many are pulling back on their investments, we're investing in future growth, including our AI infrastructure, production capacity, our supercharger and service networks, and new products infrastructure with $2.8 billion of CapEx in Q1. Good. We recently undertook a cost-cutting exercise to increase operational efficiency. We also remain committed to company-wide cost reduction, including reducing COGS per vehicle. Ultimately, we are focused on profitable growth, including by leveraging existing factories and production lines to introduce new and more affordable products. The future is not only electric, but also autonomous. We believe scaled autonomy is only possible with data from millions of vehicles and an immense AI training cluster. We have and continue to expand both. To make FSD supervised more accessible, we reduced the price of subscription to $99 a month and the purchase price $8,000 in the US. Great. This is exactly as we expected. So let's do a quick data check real quick. Tesla stock up 5.4%. Good. Okay, continuing. Now we have the summary table. Automotive revenues down a little bit as we expected due to deliveries declining. Energy generation and storage up a little bit. It's all good. Services up. Total GAAP gross margin was 17.4%, below 17.6% from prior quarter. Good. That's as expected. Income from operations down to 1.17 billion, down from 2.06 billion as expected. Adjusted EBITDA margin is up slightly from 15.7 to 15.9. Okay. Net income attributable to common stockholders, GAAP 1.1, non-GAAP 1.5. As you know, this is actually slightly better than expected, but only slightly immaterial difference. EPS non-GAAP 45 cents, EPS GAAP 34 cents. Okay. CapEx 2.77 billion. Good. I'm glad they kind of indicated a large chunk of it is due to AI training computes. So that's important. Free cash flow, negative 2.5. So we're going to take a closer look at that in a minute in the cash flow statement. Cash and cash equivalents down from 29.1 to 26.9. Okay. We'll check it. Okay. Revenue, total revenue declined 9% year over year. Revenue was impacted by the following items: reduced vehicle ASP, excluding FX impact, including unfavorable impact of mix, decline in vehicle deliveries partially due to the Model 3 updates in the Fremont factory and Giga Berlin production disruptions, negative FX impact of 0.2 billion. Okay, good. Growth in other parts of the business, good. Higher FSD revenue recognition year over year due to release of auto park feature in North America. Okay, take a look at that too. Profitability, reduced vehicle ASP due to pricing and mix, increase in operating expenses partly driven by AI, cell advancements, and other R&D projects, cost of Cybertruck production ramp. Okay, this is exactly as we expected. Decline in vehicle deliveries partially due to the Model 3 update in the Fremont factory and Giga Berlin production disruptions. Lower cost per vehicle, including raw materials, freight, and duties. Gross profit growth in energy generation and storage, including IRA credit benefits. Higher FSC revenue recognition year over year due to releasing auto park feature. Okay. But they don't specify exactly how much. Okay. Quarter end cash and cash equivalents investments in Q1 was 26.9 billion. Sequential decrease of 2.2 was a result of negative free cash flow of 2.5 billion, driven by inventory increase of 2.7 billion. Okay. Yep, that's in line with what Troy was saying. And AI infrastructure capex of 1. It's exactly as we discussed. Okay. So far, nothing surprising. So far, nothing surprising. Moving on to operational summary slide. Let's do a quick data check. Tesla stock up 6.4%. Okay. Model 3Y production. All right. Deliveries. Okay. Subject to. All right. No changes there. Global vehicle inventory days of supply 28. Okay. That's up from 15 last quarter. Storage deployed 4.05 gigawatt hours, up from 3.2 gigawatt hours last quarter. So that annualizes to 16. Good. So we should see an increase in margin for energy. Let's see. Tesla locations, mobile service fleet, stable. Supercharger stations up, connectors up. Okay. A sequential decline in volumes was partially caused by early phase of the production ramp of the Model 3 at our Fremont factory and factory shutdowns at Berlin, California, Nevada, Texas. Model 3 production in Fremont was down sequentially as we changed the production line to the updated model. Sequentially, Model Y production at Gigafactory Texas increased to an all-time high, while COGS per unit improved to an all-time low. Good. Cybertruck ramp continues successfully at Giga Texas. with a sequential cost improvement in Q1. We produced about 1,000 Cybertrucks in a single week in April. Okay, so they say they produce in 1 week in April. They're not saying that's the production rate. Okay, that's okay. Giga Shanghai production. Giga Shanghai was down sequentially due to seasonality and planned shutdowns around Chinese New Year in Q1. Demand typically improves throughout the year. As we enter new markets such as China, many of them will be supplied from, such as Chile, many of them will be supplied from Giga Shanghai. Interesting. But as expected. Looking at the annual vehicle capacity here, 100,000 for SX at Fremont, Model 3Y over 550,000 in California, so that's over 650. Shanghai, more than 953 on Y, Berlin Y, 375,000, Texas Y, more than 250,000, Cybertruck, more than 125,000. Okay. Nevada, semi pilot production, next gen platform in development, Roadster in development. Market share of Tesla vehicles by region TTM, trailing 12 months. Slight downtick in Q1 on all of those. Europe, Model Y production in Berlin was down sequentially due to impacts from the Red Sea. We know this, despite idle capacity charges, other customers' COGS per unit continue to decline sequentially. That's an interesting data point. Good. AI software and hardware. We've been investing in the hardware and software ecosystem necessary to achieve vehicle autonomy and a ride-hailing service. We believe a scalable and profitable autonomy business can be realized through a vision-only architecture with end-to-end neural networks trained on billions of miles of real-world data. Since the launch of FSD supervised V12 earlier this year, it's become clear that this architecture long pursued by Tesla is the right solution for scalable autonomy. To further improve our end-to-end training capability, we will continue to increase our core AI infrastructure capacity in the coming months. In Q1, we completed transition to hardware 4, our latest in-vehicle computer, with increased inference, processing power, and improved cameras. Okay, nothing unexpected here. And then they singled out FSD V12 miles, and the miles are up to about 1.3 billion. Miles, FSD miles are up to about 1.3 billion. Okay. Good. Cumulative miles driven FSD data. Okay, so that this applies to the above graph, and then Tesla AI training capacity, H100 equivalent GPUs are up to about close to 40,000 H100 equivalent GPUs. So this obviously has some A100s, some Dojo, some H100s, and you can see on this page quite a bit of increase in Q1 from about just below 20,000 as of December to about 38,000. So that's doubled. So training compute doubled in Q1. Okay, I'm sure we'll talk about that later. Vehicle and other software. We rolled out FSD supervised with 30-day free trial to illegal cars in the US and Canada. FSD can change lanes, select forks, etc., etc. We know all that. Release Autopark to existing eligible FSD and enhance Autopilot customers. We're currently working on ride-hailing functionality that will be available in the future. Okay. We believe the Tesla software experience is best in class across all products and plan to seamlessly layer ride-hailing into the Tesla app. Good. Good. Exactly as we expected. No timeline provided. 4680 ramp continues successfully in Q1 and continues to stay ahead of the Cybertruck ramp. Costs continue to come down sequentially as scrap yield and production rates improved. Okay, nothing specific there. Let's look at the stock. up 6.5%. Good. Other non-automotive business is becoming an increasingly profitable part of Tesla as Megapack continues to ramp and as our fleet continues to grow. We are experiencing consistent profit growth on our non-automotive business. Non-auto gross profits. That sentence doesn't jive with the graph here. So we are expecting, okay, never mind. They're forecasting consistent profit growth of our non-automotive business. Okay. Okay. $500 million non-automotive gross profit. So that includes energy storage and services. So we'll separate that in a little bit. Energy generation and storage. Energy storage deployments increased sequentially in Q1 to a record 4.1 gigawatt hours. Energy gen and storage revenue and gross profit also achieved an all-time high in Q1. Great. Revenues were up 7% year over year, and gross profit was up 140% year over year. Perfect. Driven by increased Megapack deployments, partially offset by a decrease in solar deployments. Great. Energy gen and storage remains our highest margin business. Great. This is great. Our second general assembly line is now commissioned, and we continue to ramp our 40 gigawatt hour mega factory in Lathrop, California toward full capacity. Our second general assembly line is now commissioned. Okay, great. Good. Okay. This is above what the market expected, but this is in line with what we expected in this space. So this is good. Services is another. Service and other revenue grew 25% year over year in Q1, while gross profit was down 40% year over year. Okay. The biggest driver of gross profit reduction year over year was lower used vehicle profit. Okay. That's expected, partially offset by growth in gross profit from part sales. Oh, that's good. That's good. Starting at the end of February, we began opening our North American supercharging network to more non-Tesla EVs. We continue to onboard OEMs who are coming to NACS over the coming quarters. We're also opening more Tesla EVs globally, okay. Which should drive incremental revenue and profit generation. Okay. Volume. Our company is currently between two major growth waves. The first one began the global expansion of the Model 3 Y platform, and we believe the next one will be initiated by advanced autonomy and introduction of new products, including those built on our next generation vehicle platform. In 2024, our vehicle volume growth rate may be notably lower than the growth rate achieved in 2023. Interesting. So they did not forecast or even hint at the possibility of a lower, like year-over-year negative growth. That's interesting. So they still forecast growth according to that sentence. Let's read it again. In 2024, our vehicle volume growth rate may be notably lower than the growth rate achieved in 2023, as our teams work on the launch of the next-gen vehicle and other products. In 2024, the growth rates of energy storage deployments and revenue in our energy generation and storage business should outpace the automotive business. Okay. Cash. We have sufficient liquidity to fund our product roadmap, long-term capacity expansion, blah, blah, blah. Furthermore, we'll manage the business such that maintain service. Okay. So they're hinting here that there's no stock buyback coming anytime soon. We will manage the business such that we maintain a strong balance sheet during this uncertain period. Okay. That's fine. As we expected. Profit. While we continue to execute on innovations to reduce the cost of manufacturing operations over time, we expect our hardware-related profits to be accompanied by accelerated AI software fleet-based profits. Okay, that's what they said before. Product. We have updated our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of new models ahead of our previously communicated start of production in the second half of 2025. Good. We have updated, I'm going to read it again. We have updated our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of new models ahead of our previously communicated start of production in the second half of 2025. Okay, that's what the stock is reacting to right there. These new vehicles, including more affordable models, will utilize aspects of the next-gen platform as well as aspects of our current platforms, and will be able to be produced on the same manufacturing line as our current vehicle lineup. Okay. This update may result in achieving less cost reduction than previously expected, but enables us to prudently grow our vehicle volumes in a more CapEx efficient manner during uncertain times. This would help us fully utilize our current expected maximum capacity of close to 3 million vehicles, enabling more than 50% growth over 2023 production before investing in new manufacturing lines. Our purpose-built robotaxi product will continue to pursue a revolutionary unboxed manufacturing strategy. Okay. So that product section is what the stock is likely reacting to here. Now up 5.3%. Interesting. We're going to have some discussions on that section, I'm sure. And then the next one, electric vehicle adoption rate, China, world ex-China. Okay, 12 months trailing. Tesla ecosystem. Okay. Model 3 starting at $299. Cybertruck, final assembly line, supercharger network. Preview of ride hailing in Tesla app. Interesting. Summon, 3 minutes away. Interior climate. Really? You're gonna put 68? Arriving now. Okay. Stanford shopping center. Okay, great. This is great. Dojo training cluster. Another render. Mega pack. Tesla Semi. Cost grind. Squeezing every penny. Okay. Key metrics quarterly. Vehicle deliveries. Operating cash flow, free cash flow. Okay. Net income, adjusted EBITDA. Okay. Key metrics trailing 12 months. Okay, these are all as expected. Statement of operations. Let me just take a quick look at this. Energy generation storage, 1.3. Energy generation storage cost, 1.23. 1.63, 1.23. That's very good. That's very good. That's great increase in gross profits for energy generation storage. Very good. Yeah, they blew out expectations on Tesla Energy gross margin there. Yeah, that's great. You're actually looking at it incrementally. We're looking at $20 million added, $100 million, $110 million added on cost. So that's amazing. Yeah, those energy results are amazing. Very good. Yeah, I think this stock should probably react a little bit more here. If it wasn't for some sort of macro headwinds or whatever. This is very good. Not accepting any requests to speak. If you were here earlier, it's really disrespectful, I think, to right now request to speak. And it will be noted in the future. Let's look at the cost a little bit too. R&D up a little bit. SG&A up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, these energy results are amazing. And Q1 is supposed to be, I mean, this is with the little bit of an offset from solar generation. So Megapack is killing it. Just have to ramp production. Margins are really in. Yeah, Megapack margins are really good. Okay, good. Balance sheet. Let's look at the change a little bit. Cash down, of course. AR up 10%. Okay. Inventory up. Not sure why that is. We'll look at the 10Q when it comes out. Okay, I don't see any other major changes here. Liabilities, AP up a little bit, fine. So the free cash flow is mostly due to the increase in inventory. So negative free cash flow came in a little higher than I expected. That's because of the increase in inventory. So it's more working capital stuff. So we'll look at the detail of the inventory. Maybe they'll make a comment on the call about the inventory increase. I wonder if I missed it, but it's all right. Recourse debt continues to be very low. Day sales outstanding up a little bit. And days payable outstanding up a little bit. Okay. Cash flow. Changes in operating assets and liabilities down 2.6 billion. So that's exactly what I just said, looking at the balance sheet. And that's where it's coming from. So yeah, but that's probably the no, it can't be the second. It's probably the yeah, it's just vehicle inventory probably. Okay. Okay, so this is exactly as we expected that, because the only thing that was a little worse was free cash flow was a little lower than I expected. But more negative than I expected. So that's due to the inventory, and that's because of the vehicle, finished vehicle days of supply. So that's exactly. All right. Release, okay. Okay, good. Reconciliation, GAAP, non-GAAP, let's get that real quick. Stock-based comp up a little bit. Interesting. That's probably wise. Layoffs. Trailing 12-month capex, $9.6 billion. That's a lot. But a lot of it is AI related too. So, okay, good. Depreciation, TTM, 4.9 billion. Okay, good. Diluted shares outstanding average, very much in line with previous. Good. Dropped quarter to quarter because the stock price dropped, and that plays into the calculation of diluted shares. So that should be expected. Okay, now you can request to speak. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, the other day we were talking about Tesla's cash yield. So they reported $350 million in interest. So if you times that by 4, that's 1.4 billion. If you take $26 billion of cash and divide it by 1.4 billion, they're getting 5.38% yield on their cash, which is very good.
And also immaterial. Thank you. Wes.
Ride hailing app. It's real.
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks really good. It looks refined. It's
Good.
like they've been working on this a while.
Yeah, I'm sure. So when do you
I
think
mean,
it's going to start?
I don't know, but we're definitely going to see this on 8.8. I see a lot of, it looks like integration that they're planning. Like I'm seeing, your user profile here. You can set your climate, obviously your passenger capacity, but like you can set volume of the music. You can set your seat heat. I love it. This is so cool. This is a way better experience than an Uber.
Yoda?
So very cool.
Yeah, in the ecosystem diagram, I'm glad to see insurance in there. It's a small piece right now, but it's going to create cash flow for Tesla.
Meta?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting data about FSD. I honestly had some personal stuff going on, so I got distracted, but the screenshot of the app is quite finished looking to me. You don't really finish an app like this unless you're confident that you're going to be using it soon.
When do you think we're going to start using it?
I have about 8 guesses.
Pick one.
8. 8, 8.
I see.
You
Gotcha.
didn't get the joke? Oh
Sure.
my god.
I didn't get the joke.
I think you also missed the joke earlier when Wes said 12.5 is a whole other SAE level.
Yeah. Yoda?
Yeah, on the Right Hill app, notice it wasn't any place, let's say in Austin or in Texas, it was San Francisco. So yeah, I think it's gonna be where they deploy this like Waymo in a very restricted area first. Now, meanwhile, all the owners of Tesla 3 and Y can obviously still, subscribe to FSD, purchase that, and it would be supervised. But this will be of a limited scope at first, and then quickly scale from there.
No hands mode. No hands mode.
To be clear, I think the designs are done. It doesn't necessarily mean the app has been built, just to clarify that. Also, the picture is showing Palo Alto. So that's actually more of a suburb than the city. I don't think we should jump the gun and think they're going to launch in a city that's dense right off the bat. It's just instead of using Chandler, Arizona, maybe they use the Bay Area where they have lots of, commuters and forward-leaning folks. And it's also a space where Waymo is expanding to, but has not yet reached.
What do you think of
Wes?
the 3D renders in the map?
Oh,
I
I think
hope they deliver on that.
yeah, I
Super
think
cool.
I'm worried these are artistic renderings. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be conceptual. Say, what do you think of the dojo image? Is that a plan view or bird's eye? Like I can't tell where they're taking that picture from.
It says
Is it
it's
looking
not a
down?
render.
Is it looking down on the racks? Why would the racks be pyramids? Or, it's interesting. I can't honestly, I have no frame of reference, so I can't tell what's happening in that picture. Why would they have a
Okay.
light on the top of rack if that's the top of rack? Anyway, I don't know if
Okay.
anybody else
Joseph?
has guesses.
Joseph, go ahead.
I'm looking at the report right now, and I think one of the silver linings that I'm noticing is that this is quietly, I think, the 5th quarter in a row where you're really seeing really good numbers out of Tesla Energy, which is fantastic. And I think overall, Elon last year was talking about how Tesla is going to have its NVIDIA moment, and I kind of feel like this is the NVIDIA moment before the NVIDIA moment where sentiment's starting to change and we're starting to get a look underneath the hood and seeing where revenues are actually going to be coming from, and mostly profits as well. So very happy with the quarter.
Meta?
I was going to actually say we could have the nerdy conversation about the photos another time if you're open to that, Wes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yoda?
The quick answer of that photo is that you're looking at your driver.
Oh yeah, I get that in the Bright Hill app. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think the real story here is the Tesla energy margins. So let's look at that real quick. So on page 25, okay, you had the revenue 1.635, and then you had the cost 1232. That's a 32.7% gross margin. Okay, that's the real story here. And then previous quarter 1438, and the cost was 1134. That's 27.9. So from 27.9 to 32.7. That's a massive increase. And they noted a partial offset from energy generation. So obviously energy generation and storage has both generation and storage, generation being the solar panels. You'd see.
I show different energy gross margin. I show 24.6% GM for this quarter.
Okay, let me check again. What are your numbers?
Rob Maurer's YouTube.
Could it be with and without credits?
Sorry, YouTube. What are your numbers, not your source?
I'm doing the math. 1 second.
YouTube dropped. Wes?
For energy, what sticks out to me is the 7% year over year growth in revenues, but gross profit was up 140% year over year. That's unreal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think my numbers are correct. I don't know what he's talking about.
And let me ask you a question. Do you think that when they say our second general assembly line is now commissioned, as we continue to ramp our 40 gigawatt hour mega factory in Lathrop, do you think that they're ready to ramp to 40 now? In other words, could we
No, that's going to take a few quarters.
Yeah, do you think that they have all of their assembly lines now commissioned? Because they say second, they don't say final.
Okay, Meta?
Is it possible that there is if there's still a battery shortage and the energy is higher margin, is it possible that that's one of the trade-offs Tesla has to make and there could be some disagreement internally? Like, why would you do the $25,000 vehicle where you may not have higher margins now while energy is growing? Things like that.
Hold on a second. You'd see.
I guess I don't know what the confusion is. If you take 1635 minus 1232 and divide that by 1635, you get 24.6. I think you're calculating markup instead of margin, maybe.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. My bad. But in any case, quarter-to-quarter margins increase, right?
Yeah, I think they're similar to what Q3 of 23 was. They're definitely good though. Like directionally, margins were better.
So you went from 21.8 to 24.6. It's still a 3% increase in gross margin. But if you take the incremental change, as Wes mentioned, you're looking at a much higher number, right, you see?
What do you mean that the incremental, like the gross
So
margin
if you
dollar?
take, yeah, exactly. So if you take 1635 minus 1438, so it's about $200 million. And then you take the change in cost, about $110 million. We're looking at 45%. You see?
Yeah, I mean it's good. It's I think it's the best quarter they've ever had from a energy gross margin, at least in the last 6-8 quarters.
And that's with the headwind from solar panels. Gross profit growth in energy generation storage, including IRA tax credit benefit. Joseph.
So I'm actually reading this from the thing right now, the letter right now. Investing in the hardware and software ecosystems necessary to achieve vehicle autonomy and a ride-hailing service. So basically, like I think this is like a kind of formal declaration of competition against Uber and Lyft, which I'm a fan of. I have a question for you. Are you like which holds more priorities to you on this call? Immediate future of Model Y or immediate future of robotaxi and rollout for both? Which one
Hold
has
on one
priority?
second. So on just to go back to energy real quick, it says revenues were up 7% year over year. Gross profit was up 140% year over year, driven by increased megapack deployments, partially offset by a decrease in solar deployments. So yeah, that's really good. Joseph, you're saying which one is more important, robotaxi or what?
I think you answered his question.
Joseph?
Are you looking for more of an immediate emphasis on robotaxi ramp up, or at least like further detail on that platform, or Model 2? Like which one has a higher priority in your eyes? And last thing I'd like to say is I think this report is also really a lot about energy, as we're speaking on, and also data.
Wes?
In the product category on slide 9, they reference expected maximum capacity of close to 3 million vehicles, enabling more than 50% growth over 2023 production before investing in new manufacturing lines. Does that read to you that their max run rate right now is 3 million?
You'd see.
I agree with what Wes says. That's kind of how I interpret it. I think that's kind of the most important part of the letter.
That's amazing. If that's true, and they could hit a run rate of 3 million this year, that's extremely bullish.
Exactly.
I was just gonna ask when you said that, or when someone said that the ride-hailing app looks finished, isn't it a similar design? And didn't we say the same thing back in 2018 when they initially unveiled that?
Well, they had a working demonstration in 2018, but that wasn't like, that wasn't like published or publicized or in an earnings report.
When you say a working demo, how is it working when Robotaxi still isn't out?
For people that were at the AI Day 1, they were able to go up and stand in a line, and a car would be called, and it would go from that same route. It wasn't like a on-demand ordering, how your experience is going to be as a customer in the car, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I don't want to focus on the design of the app. Okay, it's immaterial. Zach, no one's saying Robotaxi is launching tomorrow. So your point is taken. It's also everyone agrees with that. Did you have anything else to say? Okay, you'd see.
I think further Wes's point, it sounds like they were basically saying, hey, our auto gross margin might not be quite as good as we launch more vehicles on that same line that's used for other things. Like we're not trying to squeeze perfect gross margins from other vehicles, but if we're able to get another 250,000 vehicles of maybe like a van or something else on those lines with slightly lower gross margin, that's better than having like nothing on the lines or pulling production back.
Just for fun.
Hey guys, I guess congrats to everyone on Tesla not tanking. But I just had a question around the H100 trading capacity. I was just wondering for the people who have been following it more closely, is that chart on slide 8 about inline better or worse than what we would expect from what they've announced publicly?
Wes.
And then also, does it tell you anything about Dojo?
Let's see, your first part, yes, it looks better. It looks like it's trending toward $1 billion a month, which is better than I thought. I thought it was more like $1 billion every month and a half. We'll be able to hopefully see updates from
He's talking
Tesla.
about the H100, the bottom half of that.
Yeah, the bottom, right, the bottom half is what I thought they were at 100,000. I'm not sure now where I read that number, but that shows it's like what, 30,000? I thought they had more than that.
Yeah, close to 40,000. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were at 100,000.
I think the important thing to read on that chart is notice how it says Tesla AI training capacity H100 equivalent. I don't think this means this is H100s necessarily.
Oh, you're right. I didn't notice that. So is that referencing Dojo?
That would be my guess, because if you look at that line, there's no way this includes their NVIDIA H100.
Well, it's gonna have A100s. It's gonna probably have Dojo as well, right? So maybe other.
Interesting.
Yeah, my takeaway from that was double, quarter-over-quarter, double in 1 quarter.
Well, that line is going vertical as well.
Yeah, but I would caution anyone from looking at that line from one point to the other and drawing a linear line. Data centers are very lumpy.
Yep, right. That's helpful.
Meta, what do you think about the above graph with the FSD miles going to 1.3 billion? What was your expectation?
Well, I'm sad they didn't show the end point, but I'm guessing it's today, maybe. The most interesting part is hard to see because they showed the entire line. The knees in the curve are interesting. I like that they cut V12 versus non V12 out. I'm going to try and estimate the area under the curve at some point, but I think the only thing that really matters is the area under the red curve as far as V12 development is concerned.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's today for that last part.
Or within a couple of days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. All right. You'd see. What do you think generally from this report?
I think it was a pretty good report. I think everybody would, like we talked about last night, I thought people were way too bearish. So counting the gains today plus after hours, we're up what 10, 12% now. So, but as always, it always comes down to the call. So let's see what Elon says here in 30 minutes.
Everybody knows history is always a predictor of future results.
Hands only. Charity.
Hey, VA. I remember a couple days ago you posted something on X. You said, what is one thing, one quote that you hope Elon says on tomorrow's earnings call? And I said, quote, the next gen car is not delayed. In fact, we are ahead of schedule. And that was the key thing in this presentation, aside from, of course, the ride hailing app, which I am going to run victory circles for the next week, several weeks, of course. But it was accelerated. It was all FUD. So everyone should remember who the F were talking nonsense, who were creating more uncertainty, more doubts, spreading misinformation, and doubting Elon when he specifically said Reuters is lying. So all of you look so stupid. That's all I'm gonna say.
Everyone in the space. It's not like true, do you think?
I'm offended.
I don't know if anyone.
Who are the bears? Like, where are the bears at? I'll talk to each of them.
Oh, you're talking to bears. I got you. You're talking to bears. I got you. It sounded like you just offended 1,000 people. Wes.
Yeah, I'm so used to the FUD now after 14 plus years. The other part that's really interesting is under vehicle and other software on slide 7. The ride hailing feature will be built into the Tesla app, as you know, like I think we already knew that, but all products seamlessly layer ride hailing into all products. That means all the folks who are on the Tesla supercharger network, who are charging their third-party cars, will have access to the ride hailing app. So I think that's super cool.
The other.
Yeah, I agree. The most important nugget from the print here is that they're doing both the robotaxi and the compact, and that the compact is in fact accelerated. And then we might see additional vehicles. So I'm looking forward to hearing the different models on a call.
I got a question in the DMs about the tax rates. So we're looking at 409 divided by 1553, 26.3% tax rate. And that's in line with what the CFO said, which is what was surprising to analysts last quarter. So that's not going to be surprising too much. Maybe they'll update it, but it's in line. He said average of S&P 500 for this pretty much Meta.
I think it's important to notice that if they're building their own app, which they've made clear that they're doing here, they're not going to be doing any kind of partnerships with Uber and others. So that can kind of be put to rest.
Just for fun.
If you guys have discussed this, you can skip it. But I was wondering, based on the language about the new models, do you think they might do something a bit like the iPhone recent year strategy of having like the baseline, the Pro, where it's like the Model 3 and Y current, and then you have like the cheaper 3 and Y that's essentially, very similar, but a cheaper version for like 5K less or something like that?
By the way, stock is up 9% after hours. Stock is up 9% after hours, which I think more appropriate than the earlier when I said it should be more. Tesla Energy is really good. The product rollout being pulled forward is very good news. Meta.
Yeah, you may also want to look at Uber and Lyft. Their stocks are down like over 3%. I don't know if that's just because of market noise or because of an interpretation of competition like we saw with the 8.8 announcement.
Yeah, Uber down 2% and Lyft down 3%. Charity.
I wonder why. I wonder why.
Is that a coded message about Model Y?
Chad, just be careful. You know, you're gonna have Zach jump over again. Like, oh my gosh, what the heck? The guy has never come up to speak.
Wait, who? Sorry. What?
Somebody.
Do you say someone named Zach? I don't. Who is this?
I don't know. All right, you'd see.
If I was going to speak for the Bears for a second, I think some Bears can celebrate. The stock did go from 250 to 140 in a 4-month period of time. So yeah, it's up to 160, but there's still a lot of Bears with a lot of money.
Good. Okay. I think we got the gist of the story here. Yeah, I wouldn't make much of the. So hold on one second. Meta, are you making prediction here that Tesla will start a robotaxi service on 8/8? Are you willing to make that prediction?
I think they're going to announce it is available for download. Yeah.
They said integrate into Tesla app.
Oh, fair
Where are you
enough.
downloading? Pay attention.
Fair enough. You can download the update.
Can that be a coffee bet there? Is that a baseball strike?
We're waiting. Hold on. We're waiting for him to step up, grow some balls. What do you got?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Who's taking the other side? You'd see.
In a heartbeat.
Done. This is the second coffee bet of the day.
Can it be a T bet if Elon speaks in a British accent on the call?
No, coffee bet. Consistency. Come on. I don't drink tea. I mean, I do. But Tesla will start the robotaxi service on 8/8, says Meta. Tesla.
And it doesn't have to be in the US.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be in US. I guess you think it's China, but yes, says Meta. And no, says Yutzi. If someone wants to take the Meta side, I'll jump in with Yutzi. Okay. Does somebody want to take Meta side? Let's see. Yoda?
Hey, just a question for you guys.
Are you willing to take Meta side?
No, I'm always on
Okay,
your side.
Wes.
I might be, but I want to clarify. Does this mean that there's just app integration, or that there's no driver behind the wheel when a car comes to get you?
No, I think L4 with a driver behind it would qualify.
Okay, then I think
are you okay
that's
with that, Yutzi? Hold on, Yutzi, are you okay with that?
Are they going to say? So you're saying they're going to say L4?
No, I'm saying they will
Not
have applied for a
say.
permit.
All right, can everyone please? So the bet is a robotaxi service starts on 8/8. Okay. Now, whether you have drivers or no drivers in the driver's seat, just kind of like a safe driver kind of thing you'd see, is up to Yutzi right now. Okay, Yutzi, are you willing to take that bet?
Yep.
So you're okay with a safety driver in the driver's seat?
Yeah, we're thinking like similar to Uber, right? Whether they're using the software, there may be somebody in the vehicle to start. I don't think they do that on 8/8.
I don't know if I'm willing to take that bet, honestly.
I think they'll announce that's coming soon, but I don't think they're gonna start it on 8/8.
I think he said that it was up to Yutzi, right, Yaman? So you're kind of already in the bet.
No, I'm not. I was going to take the no. I'm not. I was going to take the no safety driver because it's ridiculous. But what's keeping them from starting a testing with safety drivers for regulatory purposes? Nothing. You see?
If the software is not where Elon wants it on 8/8, I don't think he sees any necessary reason to put drivers back there until he has the software where he wants it. So that's why I don't think he would do that. Seems like an unnecessary step in his eyes.
What if we clarify it to say that they must be giving people rides, right? So at least employees.
Wes?
So he's saying revenue?
No revenue. Just employee rides. Wes?
Yeah, I'm not saying revenue either. I don't see why they wouldn't. if you have a safety driver behind the wheel, you're not, the
Yeah,
driver behind the
exactly.
wheel still has liability. So exercise the software. There's no reason not to.
Yoda?
Have you guys been to the Vegas loop? I think it started with drivers. I just wondering if now there are no drivers.
Yeah. Oh, really? I don't know about that. Wes?
There's still drivers.
Yeah.
And don't think that that's a good place to start it. I know that people think that that's probably simple and basic, but they're creating a generalized solution. So I just don't. I think this is a way better way for them to launch it. Put it in the app. Have people start using it while they're behind the wheel. Start collecting, potentially money eventually for these rides, but just exercise the software. Find out where the corner cases are.
Okay, you'd see if you're willing to take a bet with Meta, with safety drivers, you're welcome to do so. I don't really care about that stuff
I'm
because
good.
it's
I'm
kind of
good
like,
with the bet. I'm sure
okay,
we'll
all right,
settle it out later.
okay, Yoda.
I don't usually bet, but I'm gonna bet that on 8/8 they're gonna release Robotaxi without drivers on selected areas to start.
Wow.
The board has turned.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. What is going on here?
Can I have
Is
that
this
bet
just
too?
the excitement of the like after hours price action? What's going on here, Yoda? You're not usually like this.
Yeah, I think again, with today's print, what I'm most excited about is now I get to calculate from the first billion trips that Tesla will eventually do, whether it displaces or it's incremental to Uber and Lyft, I don't care. But my calculation is to take that 1 billion trip, divided by 365, divided by uh, 24, divided by 60, multiplied by the production minutes I own. And it's approximately 4,000 trips per every 2.5 minutes.
Okay, so just to make it clear, Meta and Utsi are betting that there will be a robotaxi service starting with or without drivers, and then I'm going to bet Yoda. He's saying that it's going to start without drivers, and I'm saying there's no way.
Sounds like a
Yoda,
deal.
okay with that? Okay.
Sounds like a deal, but I think Wes got screwed. Wes, if it's okay, I'll consider my win your win.
Yeah, no worries.
Yaman backed out and said, I'll make a bet with Yoda instead.
Wes wasn't saying they're going to start without drivers, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. You were originally on the same side of the bet, but you see, you bumped out.
The
Hold on
line
one second.
moved.
Zek is coming up. While I type this up, you guys, no hands mode. While I type this up, no hands mode. Keep going.
Yeah, with drivers, it's just going to be a lame demonstration of the future. And I don't think Elon would want that to be out of the gate. I think he would rather have no drivers in a very limited area than drivers in a broad area to start.
While I agree that the law permits that in California, I think this is where I don't think it's likely because you have two approaches. You have build in the remote driver software capabilities and have all the vehicles have a remote driver capability. And then once you've got that working, you have to own all the vehicles or you have to find a system for people's cars to get in and out of their parking lots when they're not home. And there's a lot of those edge cases you have to solve to go fully driverless right out the gate. An alternative, which a lot of people have also said, is why don't you create an Uber-like service where the humans are behind the wheel, they're doing very little work, you're now competing directly with Uber, but you're also getting all the other data. You're also getting when these people are going to have cars, and these people can start dealing with how to wash cars. You can build the stations for charging. You get all these other things built out in preparation for robotaxi.
Meta, were you ever a BlackBerry user with half the screen, touch screen, half the phone with keyboard?
Yes, I used Crackberry. I used to work there back in the day. I helped build the BlackBerry Pearl.
Nice.
How did you
That's what
figure
I
that
thought.
out?
All right. There
That's
you
what I
go.
thought. That's the robotaxi with the human.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
disagree. That Elon's not doing that today. He's demonstrating a generalized autonomous version across the United States and Canada. And now you're talking
Okay.
about completely changing the way that that's rolling out with the
We're,
next step of robotaxi app.
we're gonna get back to this for a second. Okay, we're gonna get back in a second. While Zach and Joseph talk, and everybody involved in the bet, please review at the top of your screens are the two bets we just agreed on. Zach,
The question I was going to ask is, if the app is functional, and you guys think there won't be a driver, the current app they displayed on today's investor deck says there's a 4-person capacity in the Model Y, which means there might be a driver still in it.
Wes.
Yeah, I mean, the current Ubers are kind of like that too. They show how much capacity is in a given vehicle. I wouldn't use that to like say it's justified that there's definitely going to be a driver behind the wheel. I don't see another way that he would do it. It's going to be they're currently doing a generalized solution. I feel like they're going to keep moving forward with that.
So you think in less than 4 months there's going to be a driverless robotaxis network?
Yeah, just to be very clear, I mean, don't take it out of context. There's going to be a safety driver behind the wheel. That driver isn't going to be doing anything unless it's necessary. And everything else is going to be as if it was driverless. They have to find these corner cases. That's what they've been doing with version 12 and version 11 and all these other things that we've been doing. But now they're truly seeing just corner cases. Like I'm on my 10th day now of no interventions and hundreds of miles of driving. So, that's just where we're at.
Joseph.
I think when the market speaks, we got to listen, and I think the market might actually be voting yes here too, or at least signaling that way. Uber and Lyft are down like pretty significantly from their intraday highs, about
Okay,
5%
hold on.
and 10%.
Relax.
I'm just saying it's there.
No,
It's after hours, but it's
perfect.
there.
So this is after hours, especially in the stocks of Uber, Lyft right now. The volume is extremely low. You can't move these things with just a few shares. Like it really doesn't mean much. So I'm going to move you down. All right. Well, you'd see Yoda. You guys agreed to the bet?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay, good.
I
Meta
agree
said he'll
with
be
it.
back. Yutsu says, I'll send you my and VA's Venmo here shortly. Approximately 108 days. Yoda with the most aggressive optimism.
Don't worry, guys.
Coming in.
My coffee order is very simple. I'm not one of those millennials that goes on and on for minutes to customize their coffee.
All right. Grant.
Hey, big day. We'll be curious to see what's said on the call, but good result for you guys so far.
Thank you. Zach, how is FSD doing for you these days?
Great. 12.3.3 was phenomenal. 12.3.4 was excellent. 12.3.5, the decision making is very quick, like exceptionally quick. It's borderline. It's excellent. The only problem with it is it's slower, which in California everyone hates you for driving slow. So it kind of that's the only problem. But it doesn't do the stupid thing where it turns its signal on, starts going over the lane, and then goes back last second. It's actually committing and it's doing it really fast and properly. So that's it. FSD 12 in general has just been awesome.
That's great. And thanks for coming up to speaker boards. Good to have you on the board. What'd you think of Model 3 performance?
I regret going to see it because I really want to buy it now.
Yeah. So somebody in the replies just said, let me check this before we repeat it here live. yeah, I don't see the verification, so I'll ask for the reply here. Okay.
But to answer your question, the new Performance 3 is going to be a slam dunk.
All right, great. Thank you. Let's see anything else. No, this is not good. Okay. Yeah, he was joking. This is not the time to be joking about this kind of stuff. All right. Good thing I checked. So you're gonna buy it? Did you order it? I think Omar just ordered it.
No, I'm not ordering it. It's
No. Okay.
I like my current car too much, and it's just not worth it for me right now. I'm gonna wait for interest rates to drop a bit.
Okay, good.
Are you
Let's
gonna
see.
order it?
No, not the time for me right now. The thing about this, me not only while you're on the board, me not owning a Tesla is that I don't own a car. I haven't owned a car since 2010, and I don't need a car. So I walk a lot, and I don't have a use for a car, any car right now. I think you guys' concerns would be valid if I owned, let's say, a Toyota Corolla or Camry or BMW 3 Series. Then I agree with you. Like that would be disingenuous for me to kind of, talk so much about the stock and the company and not own the product. But if I don't have a need for a car, why would I buy a car? That just doesn't make much sense.
Well, that makes sense for a lot of people. I think you're in Austin. That makes sense for like downtown Austin, downtown New York. You don't really need it as much.
Yeah. All right. Grant, any kind of bullish takes or bearish takes from the earnings report? Let's say you have a finance background. What's one bullish take that you have from the report and one bearish take?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to go through in detail yet. I do think the results are not as bad as people were expecting. I'm curious. So on the bull side, not as bad as people were expecting. On the bear side, I want to understand how much FSD revenue was recognized. I don't know what the answer is and if that's bullish or bearish. The non-financial thing that I'm kind of bearish on is the commitment Elon's made around rolling out the vehicles, the compacts or next gen vehicles sooner, but without the unboxed build. I feel like that was the right thing to do. If he had said, we're going all in on robotaxi, where there's no compact car with a steering wheel, I think it would have been pretty ugly. But now he actually has to go figure out how to build a compact car soon with a different manufacturing process. So that's a competitive segment of the market. It's going to be a bloodbath in China. BYD's moving into Europe. So I've got concerns around all that.
Okay, Yoda, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I
Grant
think
has concerns.
I think the unboxing manufacturing process is still reserved for the robotaxi to achieve the lowest cost for ride hailing, and so that's obviously good. In the short run, to expedite the compact car on existing lines and processes, I think would just help close this gap of the two growth curves a little bit. So I think in the print it said that it will not be able to achieve that cost reduction as previously thought as much. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of lower margin on those. But I think it'll eventually get migrated to the unboxing methodology.
Okay, great. If Michelle can come up to speaker board, please, I would appreciate that. All right, let's see if we missed anything. I'm kind of just looking at on Tesla. Second general assembly. Wes, when do you expect the second general assembly line at the later factory to ramp to 40 gigawatt hours?
I would think that it's a much less complex line than a vehicle line. So I would expect that to not be longer than 9 months.
Okay, good. Michelle, welcome. Is
Hey,
there any way? Are you at home or are you biking?
I'm riding, but I'm gonna stop on the side to talk here safely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not going to work because I was going to ask for a way to kind of pipe in the earnings call in here, but so I don't have a way of doing that. But if anybody in the audience can type in the earnings call, that would be nice, and we can keep the space going. If not, I'm going to end the space before the earnings call. So anybody at home without distractions, have a desktop or a laptop, and they can put their phone while the earnings call plays. That would work.
I think I possibly could, if nobody else
You
can.
can?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. Then we can keep it going.
When
All
does
right.
it start?
Great. Should
How
be
much?
about half
How many
hour.
minutes? Oh, okay, great. I
Maybe.
can do a couple tests between now and then. Make sure it sounds good.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
Oh no, 9. It says 9 minutes. You got 9 minutes to make tests, to do your tests.
Okay, I'm pulling it up.
All right.
You asked me this morning about transcribing and summarizing the space, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what I do with the earnings calls. Like I have a virtual machine running in the cloud right now. That's gonna hopefully transcribe the earning call, and I'm gonna immediately have the text from a really reliable voice to text product I've been using, and it also like identifies who's talking, and then once the call is done, I can just like search and replace and have like who said what later this evening on the earnings call. But the last 3 calls it crashed, so like my expectations are still low at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can, I mean, if you can do that, that'd be great. And I figured that you'd be the person to know if there's a way.
Yeah, it's in the cloud right now while I'm commuting back home.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Wes?
Let me do a quick test, if you don't mind.
Yep, go ahead.
This is Jason Camisa doing his Model 3 performance review. Let me know if you can hear him clearly. I'll play it for a few seconds.
Talented people, or the one individual who's running that team, like Porsche, sorry, Porsche stuff is just perfect, and it probably takes another 100% as long to tune a car.
How was that?
Yeah, that's good. That works.
Okay, great. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
And I can always turn it up a little bit more if they're not
Yeah,
as loud as Jason.
Yeah, exactly. Turn it up a little bit more if possible.
Great. Sounds good.
Any questions? Any questions,
pulled up.
comments about the earnings release? Please request to speak. Any questions, comments about the earnings release? Please request to speak. It came in pretty much as expected. We had talked about $1 billion net income. That's pretty much on exactly as we expected. The free cash flow came in a bit more negative than I had expected, and that's because of the AI chips that they talked about, more than $1 billion. They doubled their training compute capacity in the quarter, so that's great. That's a great investment, obviously, and also the inventory increase was a little bit more than expected, but that's that's okay. It's really the net income figure that matters more in the longer term for long-term investors. So that came in slightly higher than I expected. I had expected 1.0 billion. It came in about 1.1, 1.2 billion. So, Bogdan?
Hi, Yaman. Hi, everybody. Is the Tesla still holding the Bitcoin? I can't find it. Thanks.
So you wouldn't be able to see that in here, I don't think. But in the 10Q, when that comes out, you might be able to. but it's kind of an immaterial amount anyway. It's immaterial for long-term shareholders because it's not part of the business. Okay.
Oh, I get it. I just want to know. Thank you.
Meta, any additional thoughts?
No, I'm just really excited for 12.5.
Bogdan, to answer your question, the digital assets are still there. So there was no transaction in Q1. Okay, that's probably what it is.
Okay.
Immaterial. Irrelevant.
Any predictions about the say.com questions? Do you think he'll answer the top 5, or is he going to skip some of the more pressing ones like the FSD data, things like that?
I didn't see the questions. Is there one that's in particular?
Yeah, actually the top 3 were pretty good if you want to look at them.
Okay. I mean, we're going to hear him in a few minutes. Michael?
Hi, I just am curious. I'm really excited about these results. These were awesome. But I'm curious, why would they, if robotaxi is imminent, from what's indicated in the report, why would they drop the price of a lifetime subscription to FSD to $8,000? It's something doesn't add up. There's something more there.
So we discussed, I mean, a possible, okay, let's hear other answers first. Wes?
The short answer is to make the cumulative miles go vertical. They need more data.
Right, but that's the subscription price. They've already dropped that, and most people will opt for that anyway.
Yeah, okay, I have an answer for you. So we've discussed here many times that whether you have subscription or purchased FSD isn't going to make a difference on how much you make by adding your car to the network, because the revenue share, Tesla is incentivized to make sure every Tesla is added to the network. Okay. So whether you have FSD, purchased it, subscribed to it, or didn't do anything with FSD ever, Tesla still has capability. Like if the cars that have purchased it or subscribed to it can be added, then the cars that haven't have the same hardware, so they would be added too. So Tesla's still incentivized to make sure that your car is added to the network. Okay, if that's possible. So because they want the revenue share even from those vehicles, right? So I don't think just because you purchased it, you're gonna have a different. I don't think you're gonna have a different revenue share percentage. Does that make sense, Michael?
That makes sense. I'm just thinking, why would you can raise the subscription price? You can't raise what someone already
I see.
paid
That's
for.
what I'm saying. Like it doesn't. So Wes said. So we've discussed here. Meta Wes have said they need this engagement data to train FSD to get it to that point, right? So one way to do it is by reducing subscription price. Another way is to do it reducing purchase price. They're just trying to drive adoption. But it's not going to, like, if you get FSD today, it's not going to be like you make 100% of the profits from the revenue robotaxi network, and the person who subscribed to it makes less. It's not going to be like that. The same revenue share is going to apply to everybody. Is my guess. But let's go to Weston and Grant.
So the YouTube live stream is up, and that's what I'm going to be playing. So if for some reason something happens, you can go to YouTube and look up the live stream as well.
Okay, Grant.
Yeah, I don't know who was speaking a second ago, but I think it's a very good point. I don't think it has to do with the revenue share as much as the value and revenue that Tesla themselves are capturing. If they want to get disengagement data, they should just make it $10 a month. And then once it's actually good enough to be a robotaxi, charge subscription at $1,000 a month. It's weird that they're giving it away at a cut rate for a lifetime license. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. Michael?
Shit, I didn't mean to give the Bears fodder.
I mean, I'm a software investor. Subscription revenue is fantastic. I get it. I mean,
okay,
it's already, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Michael, so are you implying that the fact that they reduced price from 12 to 8K means robotaxi service is not anywhere close?
No, I mean
Okay, so
that's
what's
Grant's
the purpose of the
interpretation.
question?
I was trying to figure out whether they will actually like what we're buying is the supervised version, and the unsupervised version is going to be like a much higher priced thing, or whether they're not going to do, whether they are just going to do dedicated robo taxis and S3XY won't be able to. But it looks like from
Okay,
the shareholder letter, S3XY will be able to. So I don't know. There's other explanations.
okay, good. Maybe we'll get some clarification on the floor. And what makes you say from the letter S60 cars are going to be able to be added?
You can see in the app mock-up that they have a Model Y.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, I don't think that's a promise, right? They had to put something in there, and but I wouldn't jump to conclusions on that. But maybe you're right. Meta?
Yeah, there's in the section where they talk about making the more affordable vehicle earlier, they do talk about how they achieved less of a cost reduction than they planned. But I think it's kind of nice to see that. I'm guessing what's going to happen is the vehicle is going to be more than 25K, is what they're saying. However, they'll have it sooner rather than waiting until they have a 25K vehicle and trying to get all the cost reductions before starting the production line. And this bodes well to me that the unboxed process will allow for continual line upgrades in a decentralized way without major disruptions. So my guess is it's possible that the first few vehicles that move to the unboxed process might be the sexy lineup.
We're starting, everybody.
Other executives. Our Q1 results were announced at about 3 p.m. Central Time in the update deck we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events and results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. Please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. But before we jump into Q&A, Elon has some opening remarks. Elon?
Thanks, Martin. So to recap, in Q1, we navigated several unforeseen challenges as well as the ramp of the updated Model 3 in Fremont. There was, as people have seen, the EV adoption rate globally is under pressure, and a lot of other auto manufacturers are pulling back on EVs and pursuing plug-in hybrids instead. We believe this is not the right strategy, and electric vehicles will ultimately dominate the market. Despite these challenges, the Tesla team did a great job executing in a tough environment, and energy storage deployments, a Megapack in particular, reached an all-time high in Q1, leading to record profitability for the energy business. And that looks likely to continue to increase in the quarters and years ahead. It will increase. We actually know that it will. Significantly faster than the car business, as we expected. We also continue to expand our AI training capacity in Q1, more than doubling our training compute sequentially. In terms of the new product roadmap, there's been a lot of talk about our upcoming vehicle line in the past several weeks. We've updated our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of new models ahead of previously mentioned start of production in the second half of 2025. So we expect it to be more like the early 2025, if not late this year. These new vehicles, including more affordable models, will use aspects of the next generation platform, as well as aspects of our current platforms, and will be able to be produced on the same manufacturing lines as our current vehicle lineup. So it's not contingent on any new factory or massive new production line. It'll be made on our current production lines much more efficiently. And we think this should allow us to get to over 3 million vehicles of capacity when realized to the full extent. Regarding FSD version 12, which is the pure AI-based self-driving, people that if you haven't experienced this, I strongly urge you to try it out. It's profound, and the rate of improvement is rapid. So we've now turned that on for all cars with the cameras and inference computer, and everything from hardware 3 on in North America. So it's been pushed out to, I think, around 1.8 million vehicles, and we're seeing about half of people use it so far, and that percentage is increasing with each passing week. So we now have over 300 billion miles that have been driven with FSD V12. Since the launch of full self-driving, supervised full self-driving, it's become very clear that the vision-based approach with end-to-end neural networks is the right solution for scalable autonomy. And it's really how humans drive. Our entire road network is designed for biological neural nets and eyes. So naturally, cameras and digital neural nets are the solution to our current road system. To make it more accessible, we've reduced the subscription price to $99 a month, so it's easy to try out. And as we've announced, we'll be showcasing our purpose-built robotaxi or cybercab in August. Regarding AI compute, over the past few months, we've been actively working on expanding Tesla's core AI infrastructure. For a while there, we were training constrained in our progress. We are, at this point, no longer training constrained, and so we're making rapid progress. We've installed and commissioned, meaning they're actually working, 35,000 H100 computers or GPUs. GPU is the wrong word. They need a new word. I always feel like a wince when I say GPU because it's not GPU stands for graphics and doesn't do graphics. But anyway, roughly 35,000 H100s are active, and we expect that to be probably 85,000 or thereabouts by the end of this year. In training, just for training. We are making sure that we're being as efficient as possible in our training. It's not just about the number of H100s, but how efficiently they're used. So in conclusion, we're super excited about our autonomy roadmap. I think it should be obvious to anyone who's driving version 12 in a Tesla that it is only a matter of time before we exceed the reliability of humans, and not much time at that. And we're really headed for an electric vehicle, an autonomous future. And to go back to something I said several years ago, that in the future, gasoline cars that are not autonomous will be like riding a horse and using a flip boat. And that will become very obvious in hindsight. We continue to make the necessary investments that will drive growth profits for Tesla in the future. And I wanted to thank the Tesla team for incredible execution during this period, and look forward to everything that we have planned ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Vaibhav has some comments as well.
Thanks. It's important to acknowledge what Elon said. From our auto business perspective, we did see a decline in revenues quarter over quarter, and those were primarily because of seasonality, uncertain macroeconomic environment, and the other reasons which Elon had mentioned earlier. Auto margins declined from 18.9 to 18.5%, excluding the impact of Cybertruck. The impact of pricing actions was largely offset by reductions in per unit cost and the recognition of revenue from auto park feature for certain vehicles in US that previously did not have that functionality. Additionally, while we did experience higher costs due to the ramp of Model 3 in Fremont and disruptions in Berlin, these costs were largely offset by cost reduction initiatives. In fact, if we exclude Cybertruck and Fremont Model 3 ramp costs, the revenue from auto park, auto margins improved slightly. Currently, normalized Model Y cost per vehicle in Austin and Berlin are already very close to that of Fremont. Our ability to reduce costs without sacrificing on quality was due to the amazing efforts of the team in executing Tesla's relentless pursuit of efficiency across the business. We've also witnessed that as other OEMs are pulling back on their investments in EV, there is increasing appetite for credits, and that means a steady stream of revenue for us. Obviously, seeing others pull back from EV is not the future we want. We would prefer it the whole industry went all in. On the demand front, we've undertaken a variety of initiatives, including lowering the price of both the purchase and subscription options for FSD, launching extremely attractive leasing specials for the Model 3 in the US for $299 a month, and offering attractive financing options in certain markets. We believe that our awareness activities paired with attractive financing will go a long way in expanding our reach and driving demand for our products. Our energy business continues to make meaningful progress with margins reaching a record of 24.6%. We expect the energy storage deployments for 2024 to grow at least 75% higher from 2023. And accordingly, this business will begin contributing significantly to our overall profitability. Note that there is a bit of lumpiness in our storage deployments due to a variety of factors that are outside of our control, so deployments may fluctuate quarter over quarter. On the operating expense front, we saw a sequential increase from our AI initiatives, continued investment in future projects, marketing, and other activities. We had negative free cash flow of $2.5 billion in the first quarter. The primary driver of this was an increase in inventory from a mismatch between builds and deliveries, as discussed before, and our elevated spend on CapEx across various initiatives, including AI compute. We expect the inventory build to reverse in the second quarter and free cash flow to return to positive again. As we prepare the company for the next phase of growth, we had to make the hard but necessary decision to reduce our headcount by over 10%. The savings generated are expected to be well in excess of $1 billion on an annual run rate basis. We are also getting hyper-focused on CapEx efficiency and utilizing our installed capacity in a more efficient manner. The savings from these initiatives, including our cost reductions, will help improve our overall profitability and ultimately enable us to increase the scale of our investments in AI. In conclusion, the future is extremely bright, and the journey to get there, while challenging, will be extremely rewarding. Once again, I would like to thank the whole Tesla team for delivering great results, and we can open it up to Q&A.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with investor Q&A. The first question is, what is the status of 4680? What is the current output? Lars?
Sure. 4680 production increased about 18-20% over from Q4, reaching greater than 1K a week for Cybertruck, which is about 7 gigawatt hours per year, as we posted on X. We expect to stay ahead of the Cybertruck ramp with the cell production throughout Q2 as we ramp the 3rd of 4 lines in phase 1, while maintaining multiple weeks of cell inventory to make sure we're ahead of the ramp. Because we're ramping, COGS continues to drop rapidly week over week, driven by yield improvements throughout the lines and production volume increases. So our goal, and we expect to do this, is to beat supplier costs of nickel-based cells by the end of the year.
Thank you. The second question is on Optimus. So what is the current status of Optimus? Are they currently performing any factory tasks? When do you expect to start mass production?
We are able to do simple factory tasks, or at least I should say factory tasks in the lab. In terms of actually, we do think we will have Optimus in limited production in the factory, in the actual factory itself, doing useful tasks before the end of this year. And then I think we may be able to sell it externally by the end of next year. These are just guesses. As I've said before, I think Optimus will be more valuable than everything else combined. Because if you've got a sentient humanoid robot that is able to navigate reality and do tasks at request, there is no meaningful limit to the size of the economy. So that's what's going to happen. And I think Tesla is best positioned of any humanoid robot maker to be able to reach volume production with efficient inference on the robot itself. This perhaps is a point that is worth emphasizing. Tesla's AI inference efficiency is vastly better than any other company. No, there's no company even close to the inference efficiency of Tesla. We've had to do that because we were constrained by the inference hardware in the car. We didn't have a choice. But that will pay dividends in many ways.
Thank you. The third question is, what is Tesla's current assessment of the pathway towards regulatory approval for unsupervised FSD in the US? And how should we think about the appropriate safety threshold compared to human drivers?
Sure, I can start. There are a handful of states that already have adopted autonomous vehicle laws. These states are paving the way for operations, while the data for such operations guides a broader adoption of driverless vehicles. I think Ashok can talk a little bit about our safety methodology, but we expect that these states and the work ongoing, as well as the data that we're providing, will pave the way for a broad-based regulatory approval in the US at least, and then other countries as well.
Yeah. It's actually been pretty helpful that other autonomous car companies have been cutting a path through the regulatory jungle. That's actually quite helpful. And they have obviously been operating in San Francisco for a while. I think they got approval for city of LA. So these approvals are happening rapidly. I think if you've got at scale it's a statistically significant amount of data that shows conclusively that the autonomous car has, let's say, half the accident rate of a human-driven car, I think that's difficult to ignore, because at that point, stopping autonomy means killing people. So I actually do not think that there will be significant regulatory barriers, provided there is conclusive data that the autonomous car is safer than a human-driven car. And in my view, this will be much like elevators. Elevators used to be operated by a guy with a relay switch, but sometimes that guy would get tired or drunk or just make a mistake and shear somebody in half between floors. So now we just get in an elevator and press a button. We don't think about it. In fact, it's kind of weird if somebody's standing there with a relay switch. That'll be how cars work. You just summon a car using your phone. You get in. It takes you to your destination. You get out.
You don't even think about it.
You don't even think about it. Just like an elevator. It takes you to your floor. That's it. Don't think about how the elevator is working or anything like that. Something I should clarify is that Tesla will be operating the fleet. So you can think of like how Tesla, think of Tesla like some combination of Airbnb and Uber, meaning that there'll be some number of cars that Tesla owns itself and operates in the fleet. There'll be some number of cars, and then there'll be a bunch of cars where they're owned by the end user, but that end user can add or subtract their car to the fleet whenever they want. And they can decide if they want to only let the car be used by friends and family, or only by 5-star users, or by anyone. And at any time, they could have the car come back to them and be exclusively theirs, like an Airbnb. You could rent your guest room or not anytime you want. As our fleet grows, we have 7 million cars, 9 million cars, eventually tens of millions of cars worldwide. With a constant feedback loop, every time something goes wrong, that gets added to the training data, and you get this training flywheel happening in the same way that Google search has the sort of flywheel. It's very difficult to compete with Google because people are constantly doing searches and clicking, and Google's getting that feedback loop. It's the same with Tesla, but at a scale that is maybe difficult to comprehend, but ultimately be tens of millions. I think there's also some potential here for an AWS element down the road, where if we've got very powerful inference, because we've got a hardware 3 in the cars now, but now all cars are being made with hardware 4. Hardware 5 is pretty much designed and should be in cars hopefully towards the end of next year. And there's a potential to have to run when the car is not moving to actually run distributed inference. So kind of like AWS, but distributed inference. Like, it takes a lot of computers to train an AI model, but many orders of magnitude less compute to run it. So if you can imagine a future perhaps where there's a fleet of 100 million Teslas, and on average they've got like maybe a kilowatt of inference compute, that's 100 gigawatts of inference compute distributed all around the world. It's pretty hard to put together 100 gigawatts of AI compute. And even in an autonomous future where the car is perhaps used, instead of being used 10 hours a week, is used 50 hours a week, that still leaves over 100 hours a week where the car inference computer could be doing something else. And it seems like it would be a waste not to use it.
Actually, do you want to chime in on tier process and safety?
Yeah, we have like multiple tiers of validating the safety. For like in any given week, we train hundreds of neural networks that can produce different trajectories for how to drive the car. We replay them through the millions of clips that we have already collected from our users and our own QA. Those are like critical events, like someone jumping out in front, or like other critical events that we have gathered a database over many, many years. And we replay through all of them to make sure that we are net improving safety. And on top of it, we have simulation systems that also try to recreate this and test this in closed loop fashion. Once all of this is validated, we give it to our own QA drivers. We have hundreds of them in different cities, in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Austin, New York, a lot of different locations. They are also driving this and collecting real world miles. And we have an estimate of what are the critical events, are they a net improvement compared to the previous week's builds. And once we have confidence that the build is a net improvement, then we start shipping to early users, like 2,000 employees initially, that they would like get the build. They would give feedback on like if it's an improvement, or are they noticing some new issues that we did not capture in our own QA process. And only after all of this is validated, then we go to external customers. And even when we go external, we have like live dashboards of monitoring every critical event that's happening in the fleet, sorted by the criticality of it. So we are having a constant pulse on the build's quality and the safety improvement along the way. And then any failures, like Elon alluded to, you get the data back, add it to the training, and that improves the model in the next cycle. So we have this like constant feedback loop of issues, fixes, evaluations, and then it rinse and repeat. And especially with the new V2 architecture, all of this is automatically improving without requiring much engineering interventions, in the sense that engineers don't have to be creative in like how they code the algorithms. It's mostly learning on its own based on data. So you see that, okay, we fail here, or like this is how a person shows, this is how you drive this intersection or something like that. We get the data back, we add it to the neural network, and it learns from that training data automatically, instead of some engineers saying that, oh, here you must rotate the steering wheel by this much or something like that. There's no hard if-else conditions. It's everything is neural network. It's very soft, it's probabilistic. So it will adapt its probability distribution based on the new data that it's getting.
Yeah, and we do have some insight into how good the things will be in, like, let's say 3 or 4 months, because we have advanced models that are far more capable than what is in the car, but have some issues with them that we need to fix. So there'll be a step change improvement in the capabilities of the car, but it'll have some quirks that are that need to be addressed in order to release it. as Ashok was saying, we have to be very careful in what we release to the fleet, or to customers in general. So like if we look at say 12.4 and 12.5, which are really could arguably even be version 13 and version 14, because it's pretty close to a total retrain of the neural nets in each case, or substantially different. So we have good insight into with models, how well the call will perform in say 3 or 4 months.
Yeah. In terms of scaling laws, people in the AI community generally talk about model scaling laws, where they increase the model size a lot, and then they have corresponding gains in performance. But we have also figured out scaling laws in other axes. In addition to the model size scaling, we can also have data scaling. You can increase the amount of data you use to train the neural network, and that also gives similar gains. And you can also scale up by training compute. You can train it for much longer and get on more GPUs or more Dojo nodes, and that also gives better performance. And you can also have architecture scaling, where you come up with better architectures that for the same amount of compute produce better results. So a combination of model size scaling, data scaling, training compute scaling, and the architecture scaling, we can basically extrapolate, okay, if we continue scaling based on this ratio, we can sort of like predict future performance. Obviously, it takes time to do the experiments because it takes few weeks to train. It takes few weeks to collect tens of millions of video clips and process all of them. But you can estimate what's going to be the future progress based on the trends that we have seen in the past, and they've generally held true based on the past data.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the next question, which is, can we get an official announcement of the timeline for the $25,000 vehicle?
I think Elon mentioned it in the opening, but as you mentioned, we're updating our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of our low-cost vehicles in a more CapEx efficient way. That's our mission, to get the most affordable cars to customers as fast as possible. These new vehicles will be built on our existing lines and open capacity, and that's a major shift, to utilize all our capacity with marginal CapEx before we go spend high CapEx to do this.
Yeah, we'll talk about this more on August 8th. But really the way to think of Tesla is almost entirely in terms of solving autonomy and being able to turn on that autonomy for a gigantic fleet. And I think it might be the biggest asset value appreciation in history when that day happens, when you can do unsupervised full self-driving.
5 million cars.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, some of those have one.
Yeah.
It'll be 7 million cars, in a year or so, and then 10 million, and then, eventually we're talking about tens of millions of cars. Not eventually, it's like, before the end of this, before the end of the decade, it's several tens of millions of cars.
Thank you. The next question is, what is the progress of Cybertruck ramp?
I can take that one too. Cybertruck hit 1K a week just a couple weeks ago. This happened in the first 4 to 5 months since we SOP'd late last year. Of course, volume production is what matters. That's what drives costs, and so our costs are dropping. But the ramp still faces like a lot of challenges with so many new technologies, some supplier limitations, etc., and we'll continue to ramp this year, just focusing on cost efficiency and quality.
Okay, thank you. The next question, have any of the legacy automakers contacted Tesla about possibly licensing FSD in the future?
We're in conversations with one major automaker regarding licensing FSD.
Thank you. The next question is about the robotaxi unveil. Elon already talked about that, so we'll have to wait till August. The following question is about the next generation vehicle. We already talked about that. So let's go to the Semi. What is the timeline for scaling Semi? I think
sure. So we're finalizing the engineering of the Semi to enable like a super cost-effective high volume production with our learnings from our fleet and our pilot fleet and Pepsi's fleet, which we're expanding this year marginally. In parallel, as we showed in the shareholders deck, we have started construction on the factory in Reno. Our first vehicles are planned for late 2025 with external customers starting in 2026.
Okay, couple more questions. So our favorite, can we make FSD transfer permanent until FSD is fully delivered with level 5 autonomy?
No.
Okay, next question. What is the gating the production ramp at Lathrop? Where do you see the megapack run rate at the end of the year? Mike?
Yeah, Lathrop is ramping as planned. We have our second GA line allowing us to increase our exit rate from 20 gigawatt hours per year to, at the start of this year, to 40 gigawatt hours per year by the end of the year. That line's commissioned. There's really nothing limiting the ramp. It's given the longer sales cycles for these large projects, we typically have order visibility 12 to 24 months prior to ship date. So we're able to plan, to build plans several quarters in advance. So this allows us to ramp the factory to align with the business and order growth. Lastly, we'd like to thank our customers globally for their trust in Tesla as a partner for these incredible projects.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to analyst questions. The first question comes from Tony Sacconaghi from Bernstein. Tony, please go ahead and unmute.
Thank you for taking the question. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on kind of the new vehicles that you talked about today. Are these like tweaks on existing models, given that they're going to be running on the same lines, or are these like new models, and how should we think about them, in the context of like the Model 3 Highland update? What will these models be like relative to that? And given the quick time frame, Model 3 Highland has required a lot of work and a lot of retooling. Maybe you can help put that all in context. Thank you. And I have a follow-up, please.
I think we've said all we will on that front. So what's your follow-up?
It's a more personal one for you, Elon, which is that you're leading many important companies right now. Maybe you can just talk about where your heart is at in terms of your interests, and do you expect to lessen your involvement with Tesla at any point over the next 3 years?
Well, Tesla constitutes the majority of my work time, and I work pretty much every day of the week. It's rare for me to take a Sunday afternoon off. So I can make sure Tesla is quite prosperous, and it is. I think it is prosperous, and it will be very much so in the future.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Adam Jonas from Morgan Stanley. Adam, please go ahead and unmute.
Okay, great. Hey, Elon. So you and your team on volume expect a 2024 growth rate notably lower than that achieved in 2023. But what's your team's degree of confidence on growth above 0%? Or in other words, does that statement leave room for potentially lower sales year on year?
No, I think we'll have higher sales this year than last year.
Okay. My follow-up, Elon, on future product. If you had nailed execution, assuming that you nail execution on your next gen, cheaper vehicles, more aggressive gigacastings, I don't want to say one piece, but getting closer to one piece, structural pack, unboxed, 300-mile range, $25,000 price point. Putting aside robotaxi, those features unique to you, how long would it take your best Chinese competitors to copy a cheaper and better vehicle that you could offer a couple of years from now? How long would it take your best Chinese competitors to copy that? Thanks.
I mean, I don't know what our competitors could do, except we've done relatively better than they have. If you look at the drop in our competitors in China's sales versus our drop in sales, our drop was less than theirs. So we're doing well. But I think Kathy Wood said it best. Like, really, we should be thought of as an AI or robotics company. If you value Tesla as just like an auto company, you would just have to fundamentally. It's just the wrong framework, and it will come to you. If you ask the wrong question, then the right answer is impossible. So, I mean, if somebody doesn't believe Tesla's going to solve autonomy, I think they should not be.
Wow.
Especially if you look at FSD supervised, if you didn't believe in autonomy, they should give you a preview that this is coming. It's actually getting better day by day.
Yeah, if you've not tried the FSD 12.3, and like I said, 12.4 is going to be significantly better, and 12.5 even better than that, and we have visibility into those things, then you really don't understand what's going on. It's not possible.
Yeah, and that's why we can't just look at just as a car company, because a car company would just have a car. But here we have more than a car company because the cars can be autonomous. And like I said, it's happening.
Yeah, this is all in addition to Tesla. So the overall AI community is just like improving rapidly.
Yeah. I mean, we're putting the actual auto in automobile. So, so sort of a lot of people are like, well, sort of like, tell us about future horse carriages you're making. I'm like, well, actually, it doesn't need a horse. That's the whole point. And that's really the whole point.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from Alex Potter from Piper Sandler. Alex, please go ahead and unmute.
Great, thanks. So couldn't agree more. The thesis hinges completely on AI, the future of AI, full self-driving, neural net training, all of these things. In that context, Elon, you've spoken about your desire to obtain 25% voting control of the company. And I understand completely why that would be. So I'm not necessarily asking about that. I'm asking if you've come up with any mechanism by which you can ensure that you'll obtain that level of voting control, because if not, then the core part of the thesis could potentially be at risk. So any additional commentary you might have on that topic?
Well, I think no matter what, Tesla, even if I got kidnapped by aliens tomorrow, Tesla will solve autonomy, maybe a little slower, but it would solve autonomy for vehicles at least. I don't know if it would win on with respect to Optimus or with respect to future products, but it would. There's enough momentum for Tesla to solve autonomy, even if I disappeared for vehicles. Now, there's a whole range of things we can do in the future beyond that. I'd be more reticent with respect to Optimus. If we have a super sentient humanoid robot that can follow you indoors and that you can't escape, we're talking Terminator level risk, then I'd be uncomfortable with, if there's not some meaningful level of influence over how that is deployed. If there's shareholders have an opportunity to ratify or re-ratify the sort of competition, I guess I can't say that. Whatever, but that is a fact. They have an opportunity.
Okay. Very good.
And we'll see if the company generates a lot of positive cash flow, we could obviously buy back shares.
All right, that's actually all very helpful context. Thank you. Maybe one final question, then I'll pass it on. OpEx reductions. Thank you for quantifying the impact there. I'd be interested also in potentially more qualitative discussion of what the implications are for these headcount reductions. What are the types of activities that you're presumably sacrificing as a result of parting ways with these folks? Thanks very much.
So, like we said, we've done these headcount reductions across the board. And, as companies grow over time, there are certain redundancies, there's some duplication of efforts which happens in certain areas. So you need to go back and look at where all these pockets are, get rid of it. So we're basically going through that exercise wherein we're like, hey, how do we set this company right for the next phase of growth? And the way to think about it is, any tree which grows, it needs pruning. This is the pruning exercise which we went through. And at the end of it, we'll be much stronger and much more resilient to deal with the future, because the future is really bright. Like I said in my opening remarks, we just have to get through this period and get there.
Yeah, we're not giving up anything that it's significant that I'm aware of. So we've had a long period of prosperity from 2019 to now, and so if a company sort of organizationally is 5% wrong per year, that accumulates to 25-30% of inefficiency. We've made some corrections along the way, but it is time to reorganize the company for the next phase of growth. And you really need to reorganize it, just like a human. When we start off with one cell and kind of zygote and blastocyst, and you start growing arms and legs, and briefly you have a tail. And so
but you shed the tail.
You shed the tail, hopefully, and then you're a baby, and you basically you have to be different. The organism, a company is kind of like a creature growing, and if you don't reorganize it for different phases of growth, it will fail. You can't have the same organizational structure if you're 10 cells versus 100 versus 1 million versus 1 billion versus 1 trillion. Where humans are like around 35 trillion cells. Doesn't feel like it, feels like like one person, but you're basically a walking cell colony of roughly 35 trillion, depending on your body mass, and about 3 times that number in bacteria. So anyway, you've got to reorganize the company for a new phase of growth, or it will fail to achieve that growth.
Thank you. Let's go to Mark Delaney from Goldman Sachs. Mark, please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks very much for taking the question. The company had previously characterized potential FSD licensing discussions as in the early phase, and some OEMs had not really been believing in it. Can you elaborate on how much the licensing business opportunity you mentioned today has progressed? And is there anything Tesla needs to achieve with the technology in terms of product milestones in order to be successful at reaching a licensing agreement, in your view?
Well, I think it just needs to be obvious that our approach is the right approach. And I think it is. I think we're now with 12.3. If you just have the car drive you around, it is obvious that our solution, with a relatively low cost inference computer and standard cameras, can achieve self-driving. No LiDARs, no radars, no ultrasonics, nothing. It's just
no heavy integration work for vehicle manufacturers.
Yeah, it's so it really just be a case of having them use the same cameras and inference computer and licensing our software. And but it's once it becomes obvious that if you don't have this in a car, nobody wants your car. Yeah, it's like it's a smart car. I just remember back when Nokia was king of the hill. Yeah,
cell phone.
Yeah, crushing. And I saw them come out with a smartphone that was basically a brick with limited functionality. And then the iPhone and Android. But people still do not understand that all the phones are going to be that way. There's not going to be any flip phones. There'll be a niche product.
Or home phone.
Yeah, not even exactly. When was the last time you saw a home phone? Is it like an
I have no idea.
Yeah.
In a hotel. Sometimes in a hotel.
Yeah, the hotels have. Yeah. So the people don't understand, all cars will need to be smart cars, or you will not sell. The car will not. Nobody will buy it. Once that becomes obvious, I think licensing becomes not optional.
Becomes a method of survival.
Yeah, so it's license it or nobody will buy your car.
I mean, one other thing which I'll add is in the conversations which we've had with some of these OEMs, I just want to also point out that they take a lot of time in their product life cycle.
Yeah.
They're talking about years before they will, put it in their product. We might have a licensing deal earlier than that, but it takes a while. So this is where the big difference between us and them is, right?
Yeah, I mean, really, a deal signed now would result in it being in a car probably 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Something
That would
like
be
that.
early.
Yeah, that's like lightning, basically. So
that's being an eager OEM.
Yeah. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we do sign a deal. I think good chance we do sign a deal this year. Maybe more than one. But yeah, it would be probably 3 years before it's integrated with a car, even though all you need is cameras and our inference computer. So it's like not a massive design change.
Yeah, and again, just to clarify, it's not the work which we have to do, it's the work which they have to do, which takes time.
Right,
Mark, yeah, very helpful. Thank you. My follow-up was to better understand Tesla's approach to pricing going forward. Previously, the company had said that the price reductions were driving incremental demand. With how affordable the cars have become, especially for vehicles that have access to IRA credits and some of the leasing offers that Tesla has in place, do you still see meaningful incremental price reductions as making sense from here for the existing products? And can the company meaningfully lower prices from here and also stay free cash flow positive on an annual basis with the current product set? Thanks.
Yeah, I think we can be free cash flow positive meaningfully. Yeah.
I think Vaibhav said it in his opening remarks, like our cost down efforts, we're offsetting the price cut.
That's what I was going to say.
Goal. Like we're trying to give it back to the customers.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like for any given company, if you sell a great product at a great price, if you have a great product at a great price, the sales will be excellent. Mm-hmm. That's true of any arena. So over time, we do need to keep making sure that that it's a great product at a great price, and moreover, that price is accessible to people. So it's not, you have to solve both the value for money and the fundamental affordability question. The fundamental affordability question is sometimes overlooked. If somebody's earning several $100,000 a year, they don't think of a car from a fundamental affordability standpoint. But for the vast majority of people are living paycheck to paycheck. So it actually makes a difference if the cost per month for lease or financing is $10 one way or the other. So it is important to keep improving the affordability and to keep, it's just like making the price more accessible. Yeah, exactly. Make the price more accessible, the value for money better, and to keep improving that over time.
But also to make kick-ass cars that people want to buy.
Yeah, it's got to be a great product at a great price, and the standards for what constitutes a great product at a great price keep increasing. So there's like you can't just be static. You have to keep making the car better, improving the price of it, improving the cost of production. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and in fact, like I said in my opening remarks also, like the updated Model 3 is a fantastic car. I don't think people fully even understand the amount of engineering effort which has gone, and Lars and team have actually put out videos explaining how much the car is different when it looks and feels different. Not only does it looks and feels different, we've added so much value to it, but you can lease it for like as low as $299 a month.
Yeah. Without gas.
Yeah.
All right. The next question comes from George from Canaccord. George, please go and unmute.
Hi. Thank you for taking my question. First, could you please help us understand maybe some of the timing of launching FSD in additional geographies, including maybe clarifying your recent comment about China? Thank you.
I mean, like new markets. Yeah, we are. There are a bunch of markets where we don't currently sell cars that we should be selling cars in. We'll see some acceleration of that.
And FSD in new markets?
Yeah. So the thing about the end-to-end neural net based autonomy is that just like a human, it actually works pretty well without modification in almost any market. So we plan on, with the approval of the regulators, releasing it as a supervised autonomy system in any market where we get regulatory approval for that, which we think includes China. So yeah, it's just like a human, you can go rent a car in a foreign country and you can drive pretty well. Obviously, if you live in that country, you'll drive better, and so we'll make the car drive better in these other countries with country-specific training. But it can drive quite well almost everywhere.
Yeah, the basics of driving are basically the same everywhere. Like a car is a car, traffic is a traffic light, road is a road.
Yeah, it understands that it shouldn't hit things no matter where.
Exactly. There are some road rules that you need to follow. In China, you shouldn't cross over a solid line to do a lane change. US is a recommendation, I think. China, you get fined heavily if you do that. We have to do some adaptations, but it's mostly smaller adaptations, not like the entire change of stack or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, George, do you have a follow-up?
Yep. So my follow-up has to do with the first quarter deliveries, and I'm curious as to whether or not you feel that supply constraints that you mentioned throughout the release impacted the results, and maybe can you help us quantify that, and is that why you have some confidence in unit growth in 2024?
Yeah, I think we did cover this a little bit in the opening remarks too. Q1 had a lot of different things which were happening. Seasonality was a big one. Continued pressure from the macroeconomic environment. We had attacks at our factory. We had Red Sea attacks. We're ramping Model 3. We're ramping Cybertruck. All these things are happening. I mean, it almost feels like a culmination of all those activities in a constrained period. And that gives us that confidence that, hey, we don't expect these things to recur.
Yeah, we think Q2 will be a lot better.
Yeah.
It's just one thing after another. Yeah. Our attacks are crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, if you've got cars that are sitting on ships, they obviously cannot be delivered to people. And if you've got excess demand for Model 3 or Model Y in one market, but you don't have it there, it's an extremely complex logistics situation. So and I'd say also we did overcomplicate the sales process, which we've just in the past week or so have greatly simplified. So it became far too complex to buy a Tesla, whereas it should just be you can buy the car in under a minute. So we're getting back to the you can buy a Tesla in under a minute interface from what was quite complex.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Colin Rush from Oppenheimer. Colin, go ahead and unmute, please.
Thanks so much, guys. Given the pursuit of Tesla really as a leader in AI for the physical world, and your comments around distributed inference, can you talk about what that approach is unlocking beyond what's happening in the vehicle right now?
So, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think I mentioned like the car, even when it's a full robotaxi, it's probably going to be used around 50 hours a week.
That's my guess, like a third of the hours of the week.
Yeah, it could be more or less, but then there's certainly going to be some hours left for charging and cleaning and maintenance in that world. It can do a lot of other workloads. Even right now, we are seeing, for example, these LLM companies have this like batch workloads where they send a bunch of documents, and those are run through pretty large neural networks. take a lot of compute to chunk through those workloads. And now that we have already paid for this compute in these cars, it might be wise to use them and not let them be idle. Be like buying a lot of expensive machinery and letting them be idle. Like we don't want that. We want to use the compute as much as possible and close to like basically 100% of the time, make effective use of it.
That's why I think it's analogous to Amazon Web Services, where people didn't expect that AWS would be the most valuable part of Amazon when it started out as a bookstore. So that was on nobody's radar. But they found that they had excess compute because the compute needs would spike to extreme levels for brief periods of the year, and then they had idle compute for the rest of the year. So then what should they do with all that excess compute for the rest of the year? That's kind of monetize it. Yeah, monetize it. So it seems like kind of a no-brainer to say, okay, if we've got millions and then tens of millions of vehicles out there where the computers are idle most of the time, that we might as well have them do something useful.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, I mean, if you get like to the 100 million vehicle level, which I think we will at some point get to, then, and you've got a kilowatt of usable compute, and maybe you're on hardware 6 or 7 by that time, then you really, I think you could have on the order of 100 gigawatts of usable compute, which might be more than anyone, more than any company, probably more than any company.
Yeah, probably. Because it takes a lot of intelligence to drive the car anyway. And when it's not driving the car, you just put this intelligence to other uses, just solving scientific problems.
Just like a human.
Or answering dumb questions for someone else.
We've already learned a lot of deploying workloads to these compute nodes.
Yeah. And unlike laptops and our cell phones, it is totally under Tesla's control. So it's easier to distribute the work product across different nodes as opposed to asking users for permission on their own cell phones would be very tedious.
Well, you just drain the battery on them.
Yeah, exactly. The battery is also limited.
So that, like, technically, I suppose like Apple would have the most amount of distributed compute, but you can't use it because you can't get you can't just run the phone at full power and drain the battery.
Yep.
So whereas for the car, even if you're a kilowatt level inference computer, which is crazy power compared to a phone, if you've got a 50 or 60 kilowatt hour pack, it's still not a big deal to run if you're plugged in. Whether you're plugged in or not, it could be plugged in or not plugged in. You could run for 10 hours and use 10 kilowatt hours of your kilowatt of compute forever. Yeah.
We're together built-in liquid cold thermal management.
Yeah, it's exactly
expensive for data centers. So it's already in the car.
Exactly. So it's distributed power generation. It's just distributed access to power and distributed cooling. And it's already paid for.
Yeah, I mean, that distributed power and cooling, people underestimate that costs a lot of money.
Yeah, and the capex is shared by the entire world.
Yes.
Sort of everyone owns a small chunk and they get a small profit out of it, maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys. And just my follow-up is a little bit more mundane. Looking at the 4680 ramp, can you talk about how close you are to target yields and when you might start to accelerate incremental capacity expansions on that technology?
We're making good progress on that, but I don't think it's super important for at least the near term. As Lars said, we think it'll be, exceed the competitiveness of suppliers by the end of this year, and then we'll continue to improve.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to note also that like the ramp right now is relevant to the Cybertruck ramp.
Yeah,
and so like we're not going to just randomly build 4680s unless we have a place to put them, and so we're going to make sure we're prudent about that. But we also have a lot of investments with all our cell suppliers and vendors. They're great partners, and they, done great development work with us. And a lot of the advancements in technology and chemistry we found in 4680, they're also putting into their cells.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of the 4680, Tesla doing internal cells was a hedge against what would happen with our suppliers. Because for a while there, it was very difficult because every big car maker put in massive battery orders, and so the price per kilowatt hour of lithium-ion batteries went to crazy numbers, to crazy levels.
Bonkers.
Yeah, just bonkers. So, like, okay, we've got to have some hedge here to deal with, cost per kilowatt hours numbers that were double what we anticipated. If we have an internal cell production, then we have that hedge against demand shocks. With too much demand. That's really the way to think about it. It's not like we want to take on a whole bunch of problems that just for the hell of it. We did this cell program in order to address the crazy increase in cost per kilowatt hour from our suppliers due to gigantic orders placed by every car maker on Earth. So,
okay, thank you. And the last question comes from Ben Kalo from Baird. Ben, go ahead and unmute. And you're still muted.
Well, I once again would just like to strongly recommend that anyone who is, I guess, thinking about the Tesla stock should really drive FSD 12.3. You can't, it's impossible to understand the company if you do not do this.
All right, so since Ben is not unmuting, let's try Shreyas Patel from Wolf Research. Final question.
Oh, hey, thanks so much. Elon, during the Investor Day last year, you mentioned that auto COGS per unit for the next gen vehicle would decline by 50% versus the current 3 and Y. I think that was implying something around $20,000 of COGS. About a third of that was coming from the unboxed manufacturing process. But I'm curious if you see an opportunity that some of the other drivers around powertrain cost reduction or material cost savings, would those be largely transferable to some of the new products that you're now talking about introducing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in short, yes. I mean, the unbox manufacturing method is certainly great and revolutionary, but with it comes some risk because, it's new production lines, not. But all the subsystems we developed, whether it was powertrains, drive units, battery improvements in manufacturing and automation, thermal systems, seating, integration of interior components, and reduction of LV controllers, all that's transferable, and that's what we're doing. Trying to get it in their products as fast as possible. And that engineering work, we're not trying to just throw it away and put it, in a coffin. We're going to take it and utilize it to the best advantage of the cars we make and the future cars we make.
Okay, great. And then just on that topic of 4680 cells, I know you mentioned it. You really thought of it more as like a hedge against rising battery costs from other OEMs. But it seems even today, it seems like you would have a cost advantage against some of those other automakers. And I'm wondering, given the rationalizing of your vehicle manufacturing plans that you're talking about now, if there's an opportunity to maybe convert the 4680 cells and maybe sell those to other automakers and really generate an additional revenue stream. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about that.
Right. What seems to be happening is that unless I'm missing something, the orders for batteries from other automakers have declined dramatically. So we're seeing much more competitive prices for cells from our suppliers, dramatically more competitive than in the past. It is clear that a lot of our suppliers have excess capacity.
Yeah, in addition to what Elon said, this is kind of the way. In addition to what Elon said about 4680, what 4680 did for us from a supply chain perspective was help us understand the supply chain that's upstream of our cell suppliers. So a lot of the deals that they had struck for 4680, we can also supply those materials to our partners, help reducing the overall cost back to Tesla. So we're basically inserting ourselves in the upstream supply chain by doing that. So that's also been beneficial in reducing the overall pricing in addition to the excess capacity that these suppliers have.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is going to wax and wane, obviously. So, there's going to be a boom and bust in battery cell production, where production exceeds supply, and then supply exceeds production, and back and forth, kind of like, I don't know, DRAM or something. So it's like what is true today will not be true in the future. There's going to be somewhat of a boom and bust cycle here. And then there are additional complications with government incentives, like the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, which I always found like a funny name for a
comical name.
Yeah, is like the Irish Republican Army, the Internet Research Agency from Russia,
Independent Retirement Account.
Yeah, exactly. Roth IRA. It's like a force Spider-Man situation, which IRA wins. But it does complicate the incentive structure, so that there is perhaps there's stronger demand for cells that are produced in the U.S. than outside the U.S. But then how long does the IRA last? I don't know.
Which is why it's important that we have both internal cells and vendor cells to hedge against all of this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the time we have today. But at the same time, I would like to make a short announcement. And I wanted to let the investment community know that about a month ago, I met up with Elon and Vaibhav and announced that I'll be moving on from the world of investor relations. I'll be hanging around for another couple of months or so feel free to reach out anytime. But after this 7-year sprint, I'm going to be taking a break and spending some good quality time with my family. And I wanted to say that these 7 years have been the greatest privilege of my professional life. I'll never forget the memories I started literally at the beginning of production hell and just watching the company from the inside to see what it's become today. And I'm especially super thankful to the people in this room and dozens of people outside of this room that I worked for over the years. I think the team strength and teamwork at Tesla is unlike anything else I've seen in my career. Elon, thank you very much for this opportunity that I got back in 2017. Thank you for seeking investor feedback and regularly and debating it with me.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I reached out to you was because I thought your analysis of Tesla was the best that I'd seen.
Thank you.
So, thank you for helping Tesla get to where it is today over 7 years. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all the thousands of shareholders that we've met over the years and walked around factories and loved all the interactions, even the tough ones. And looking forward to the call in the next 3 months, but I'll be on the other side listening in. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
There you have it.
Thank you, Wes. What did you guys think?
I'm very happy with a lot of the data that came out.
Specifically, top three takeaways.
They are indeed targeting a 2-week release cadence. They're collecting 2 million pieces of data, 10 million pieces of data per iteration. That gives us some data to go play around with. And the 50% of the users are using FSD.
Yep.
I don't think that's what he said.
He said they pushed it out to all the cars. Mm-hmm. So every car that could run FSD 12.3 has it, and 50% are using it. That was my read.
Same.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if he used present tense. Did he?
He did.
Have used it so far. Not are using it.
Either way, that was my takeaway. Wes.
Okay. Wes.
Yep. My other big takeaway of my top 3 was not only did he say that they're accelerating the next platform, that we could possibly see something by the end of this year. So they're very much accelerating the pieces that are already good enough for production. So I'm excited about that.
Okay. Any other takeaways? Please request to speak. Any other key takeaways, please request to speak. For Meta and Wes, I would really love it if you guys could focus on AI-related takeaways. Meta?
Yeah, the other big takeaway for me in the AI space is Optimus. Lots of good information there. I understand people are going to question the boy who cried wolf kind of thing, but you got to understand this is not just a boy. This is a boy that like tries to get better at not crying wolf, even if he does cry wolf. Um, I think saying that they will have Optimus operating, I think he said by the end of this year, right, and possibly sold outside next year, is extremely bullish on where he thinks they are on the hardware side. The software is more unknown, but the hardware side is pretty clear.
Good. Grant?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of takeaways, but I think the one thing that stuck out in my mind was that, again, I'm a bear. The answer to the question of the regulatory environment and how they were approaching that, I thought was extremely weak. He kind of said that they were going to draft off of Waymo and Cruise. I think that left a lot to be desired.
Meta, to kind of follow up on what you said, and we have Omar in here too. He said, useful work in the factory by the end of this year for Optimus, and possibly sell it outside by the end of. So sell possibly outside, which is exactly the timeline we've been discussing in here.
A lot of our predictions actually were in
Yeah,
line
okay.
with this discussion.
Not the time to pad out exactly. Wes?
Yeah, the regulatory thing that Grant just mentioned, my read was different. He was talking about how other companies have paved the way. They've gone through the regulatory spaghetti to get to where they are, and they're kind of paving that way, and that's a good thing. It's going to help them. And when they're ready, they will push forward and get regulatory approval, and they will do that in countries which they deem appropriate. And I think it's interesting to say that they also mentioned that their solution is so generalized that it should apply to any of these countries. So my takeaway was different than Grant's.
Okay. Robbie?
Hundreds of gigawatt capable decentralized inferencing compute from a global fleet. It would be much more powerful than Amazon Web Services. That's what Elon said. I thought that was pretty amazing. You can print money while the car is parked in your garage.
Good. Lumi?
Yeah, it was interesting to see the unification of manufacturing between the different models, and the 3 million, maybe I've got this wrong, but I heard 3 million upper limit or something like that. Maybe I've got that wrong.
That's capacity. Yeah, make sure you have your quotes correctly. Omar, what were your
I'm going to have to
three?
re-listen.
Okay, do that in the listening mode. Omar, what were your key takeaways?
Yeah, I think they knocked it out of the park in terms of the messaging. The numbers were not great, but much better than what a lot of people were forecasting. People talking about a net loss and things like that. Obviously, they didn't come anywhere close to that. So there were a number of exciting takeaways, I think. First of all, just looking at the deck, at the compute capacity, they're now, they've now doubled their compute capacity since last quarter. So that's crazy because last quarter they doubled their compute capacity. This quarter they've doubled their compute capacity, and they forecast doubling their compute capacity again before the end of the year. So, I mean, this is obviously incredibly meaningful for FSD. They say they have about 30,000 H100s up and running, but they've mentioned having, H100 equivalent capacity of 3,700. So it kind of suggests that Dojo is, about 25% of the size of their NVIDIA cluster, which is pretty impressive, honestly. And the number of FSD miles is already at about 1.3 billion. This suggests that they're adding 16 million miles a day. I think that's huge. They confirmed that the robotaxi is going to be a vision-only solution. A lot of people thinking the hardware was going to be changed. That's not the case at all. But the biggest announcement by far, and the most material, obviously, is the new strategy around the low-cost vehicles. Having sort of a hybrid process where they take the drivetrain, the battery, the low voltage system, the networking, a lot of that stuff that they were going to do with the unbox process and next gen platform, and bring some of that over in a way that can be produced in the 3-in-Y line, accelerating the affordable vehicles coming to the market from late 2025 with a lot of risk of ramping up the next gen production system to early 2025, if not late 2024, which, I don't think they're going to make late 2024, but that is a crazy target. We're talking about in a number of quarters having a lower cost model available. And then you start thinking about this strategy and you're like, oh my God, this just makes so much sense. If they can just utilize the existing factory footprint, the existing 3-in-Y lines, and they can get from 1.8 million to 3 million units of volume using these existing lines, not only do you bring up the time to bring an affordable vehicle to market, not only do you reduce the CapEx outlay needed to achieve those volume targets, but on top of that, you also drive economies of scale for the 3-in-Y as well, because you've got more more units coming off the existing lines, existing factories. That's obviously going to be beneficial to the existing business as well as the new models. And then the robotaxi vehicle, which is going to be called the Cybercar, will be the first that's produced on this unbox process.
All right. And any questions, comments, please request to speak. If you'd like to share your key takeaway, please request to speak. Grant and then Wes.
I just want to share my perspective on the pivot in terms of accelerating the new vehicles. I think that it's kind of clear that that wasn't Elon's original intention. I think it's something that he caved on because the stock would have gone down massively had he not. And I think that the approach of taking it out of the existing production facilities and capacity makes sense. It definitely does enable them to do it in a lower CapEx intensive way, but it's also going to be at the expense of other production, which I think it's kind of a surreptitious way of cutting production for other vehicles, which is probably the right thing to do.
Wes.
I loved at one point where they were discussing Robotaxi Day 8.8, and Elon was like, oh, we can light up all of these cars, and Lars is like, yeah, 5 million. And it made it sound to me like they were planning to actually do the launch on 8.8. And then also, I don't know if you guys caught the cyber cab word that Elon used. When I was playing it here, it pulled up the descriptive audio as something different, but I heard cybercab. So I'm really interested to see what this vehicle looks like now.
Yoda, what were your key takeaways?
Yeah, Elon's reaffirmed his commitment to Tesla. He mentioned it's the majority of his time, and he'll ensure that there's a prosperous future. So that was good to hear. I like a subtle fact whereby FSD can work well already in many markets, and that supervised FSD just needs to be approved in new markets like China for them to deploy it with some chain.
Thank you. Reggie, what were your key takeaways?
Yeah, just like Wes said, the cyber cab, it'd be interesting to see how that gets designed and built. Also, I just like Elon's confidence. It reassured me about FSD. It reassured me about the direction of the company has been headed. So it was exciting to see, and also his team is he's getting his team more involved in those interactions as well. So they're spewing out confidence in what they're doing, right? So I was very proud of what they're doing.
Okay, good. Just a quick note. We have a number of people who just came in. I'm guessing one of the spaces ended. We listened to the earnings call. Before that, we have a couple of hours of discussions predicting what was going to be unveiled, and following up, a few days talking about this topic. You can go back on YouTube and listen to those parts while this is going on. You can scroll around 1x, 1.5, 2x, etc. And now we have Omar in here too. We're sharing our key takeaways. And pretty much, bottom line, the earnings was very much as expected, as we expected in here. We had talked about $1 billion of net income. It came in slightly higher than that, 1.1, $1.2 billion. I think a greater than expected AI spent, chip spent in Q1. And in return, Tesla doubled its training compute in 1 quarter. Tesla doubled its training compute power in 1 quarter, which is, I think, very material. So that's obviously a good investment. And I don't think, based on after hours price action, investors don't mind that extra spend, which is really good. The margins were very much in line as we expected. The one thing that I think was above what investors expected was the compact car. Obviously, Reuters article is pretty much proven false at this point. And Elon said early 2025, next gen vehicles, early 2025, possibly by the end of this year. Omar, anything to add to that summary?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. And you can kind of see where Reuters got the story wrong because the low cost vehicle based on the next gen platform and unbox process was canceled, so to speak. But it wasn't canceled because they didn't want to build it. It was canceled because they're accelerating it and actually trying to incorporate some of those technologies into the 3Y production line and build them all on the same production system. So it's easy to see where they got the wrong story from, but it was incorrect. And Elon came out and denied it. Franz came out and denied it. Yet so many in the community were still treating it as a fact. And I think it, just kind of makes me think back in the day, people were fighting FUD. An incorrect story would come out and people would say, that's not true. Now people actually share it and spread it and treat it as a fact, even if the company themselves is denying it. It's kind of crazy how high the negativity got. And that's really the story here. The numbers are bad, but the sentiment was so horrible that they were expecting a train wreck. And when you expect a train wreck and the numbers are only really bad, you're still beating expectations.
Very good. And Omar, you were spot on when you came to this about the compact car timeline. You said it's not only not canceled, but we're ahead of schedule. That was a prediction going into it, and that's exactly what the team said.
Well, I started asking people, and that's what they said. So it was kind of obvious if you just even bothered to ask, for example, suppliers who've been asked to supply parts, right? Like if they're planning to get this out by the end of the year, obviously they've had conversations with suppliers and other companies about making that possible. So it's hard to keep these things a secret when they get to an advanced stage.
Wes, Yoda, Grant, Reggie.
I also love the confirmation of 40 gigawatt hours by the end of the year with the second megapack line fully commissioned.
Yoda.
Yeah, I thought Omar made a good point there about FUD. It could very well be that they got the actual insight from internal sources, but that they wrote it that way to create the FUD. And so it's really sad actually, where you're presented with actually very exciting news, but that you actually fabricate a lie based on that.
Grant.
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully disagree with some of the things that have been said related to the Reuters article. I don't believe that Reuters chose to make up a story. That's really not the business model of most journalists. We don't know exactly what happened, but I do want to state my opinion here, which is that Tesla had decided to delay the Model 2. The stock price reacted extremely poorly to that news, and they have decided to now accelerate it. in response to what would have been a $90 stock price later this week if Elon had gotten on that call and said, yeah, I'm all in on the robo-taxi. I just don't think it's fair to say that that was a made up story. I don't think that it was just Reuters that were saying it. I know Gary Black said he was talking to people inside that said the same thing. It's just weird to hear this idea that, oh yeah, I understand how they got it wrong because actually they were accelerating it. Like, I don't buy it personally. That's my opinion, but that's how I'm interpreting these events.
Omar, Regimeda.
I think it's funny. The Bears are definitely scrambling right now to try and figure out how to spin this negatively. You look at Ross's Twitter account. He sold all his shares before this, thinking it would dump and he could pick up some shares after the call. Instead, it's jumped more than 10%. He's like, okay, how do I spin this negatively? He's crying about Martin Vietcha. Oh my God, Martin Vietcha. I'm going to miss him so much. But, I don't think they're reacting to the stock price. And the reason I know this is because, like I said, I've had conversations with people who are employees of suppliers that were awarded contracts to work on this car. And I talked to them before the Reuters story even came out. So this was not some sudden reaction to save the stock price or something. This was actually a plan that they put in place. And I don't believe that Reuters wanted to get the story wrong on purpose. They obviously thought that they had the story right. But what they actually did was misinterpret the information they saw. They said, oh, Project N911 has been canceled. That means that they're not making a next gen car. So they got a piece of evidence which was true. It was a real piece of evidence. They came to the incorrect conclusion. What they were actually doing is changing it to be a different vehicle that was built on the existing production system rather than on the next gen production system, which actually de-risked it and brought it to market faster. So the data point was correct, them letting go people, reorganizing, whatever, but the conclusion they drew was incorrect. And that was the mistake they made. And, Fred Lambert from Electric and many others also repeated it, even though, Elon said Reuters is lying. Franz was speaking at an event. He said, don't believe everything you read. And still people went along with it. I think it just speaks to how much this conversation has been dominated by bears. It's infiltrated the minds of even the bulls. And we've been discussing a warped reality. What we've been discussing has not been the reality at all. It's been the complete opposite.
Meta. Sorry, Reggie, Meta, then Mike, then Grant.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, not on that topic, but just one thing I'd highlight was Elon announcing hardware 5 by the end of next year was very interesting to me. Seems like that's going to be part of the cyber cab infrastructure.
Meta?
On the hardware 5 thing, I think that's just part of the natural cycle before we allow another bear thing to be like, oh, you need hardware 5 for robotaxi. Let's just say that right off the bat, that's not going to be the case. In terms of why it was canceled and that whole rhetoric, it's very possible that the next generation affordable car won't be immediately the unbox process. I don't know if it's clear from the earnings that that's necessarily the case or not the case, but it sounds like they were going for something to be super perfect. Maybe that was like the unbox process has to be like absolutely puritanically perfect, and they're compromising somewhere, and that's why they're saying it won't be as cheap as we wanted it to be, or they didn't achieve all the cost reductions, but it's better to pull it forward.
Thank you. Before I go to Mike, Omar, can you please clarify the 25% dojo comment?
So Tesla has charted their increase in compute capacity. They have a NVIDIA cluster of about 30,000 H100s. They also have a cluster of A100s, and they have a cluster of Dojo. So given that they have said on the call that they have 30,000 H100s, and they have listed on their thing H100 equivalent compute capacity of 37,500-ish, depending on, how you interpret the graph, That suggests that they have, 5 to 7,000 H100s worth of Dojo compute online.
So you're assuming the number for A100s, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming that they're mostly not using the A100 cluster anymore. I mean, I think relative to the H100 cluster and the Dojo cluster that's coming online, it's becoming increasingly marginal. So you do have to make an assumption about what the A100 equivalent compute capacity is in terms of H100s. I believe they provided some guidance for that. So you could probably do the math and figure out exactly Dojo, but I guess it would probably be less than 25%. So maybe, 25%, maybe 12%, something like that. But it gives you a sense of where Dojo is relative to H100. What this tells us is that their compute capacity is overwhelmingly H100 based today. And while Dojo's online and ramping up, it's still just a fraction of the H100 cluster.
Meta, Meta and Wes, do you guys agree with those assumptions?
I think 4-to-1 is a fair assumption. If you're asking about the A100 assumption specifically, if you're asking about the compute, I think it's too early to assume that the rest has to be Dojo. If that's where the source of the data is, they could have purchased more H100s as well. However, I'd like to think it's more Dojo.
I'd like to think it's more Dojo as well, but I don't have a good way to estimate that.
Okay.
I mean, did you guys see that image in the deck? They said Dojo.
Yeah.
Not a render.
Right. I mean, I don't think anyone's disputing Dojo is operational, but I think the 25% figure that you talked about seems a little high to me. But if anybody has evidence,
well,
to
not
kind of support that.
25% of their total compute, but 25% of the size of their H100 cluster. So, it could be anywhere from 12 to 20 to 25%, depending on how many H100s they have and how many H100s they're using. But it gives you a sense of sort of the order of magnitude there. The A100s are, the H100s are 5 to 10 times more compute capacity than Dojo right now.
Meta than Wes down the other.
If you look at that bottom graph, when the amount of equivalent H100 compute goes from, I think, roughly 15,000 to just under 40K, I think that that gap is probably Dojo. The reason why I'm saying that is the only thing throwing me off is that it looks like it's a linear ramp up as opposed to like a immediate line. I don't know where that's coming from, but if it was a data center turned on, it's unlikely, in my opinion, that they would have gotten that many H100s in the current environment unless they bought them used or something like that. So I don't want to say we have conclusive evidence, but I agree that it's probably majority Dojo.
Wes.
For me, I'm looking for a definitive Elon saying this build was trained on Dojo that goes out. And then I'm going to be able to understand like what the impact of that is. And maybe we could try to like back or reverse engineer how much compute has actually been put online. Other than that, I don't really have any way to estimate.
Yoda.
Yeah, I like going forward. Ideally, they would split the compute out by Dojo and by NVIDIA. And the other split that would be good to see is compute for training versus inference, i.e. the distributed inference chips that Elon was talking about, i.e. chips in your car.
Okay, good. Mike.
Hey, Yaman. Sorry, I joined just a few minutes ago. I'm assuming someone pointed out that the expectation is for H100 equivalent compute to almost triple from here through the end of 2024. Thought that was really interesting, especially with the comment that at least in the second quarter, free cash flow will be positive. Now, a lot of that is inventory destocking, given the 28-day supply at the end of the first quarter, but it's certainly positive given an almost tripling of H100 equivalent compute through the end of 2024, that at least in the second quarter, free cash flow was predicted to be positive.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Rion.
Yeah, I'm joining y'all from Australia at the moment. Just tuned onto the call.
Rion, the first-time speakers are required to ask questions and start with your questions. So words like what, which, who, why, how.
Well, that's perfect.
Start with that. Nope, well is not one of those words. Sorry. Grant.
Yeah, I don't share all of the enthusiasm that people on this call do, but on the Q2 positive cash flow, that seems really challenging to me. I'd be curious if people have perspectives there. I think they said on the call that the total run rate benefit from the RIF that they went through was about $1 billion annually. So you figure, honestly, in Q2 they might still be paying severance. I don't know, but that's maybe 250 million of savings to kind of dig them out from the 2 billion plus shortfall. Obviously, they've got some additional inventory that they can get out to customers that could help solve for that too. But the problem as I see it is that they've been cutting price to move metal, and I don't know that they are in a better spot to do that in Q2 than they were in Q1. So just curious how people are thinking about that.
Meta?
Yeah, I was going to ask, did you hear the part where they talked about the reason why these price cuts occurred was because of meeting the park assist features, so that the amount of money they had to withhold because they hadn't delivered on a feature was no longer being withheld. So it makes sense that new cars, they could sell them for less because they don't have to withhold that price. And a number of other factors that they mentioned. So it sounded more like all the price cuts were driven by passing on savings. I wonder where you're getting that the price cuts are just to move metal.
I actually don't know that I did hear that. That is confusing me. You're talking about their ability to recognize the incremental FSD revenue from Park Assist? I'm not sure if I'm following.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
I think it was in reference to. Okay, I'll go look it up, but I believe that was stated in the call.
Okay. Neon.
Does anyone know why OpenAI has about 700,000 H100s and Tesla comparatively has so few? It seems like they would want just as many.
Omar.
How many H100s did you say OpenAI has?
The best estimates are 700,000 plus.
700,000? I don't think that's right. I mean, OpenAI doesn't have any H100s. They've got a rich sugar daddy named Microsoft who lets them use their Azure data center in exchange for like half their profits, you know? So Microsoft's Azure data center serves many customers, including OpenAI. I refer you to Nadella's quote: "We own the data. We own the compute. We own the models. We are in what was it? In them, around them, inside them," something like that. Like, it was pretty badass quote. But um, compute's important. Yeah, you need as much compute as possible. Most of the H100s are owned by cloud service providers who rent them out to everybody.
Just a quick reply in YouTube live chats. Granger Nagar says, I simultaneously cringe for new speakers and am entertained at the same time. It's a new sort of emotion called cringe-tained. Cringe-tained. Yeah. So new speakers are required to ask questions, and the question must start. So this is a new rule. Okay. I revised the rule this morning at 5 a.m. The question must start with a word, which is which, why, what, how many. But those are the kind of things that must come out of your mouth as you start speaking. If it's not in that subgroup, I will move you down. Meta.
I'm surprised you didn't know about the 5 W's and the H. There's who, what, when, where, why, and how.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Great.
Stick with those.
Awesome. Yeah. 5
It's a
W's
thing.
and an H. Yeah. Great.
And then, by the way, you're supposed to ask yourself that when you're doing anything complex so you can reason properly. Regarding the 700,000 H100s, that would be about $28 billion because they're about 40K a piece. So no, OpenAI doesn't have $28 billion worth of compute.
Thank you. Lumi.
Yeah, I just wanted to add the 3 million was correct, and why would you doubt me? And I'll move down.
I didn't doubt you. We didn't doubt you. The 3 million is correct, but they were talking about production capacity, right? They're talking about capacity. Ahmed.
Hey, I had a question for Wes, since he's a lot more in tune with this. Elon mentioned that there will be a couple of rewrites during the earnings call. Did you have any insights into that? What does that mean exactly? Because I know we were defining the definition of rewrite yesterday, and wondering if the internal definition is different.
Sorry, did he say rewrite? How did I miss that?
Yeah, it was like I think it was like 28 minutes into the call. I'm not 100% sure as to the timestamp exactly, but he did say we will rewrite again.
Maybe if somebody else heard it, I don't remember hearing rewrite.
We need a second confirmation. Omar, did you hear anything to that end? I didn't either.
Sorry, about what?
Meta, you were giving a thumbs down.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about a rewrite. I'm confident, even if I was not
Are you
paying
talking about
attention.
retraining the model? They said for 12.4 and 12.5, they're almost doing a complete retrain of the model.
Yeah, that might be what he was referring to. Yeah, it was not a
A
rewrite.
retrain is not a rewrite. It's a little bit different.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
I misheard it. Maybe I misheard
Yeah, no
it.
worries. But yeah, that's completely normal. And Ashok
thank you.
mentioned at one point, which I thought was really cool, he said hundreds. And that kind of blew my mind. So I'm interested, like when they do another AI day, if he could go into more detail there, because that sounded
What's
very
the hundreds
fascinating.
comment? What's the hundreds comment?
He mentioned that they were training hundreds of models. And then they were evaluating their individual trajectories, which might, I mean, I could go off the deep end on speculating there, but he continued to talk about how they evaluate those and make sure that they're more reliable and stable than the previous release, which was like music to my ears. Because if they can spit these out every 2 weeks and do that, we are on the March of Nines, and I would like stake my reputation on that, because that is the March of Nines. That's the very definition in my book.
Meta.
Yeah, so he said a few other things too. They collect about 10 million tokens. He said something to that degree per release. For folks as reference, OpenAI, when they originally trained, they trained for, I think it was GPT-3, it was on the order of tens of thousands of tokens in the training set. So 3 orders of magnitude difference here. Obviously,
Can you explain what exactly 10 million tokens mean? So we have 600 plus people in here at this moment. We're going to have thousands of people listen to this.
We'll dumb it down.
I guarantee you 99% don't know what you mean by 10 million tokens.
A token is a word.
Yeah, the equivalent in FSD would be like a 5-second clip, say. Whatever the thing they're normalizing on for training.
Okay, so you're saying they're collecting 10 million 5-second clips.
Basically, he said something to the effect of, if what they need is 5-second clips, it's taking them about 2 weeks to get about 10 million of them, and that they're pushing a release out about every 2 weeks. He also stated that they're training hundreds of models, which tells you that with the same data sets, with different policy attempts and different approaches, you can kind of think of this like evolution, right? You try a whole bunch of different examples, a whole bunch of different combinations. You then evaluate those in a simulated reality. You knock off the ones that are too weak to survive. You continue the process. And by the end of it, you have a few that you then have humans test, possibly at Chuck's left turn. And you go from there and say, okay, these ones are the ones that are better than without any regressions. And those are the ones you ship. The Basil Khan slide will be handy when we talk about this in depth in the future.
Okay. So the 10 million token comment is just a lot of video content. I mean, we knew that already. So is there anything new information in there? Omar?
One of the things I found really fascinating is them talking about scaling laws as it applies to data and compute. So they can kind of chart out, okay, as we add this much compute, as we add this much data, here's how we predict the performance of the model can improve. And it actually follows like a fairly well-defined trend that they can predict it out. And then he also mentioned, we're running a version that's sort of 3 to 6 months ahead of what the customers are seeing right now. So just imagine what they're seeing that we're going to be running in October that is giving them confidence in, sort of laying out this strategy. I think probably by the end of the year, it's going to be doing almost every drive without intervention across the country. It's already gotten to the place for me where it's been 11 days since my last safety critical intervention. And, most drives are now zero intervention. I'm starting to expect it.
Meta.
Yeah, the important part of that thing was that he said it takes about 2 weeks to collect it. Ignore the amount that they need. What he was saying is they're getting enough data for a new training cycle every 2 weeks. That's a really big positive. If you can double the rate at which people are driving, theoretically now you're getting enough data to train every week. Or instead of training 100 models, they did say hundreds, but let's say they're training 100 models, you can now train 200 models. If you double your compute, same thing. Now you can train either at a faster clip or you can train double the number of models. So the more attempts that you're able to train, the more experimentation you're able to do, the faster you're able to get to the end goal. And for folks to materialize the thing that Omar is saying, the model that's running 12.3 right now in production, they can look at how it's performing in production. They can also look at how it performed in its training and testing environment. And they can model, okay, how close were we to predicting how it was going to do in production? If we see a 5% improvement in our simulated eval set, how does that translate to the real world eval set do in production? If we see a 5% improvement in our simulated eval set, how does that translate to the real world eval set? And then if we have a really large model that obviously can't fit inside the car, that we have to figure out how to compress it with enough data samples, we know that it's going to take us 8 weeks or 10 weeks to get enough data samples to compress this thing down. They can forecast, oh, this thing is performing at 20% better than the one that's relative to the one that went out to production, and they can do all the
Okay.
math.
Wes.
I have to go after this, but I loved how Ashok talked about the different ways that they are scaling, and it's not just with more compute; it's with many other ways. And you can go back and listen to all the different ways he talked about. But I love that he went into that detail, that they're utilizing all of those. And thanks so much for hosting again, Yaman. Thanks, y'all.
People driving.
Most likely disengagement.
Okay.
Yeah, Wes just touched on what I was going to say. Ask Meta this question. This was back to last week's discussion with Machine about modalities of scaling, right? What can you scale, or rather, if you scale data, can you keep the size of your model the same? Am I right, Meta? And then, what did you learn from that discussion that Ashok just had?
I just thought it was kind of fun to hear Ashok say more or less what I was trying to say in the space before.
Exactly.
This kind of falls from the chinchilla paper. Yes, it is the case they can throw more data at it, but people should understand it takes orders of magnitude more data to continue to get linear improvement. It takes orders of magnitude more compute to continue to get linear improvement. So there are 3 or 4 different ways you can get there, but you want to use all 3.
Reda.
What's your takeaway when Elon answered Alex Potter's questions regarding the 25% voting control? That was key for me.
Omar.
Yeah, I thought the comment that if he was abducted by aliens, Tesla would solve autonomy was a really great comment. I think this is kind of far along enough now that there's no stopping the train, even if Elon was taken out of the picture. I think the team would still be moving along and making great progress. And he said, on Optimus and other stuff, it's kind of hard to know. But I think that should definitely give investors some confidence that regardless of what happens, there's a lot of years of growth ahead.
I thought there was some nuance regarding, the development of Optimus, etc., and other things that could be done if he was there. He also made a comment on buyback is another alternative to get his stake up. So I think there was just a little bit of a nuance there.
Hunter?
I don't know if this is what the speaker was asking about, but something I took away from that same section of the earnings call that I thought was optimistic, but maybe I was reading into it too much. But it sounded like Elon saw a path to him still getting his 25% call or control, even if the comp package was not approved through share buybacks, through being cash flow positive in the future.
Could we table this particular topic, Iman?
Yes. Sid.
Yeah. So from the earnings call, I heard a couple of times, and they were quite emphatic in speaking about the inference or the computing capability that's in the cars that are already sold and not being used full time because of that the computing is sitting idle over there, and there's a potential for using it like an AWS model. I was wondering if any of the speakers have any idea about the potential use cases and revenue stream.
Meta.
Are you referring to the AWS side?
Right.
Well, yes, the computing
Just say
that's
yes.
present
Yeah.
in every
Yeah.
car.
He got you. Just say yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Meta.
I, for a long time, thought that was not a realistic solution, to be honest. I hear when Elon is saying that, there is a lot of couching in that language. There are maybe futures where you have all these robots doing all these complex things, and they still continue to need to train on very specific tasks. And they could call out to a car that you only need the compute in that car. He talked about hardware 5 potentially being good enough for that. I think that could be the case down the line. There's additional complexity, like, the car has to be charged and all that stuff. That's not probably that hard. But you can imagine someday Optimus is folding laundry, it gets stuck and it goes, oh, I don't know how to solve this particular problem, grabs all the data it has, shoves it over the internet to something, maybe your car as opposed to Tesla's data center. Your car wakes up, has more compute, processes it, and then sends it back to the Optimus. Specific instructions back to the Optimus. You could even imagine it sending it to a whole bunch of different cars, them all working together to try and come up with 10 or 20 different ideas, and then sending all their ideas to Optimus, and Optimus going, oh, okay, I'll try this one idea first.
Great. Ashay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my hand up. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you're interested in a kind of Elon's compensation discussion, we talked about this for about 2 hours today in the morning. It was a very informative discussion. Ken was here, Alexandra was here, and lots of good ideas were discussed. So I do recommend people go, if you're interested in that discussion, you may go back. You can do so right now on YouTube Live because you can scroll back. Or if you want to listen on X, you have to wait until the space ends and you can listen to the first 1 to 2 hours where we discuss pretty extensively. And I think it would actually answer the question that was posed too. So
Elon's compensation package is the most boring topic out of anything on the call.
yeah, exactly.
Omar, how dare you call Elon's package boring?
You're trying to compete with machine on these jokes. It's a tall order.
I heard a visible laugh. It was better than the emoji.
All right. Dave. Dave, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. 3, 2, 1. Any questions, comments? If you all want to share your takeaways, please request to speak. Joshua?
Yeah, I think the most important thing I heard was that they are in talks of licensing the FSD. Does anyone have any guesses or any ideas of what company that might be?
Okay. Omar?
Maybe Ford, maybe Rivian, maybe a Chinese company. I don't know. Um, he gave some additional color. I mean, we did know they were in talks with automakers before. He said he could see one or two deals this year, which I think kind of fits with my expectations. I was thinking maybe one announcement by the end of the year. But as this software continues to just improve and the cost structure is so unlike anything out there, I think it makes sense. And he also said we think it's probably going to take at least 3 years from the time we announce a deal to when they actually are able to ship a vehicle, which I think 3 to 5 years for a legacy automaker, that's to be expected. So as they make these licensing announcements, and it's possible we could see a cascade of them similar to NACS. And I've talked about using the NACS integration to sort of Trojan horse FSD into a lot of these cars. But I think as you start to look at the FSD licensing opportunity, it really starts to break analyst models for an automotive centric Tesla. And you have earnings that are potentially unbounded from vehicle production. So you could have a year where vehicle sales actually decline year over year slightly, and maybe demand isn't so hot for the company's products, but you could still see strong earnings growth because of Megapack, insurance, FSD, things like this. And it was interesting, they had a slide on the earnings deck, non-automotive gross profit, and it's gone from negative to positive and growing.
Meta?
Yeah, I think that 3 to 5 years, or you said roughly 3 years, right? And I think they were being generous. That maybe is the more important part. Even if they get a bunch of announcements, it has to be from a company that's going to survive the next 3 years while Tesla perfects the software and is competing on the robotaxi side. That's the key part.
Yeah, and also we should mention Wes in here has many times said that it's going to take legacy automakers at least one, maybe two product cycles, redesign cycles. So 3 years, I think, is on the optimistic side, but generally, like directionally, it's in line with what this speaker board has been saying for a year. So any sort of announcement, it's really more about when can legacy auto implemented, and that's many years away. Omar?
Yeah, I think it really just underscores how far behind they are on autonomy. Tesla's saying, look, even if we literally just gave them our solution, if we just gave it to them, it would take at least 3 years, 3 to 5
Exactly.
years. To design their own solution, imagine if Jim Farley trying to spin up an H100 cluster and figure out how to train a state-of-the-art model. It's not going to happen in any reasonable investing time frame.
Grant?
Yeah, I just want to make the point that I really don't think anyone's going to pay to use that until actual robotaxis exist from Tesla. It wouldn't make sense in my mind.
Omar, there was a comment about 50% of the people have used it, so they pushed it out with most of the vehicles. 50% of the owners have used FSD V12. What are your thoughts around that comment?
I think it's a strong number overall. They said they pushed it to 1.8 million vehicles. 900,000 of those either didn't install the update or installed the update, but just went about their lives. Most people are just trying to get where they're going. They're probably not, looking at their car and looking at all the new features that got added right away. But I did see a new pop-up in 12.3.5. When I got into my car today, it said, just press this button once to activate FSD supervised. So I think they are going to pop up that. that dialogue for more people to try and get people who have it installed to know they have it installed. But with 400,000 paid users and 900,000 pushed via the trial, that puts us at around 1.3 million cars with FSD installed and using it right now. And when you count the cars that have it installed but aren't using it, that pushes us over 2 million FSD users. So it's kind of crazy. Obviously, not all of those are going to subscribe. You'd expect to see a dramatic reduction as the trial ends. But it's just kind of insane to think we have over 2 million cars with FSD installed and over 1 million FSD users around the country right now.
Omar, just as a heads up, that pop-up, we saw a screenshot of it earlier. I think because of the way you got the updates, you didn't see the pop-up, but everybody else saw it on 12.3.
Oh, okay,
Alex
that's good.
Ramirez. Alex Ramirez.
Hey, thank you for letting me participate. I thought during the call, of course, there were many really important take-home messages and nuggets and really hopeful participation from all the leadership that are really helping us shape a different narrative. And hopefully this will, of course, change the investing sentiment. Now, one really critical thing that Elon mentioned that I haven't heard really anybody discuss yet, and maybe it's because I'm thinking about it wrong. So I want to.
I wish that people just started from that point.
Yeah.
One critical Elon discussed. Here it is. One
Yes.
sentence. Move
One
on.
sentence.
And I really don't want to hear like speculative, generalized statements. We have a lot of people requesting to speak. So, Clay.
In an FSD licensing agreement with another company, they were referring to the hardware that would be needed, and from what I understand, it's just cameras and the chip. So first of all, is that correct? That's really all it needs. They just need to install cameras and a chip. And then second of all, is that another stream of revenue potentially for Tesla in hardware revenue? Would they actually sell those products, or who would actually make those products, do we think?
I believe when they said that, he said something like, even though it's just cameras and a chip. I think he was saying, he was not being precise in that conversation. It's also going to be the vehicle dynamics. So I don't think it's just going to be the cameras and the chip.
Omar, anything?
Yeah, I think the COGS isn't going to change that much if you add those cameras in and add a FSD computer. I think that they already have those components in cars for the most part. Like if you look at, a modern Mercedes or BMW EV, they typically have cameras all around the car. So it's not going to change the bill of materials that much. They may need to buy the same cameras Tesla's using from their supplier, or they may need to buy an FSD computer from Tesla. But I've advocated for selling those at cost, meaning we would sell them the FSD computer for the same price that we're paying Samsung to fabricate it in Austin and essentially make no profit. So you could see a little bit of a revenue boost from that, but I would advocate pricing it as close to cost as possible. Maybe you want a little margin, but you really just want to encourage automakers to add it as much as possible so that you get the much larger revenue opportunity of A, selling them insurance, B, premium connectivity, and C, also FSD subscription and purchase, obviously.
Mr. Redout.
Yes, hi everyone. On what just Omar said, that I think that this would really enable like other automakers to sell their cars, because in the future, as he said, that if you don't have that feature, you won't sell the cars. But the question I wanted to ask is, what do you think that the effect will be on the stock once that there is one major automaker taking FSD?
Zero.
Thanks.
Can I ask you a quick question? Where are you from?
I'm from Switzerland and I live in France.
Yeah, until man, this FSD license discussion just kills me every time. Every time. We could be talking about so many different things.
What did you think about the top question being about Optimus?
That's really good. I mean, factory useful work in the factory this year, potentially selling it to outside by the end of next year, potentially. So it's probably going to get delayed.
Also, the
But
first time I think we've ever had a question about Optimus on the investor call, right?
yeah, it's so much more important than this stupid FSD licensing thing. Tanya.
Hey guys, so regarding the FSD getting to the robo taxi level, so Elon sounded really bullish on FSD in this call, right? So couple of good signs is that no more compute constraints, which we're hearing about from a while, and really aggressive in terms of the releases with bi-weekly releases, right? But I heard Elon saying that for hardware 5, which is already ready and which is going to be installed in the cars probably end of next year. So do you guys think that might be a constraint for FSD, complete FSD to robotaxi level?
Omar.
No, I don't think so.
Omar, did your expectations for August 8 change after this call?
Yes, in some ways. We now know that the robotaxi is going to be the only vehicle built on the unboxed process for now. Um, they gave a lot more color on how they're thinking about things. They reconfirmed that they're going to be doing a vision only robotaxi. They, I think reaffirmed their commitment to getting the existing cars to driverless. Even just seeing the rideshare app that they're designing, it looks like a design mock-up rather than something that's actually been implemented. But they're working on integrating that into the Tesla app. There's a few little tidbits there. Like you notice they said Model Y capacity 4 people. So that kind of shows how they're going to solve the steer by wire problem. They're just going to say nobody's allowed to sit in the driver's seat if it has a steering wheel. So all these little things like that, you're giving a lot more color. And one other thing they mentioned too is that it would be both customer owned and Tesla owned. So they're going to be using a combination. A lot of people had speculated that they would stop selling cars or something like that. That doesn't seem to be the plan at this point. So we have a lot more color, but obviously on 8.8, we're going to see what the vehicle actually looks like and get a lot more of an idea about, what they're doing here. But it sounds like they are working actively on implementing ride hailing into the Tesla app.
Meta.
I thought it was really interesting that they referenced, without referencing Waymo directly, the fact that they have opened up the regulatory framework. And I think that their comments that they would go, they wouldn't have to go region by region, and that if the data is there, the regulators will work with them and it's convincing that it'll save lives. I think that almost tells us what their argument is going to be. Remember, we discussed earlier that you have to convince the regulators how you're measuring safety. I think that's what their metric is going to be, number of accidents per mile.
Okay.
Yeah, not trying to be too negative sounding here, but I give the response on the regulatory front like a 1 out of 10. I don't think that they've done anything on that front. The answer was that the way I read it, which you guys are welcome to push back on, was we just assumed that we'll have data and they'll rubber stamp it. I don't know that there was much beyond that. And I think we're just talking about the different, screens on the ride hailing app and the fact that they're mocking that up before they're even, as far as I can tell, opening up conversations with regulators to see if this technology can be approved is insane to me.
Hey, do you guys think, Omar, do you think we should switch to calling this cybercat instead of robotaxi? Omar?
You were kind of muffled there, Yaman.
Oh, Omar, do you think we should switch to calling this cybercat instead of robotaxi?
Yeah, I think the robotaxi is a little generic. It kind of has this negative connotation. People go, "Oh, robotaxi, a million robotaxis by 2020." And it gives us a hint at what to expect. A cyber cab. Is this going to be like a stainless steel kind of? It makes sense, right? The stainless steel exoskeleton, no paint, high volume, impervious to damage that a robotaxi inevitably is going to face. So yeah, the Cybercab, I like it. I think it's a good name.
Okay.
Also,
Cybercab it is.
a Model Y can be a robotaxi, but a Cybercab is a different vehicle.
Meta, did your expectation for August 8th change after this call?
I became more confident in it.
Okay.
Man, I'm already very bullish, Yaman. Don't try to make me more bullish.
No, I'm not asking you to be more bullish. I'm asking you if it changed.
No, I'm just teasing you. No, I'm more confident. The thing that actually made me more confident than anything else is Elon's hint that 12.4 is great, but 12.5 is a whole other level. Like he drops those hints all the time, and I think he's referring to SAE levels. And when Grant, is saying they're not talking to regulators, that's clearly not the case. They work with NHTSA all the time, and there's many different ways you can go about bringing robotaxis out.
Okay. Omar, would you please look at the two bets that I pinned at the top? These bets were made. When did we make these bets? Was this before the call? Yeah, this was
No,
before
right
the
after.
call. No, right after the earnings release, but before the call, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Man, you're jumping a lot today with wrong information. And Omar, if you could please just predict which who will win the two bets. Sean, go ahead.
Okay.
Sean, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click the button. Sorry.
Neural net, go ahead.
Hey, thanks very much, guys. Just wondering, in regards to FSD, do you think it'll ever make sense to open source the models, kind of like Llama to GPT? Like, is everything else, right, like the cars, the chips, everything else so important that it would make sense to open source the models once they become, level 3 or 4? Just wondering.
Even when people open source models, they just refer to open sourcing the weights. They don't usually open source the process. I don't see why Tesla would give away their secret sauce or the model itself. And you can't just take this model and stick it in another car. It doesn't work that way.
Omar, what do you think about the bets? Omar?
Yeah, it's an interesting bet. First off, I think 8.8 has nothing to do with the ride hailing network and nothing to do with the software. Those are obviously tangentially related in that the vehicle will be using these things, but this is primarily a new vehicle unveil showing off the unboxed process. So I'm not holding out too many hopes that they announce that a ride sharing service is starting on that day. With regards to the second bet that you made with Tesla Yoda about robotaxi service starting without safety drivers on A8, I think we can almost guarantee that Yaman will win that bet, given that you'd have to file permits well in advance of a service like that going live. And there's several steps. First you start without fares, then you're allowed to start having fares. And, Elon said on the call, it's great that a lot of this regulatory process is kind of there now. We know what to expect. Other companies have done it. But I think we can almost guarantee there's no driverless service starting on 8.8. This is a vehicle unveil. Now, in terms of the with or without safety drivers, that's a more interesting one because you notice Tesla started talking in their deck today about a ride hailing network, but they didn't mention an autonomous ride hailing network. They just said a ride hailing network. So I think the obvious thing here is actually develop the application, and you could start operating this ride sharing service today as long as you have a human supervisor in the car. Now, given how good FSD is getting, it's going to be exceedingly rare for the human to do anything. It'll be just like a robotaxi service, but you just have a person there temporarily until the technical and regulatory factors are there to take them out. So I think that one is more likely, but it's not necessarily tied to the 8.8 date. I think they'll launch the ride hailing service in a supervised fashion when it's ready. And they may give us some more details on that at 8.8, but I wouldn't expect that to happen before the end of the year at the earliest.
Thank you. Grant.
Why doesn't Tesla look to launch an L3 for highways product tomorrow? I feel like the tech seems safe enough for it, and I think they could charge more for it. I'm just curious what the take is from the group.
There's a lot of things you have to build to support something like that that are just tangential to your L5 strategy, and they don't help you get there. So there's no point in spending time doing it.
What are those things?
You have to have a mechanism for when somebody gets off the highway, making sure that they're going to be safe. If somebody falls asleep on the highway, how to deal with waking them up before the off ramp and factors like that.
Do they not have those? I mean, like, so you're saying they wouldn't need those at L4, but they need them at L3.
Correct. So L3 is like conceptually makes sense for legal body purposes, but I don't think there are any real L3 systems.
Well, the Mercedes Drive Pilot is.
Level 3 is a joke. Okay. It's not real. This Mercedes thing, I mean, if you're in a, if you got a top end S class equipped with the Drive Pilot package and you're paying the $2,500 a year and you're in California, Nevada, and it's a day that's sunny, but not too sunny that the sun is blinding the car, but not too rainy that it's blinding the car, and you're on the highway, a pre-mapped highway, going under 40 miles an hour, it's basically such a long list of conditions that you can never turn it on. That's like how they've escaped liability. It's a marketing gimmick, and anybody who believes it, I think, is kind of silly. Like, it can't change lanes. It can't do anything. So you're going to miss your exit unless you take over. It requires intervention more often than even basic autopilot from the reviews I've seen on YouTube. So it's more just trying to claim you're more advanced to people who aren't very smart compared to actually, offering something of value. Now, could they turn the nag off or the cabin camera off in traffic jams? Yeah, they probably could, but I don't think there's really that much to be gained from doing it right now. I'd like to see them go end to end on the highway first before they do that. And you can watch Netflix in the car or whatever if you're in the back seat. You just can't turn it on in the front seat while you're driving. But it's literally just one line of code. When they feel that it's safe enough to do that, they've gone end to end on the highways and they're ready to do that. They can just send out a software update and allow you to watch Netflix on the highway in a traffic jam. It's very easy to do. But I think it's kind of besides the point if it's level 2 or level 3. The key is, are you actually providing something that's useful to the customers? And I don't think Mercedes has done that. When Tesla allows you to go nag free and cabin camera free on the highway, it'll actually allow you to do it on any highway without, a lot of the restrictions that the Mercedes system has, and without a lot of the extra hardware too.
Neural nets.
Hey, thank you very much. And just wondering, so I think with autonomy, we've thought before that it was definitely not a hardware problem, it was a software problem. Just wondering if this group believes that it is transitioning from a software problem to like a liability and compliance problem. Are we that close? Like, is that now or is that very
Meta.
soon?
It's still definitely a software and data problem, I would say, more of a data problem now. And just for based on my interpretation of the law, uh, if they remove the nag, they would start qualifying as an AV. They would have to start applying for the permit, at least in California. So I think there may be other reasons, like regulatory reasons, for leaving the nag in, other than a lack of safety or confidence.
I don't think so, because Ford Blue Cruise and GM Super Cruise, they market their system as hands-free. It's even less safe than autopilot. Just recently, 2 people were killed by drivers in Ford Blue Cruise cars because they thought their system was hands-free. So there isn't actually any legal restriction on the NAG. It's just purely about, I think, Tesla's conversations with NHTSA and what they want to do. I don't think there's anything sort of in law that says, okay, if you don't have a NAG, you're level 3. Clearly, there's level 2 systems that don't have a NAG on the market today that are cabin camera only. And the cabin camera is good enough that I think they could turn off the NAG today easily.
Grant. Grant.
Yeah, I'll drop that after this, but I disagree pretty vehemently with the idea that L3 is without value. I understand that it is scoped in terms of when you can use it, but for people in LA that spend 2 hours in bumper to bumper traffic all day, being able to watch Netflix or read a book is in fact very valuable. I just don't know what else to say. I mean, if you want to say that's not true, you can, but I think that's a value that people would pay for. I actually agree with what Meta's saying. It was interesting because Omar and Meta, I feel like you guys had slightly different takes on the reason that that's not being done by Tesla. And I would tend to agree with Meta that there are, I don't know anything about additional hardware requirements, but I think reporting requirements could definitely be something that's preventing Tesla from doing it today.
I mean, I think you're right, Grant. If I could watch Netflix in my Tesla while I was in a traffic jam, that would be awesome. That would be a super cool feature. But I'm not sure that's and to be clear, I think they are 100% going to do that. They are going to offer a feature like that as soon as they have the capability to and they feel that they're ready. But in terms of the marketing and where the software is right now, I'm not sure that's kind of really the direction they want to take it. There's definitely a conversation about whether this is encouraging drivers to be unsafe and whether they can be vigilant and stuff like that. And I think we're getting there very quickly, but it's probably best to leave that for when we're just extremely, extremely confident in the highway performance. Highways, of course, can be very dangerous given the high speed. So I think they really want to tread carefully. But there's no doubt that from a technical perspective, they could comment out a couple of lines of code and ship this today. Just say, don't nag or beep at them with the cabin camera when they're below 40 miles an hour. That's all they'd have to do if they felt that they had confidence. And when the time is right, they will do it.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. I need to start working on something, but I don't want to end this because we have a lot of speakers requesting to speak, lots of hands, good possible discussions, and I'm going to be listening. But I'm going to participate less and pay less attention because I need to pay attention to something else right now. So, Omar just dropped. There you go.
He saw it coming.
Yeah. All right, let's just finish up the hands.
You made the mistake of not asking, hey, Omar, do you mind co-hosting to start?
Nah, it's okay. I mean, we've been going on for 7 hours. That's like 3 times more than what we signed up for.
I'm down to call it as well. I think this is one of those you got to dig into the data a little bit and then come back and converse things as well.
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Meta. Grant, I'm moving on. Thank you. Does it feel?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Meta, because in
questions should start with a question word, the 5 Y's and an H. So those are what, why, which, where, or how. Okay. Did I miss one?
Who? You forgot who.
Who? Okay. If you don't start with those words, you don't get to ask a question. That's the deal. Okay. So I'm here for 7 hours so that you can be here whenever it fits your schedule. And all I ask is to stick to the rule. Avad. Pranjal.
Hey guys, in the whole presentation today, there was one point that was super exciting to me. Like it was just amazing. I was clapping. So I wonder.
We don't. Again, I don't need those introductory stuff as a pill. As a pill. About
regarding synthetic data.
Did they announce anything about taking liability?
no. Oh my God. As a pill.
That was Tesla pill. I think you confused Tesla pill and Avad from that question, by the way. The last 5 minutes. What a way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely crack down on this. Questions, 10 words or fewer. Start with the question word.
Maybe we just need a reminder when opening it up to questions.
No, people get the hang of it after you say it a bunch of times. They get the hang of it. I just have to implement it more. That's the missing piece. Because sometimes I let people gouge. And then somebody gets kicked down and then they remember next time. All right. Let's just end it. So Meta, before we go, 3 takeaways, 3 bullet points. Key takeaways for long-term investors.
Optimus
Take your time if you need to.
Yeah, I was gonna say Optimus is doing really well. I think it's exiting the research phase and more into the how do we complete it and ship it kind of phase, which is pretty good. FSD is doing extremely well, and it's just productionizing it and monetizing it phase. And in terms of production, there's still some struggles there, but Elon's focusing on that stuff again, which is really promising to me.
What'd you do with his comments on 4680? What do you think of his comments on 4680?
Are you referring to Urs's comments about not overproducing it or Elon's?
I mean, maybe we can focus on this tomorrow, but he at some point started saying some stuff like the reason why we were doing 4680 was a kind of a backup. And I was like, oh boy, where is this
Oh,
going?
no. He said it was a hedge. Yeah. So just like Dojo was a hedge to NVIDIA, 4680 cell production is, and it makes sense, a hedge to the other cell producers. I don't think he's saying that they won't continue to work on 4680. I think he's just saying cell providers can also make 4680 cells for Tesla, or they can take those innovations back. And right now, I don't know if you saw, like, I found it funny. There was a moment where he was talking about it and he said, all the other competitors canceled their orders. And then he was talking about how the suppliers have excess capacity, and he almost started laughing. And I think he muted himself. Did you notice that?
Yeah. He cut off for a second.
Yeah, I think he was basically laughing at how badly all these competitors failed on their orders. I think we talked about this in a space before, where like all this lithium pricing.
Let's focus on 4680 tomorrow when Machine is in the crowd, and then maybe we can get Jordan as well. I'll ping him, and then we can do a 4680 discussion tomorrow, and then we can also check the exact wording of the earnings transcript and everything before we talk about that. So number 1, Optimus doing well. Useful tasks in the factory by the end of this year. Outside sales potentially by the end of next year. FSD is doing real well, you said, and why exactly? 1, 2, 3 sub items. Why is FSD doing extremely well?
The comments from Ashok and the fact that they're paying attention to the scaling laws tells me they know where they're going to be months ahead of getting there.
Okay, and then any other reason?
My personal bias that I think they're doing extremely well, and that 8.8's coming, and
Yeah.
I don't think they just picked this
Yeah,
date
I don't know if
randomly.
I don't know if there was new information on FSD on this call.
They confirmed the 2-week iteration. While we have speculated about that, I don't think Tesla's ever stated that before.
I think Elon said it in a tweet, right?
I don't recall that. If that's the case, I missed it.
Okay. And then why do you say production not doing well, but Elon focusing on it?
When they in the report, especially when they talk about the robo-taxi not being made, or sorry, the affordable vehicle not being made as if they didn't get the cost-cutting targets they expected. I'm guessing that's because of the 4680. But whatever the case is, there's something that didn't work out the way that they planned. And as a result of that, they're pulling it forward rather than waiting. That tells me he's more involved, right? That decision wouldn't be made without Elon.
Okay. And then I think the comment around Cybertruck at 1,000 a week was positive. Lars said that. They said that in the earnings release, they said, or the investor presentation, they said something slightly different wording there versus what Lars said, because Lars said 1,000 a week. I was like, that's actually much better than what you said in the investor relations sentence, which was
Agreed.
we produce 1,000 in a single week.
Yeah, the first comment on Optimus, just to clarify, it's not the timeline projections, because I think those timeline projections may get missed. It's the fact that if they're even thinking about possibly putting it into their factory now, that means they must be at a place where they're somewhat comfortable with the final design. And I'm not saying what they put into their factory now is going to be the thing they ship, but that means that they're getting to the point where they need real world unknown testing. So that's fast approaching where we are with FSD today with Optimus.
Okay, good. Good. We're going to continue tomorrow, dig into this more. I'm going to publish an article and everything. Now we're going to dig in more. Good day. 12% up after hours. Take care, everybody. And I will talk to you next time.